It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to private members' business based on the order indicated in today's order paper. Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation.
Alors, nous allons continuer.
We will now proceed with the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps you don't know this, but the town of Joliette, which gave the name to my riding, was established following the installation of windmills on the edge of the Assumption River by Barthélemy Joliette. At that time, the town was named Industry. This shows you, Mr. Speaker, the importance of entrepreneurship for our MRC and Northern Lanaudière. When I was elected in 2015, I have to say that the economic and social network in my riding was very dynamic. A number of businesses talked to me about the difficulty transferring a business to their children. It was less profitable than to sell to somebody they didn't know. That's unthinkable. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, of course, and our involvement in this file has been in place and evident for a number of years. My colleague from Pierre Boucher-Les Patriotes Verchères has already tabled legislation in the previous Parliament with the same objective. In Quebec, passage of this bill will have a significant impact. Nearly 1 in 3 Quebec businesses is the result of what we call in French reprenariat, or taking over a business, which is approximately a quarter of all small businesses in Canada. According to Marc Duhamel, a professor at the University of Quebec in Trois-Rivières, the rate is approximately 45% in rural regions. So making it easier to transfer a small business or family farm is really important for Quebec. And it's good for Quebec, in the Bloc's opinion, and we are in favor of this. And we know that these changes will be good for my part of the country. We all know farmers, and we're proud of protecting our local farmers who we see in the markets, in the grocery stores, and even in little stands that are on the main streets. The problem is that when a business is transferred to a family member, it's treated as a dividend and not like a capital gain, unlike when you sell to somebody that you don't know. Then the person that's trying to sell the business to their children is not right to a cumulative exemption for capital gains. But if they sold to anyone else, they would be entitled to it. I understand that the government wants to avoid any potential for fraud or people who try to avoid part of their taxes. However, the current situation is making life extremely difficult for all those who want to take over a family business. It would be like asking people to only go 80 kilometers an hour on the roads because people are going over 130 on the highway. The government should try to resolve the situation and allow transfer to a family member. If there is fraud, then those files can be reviewed. If a police officer gives you a ticket because you're going too fast on Highway 50, it doesn't mean that everybody else is not obeying the law. So, yes, we want to avoid tax avoidance, but there are many other things that we have to address. For example, ensuring that the web giants pay taxes when they do business in Quebec and Canada, imposing GST on digital services offered by web giants, like Quebec already does with its Quebec tax, and closing tax loopholes with Barbados, like I asked in the House in 2016 with Motion M42. It's not an unusual problem, in fact. I've met a number of people every year, entrepreneurs who are looking for somebody to take over their business, or young people who want to buy their family business. And I could even think of my own family, my aunts, my uncles, my cousins. But if I gave you an example that were to really exemplify the situation, it would be this. I want to talk to you about Charles. He went to high school with my assistant, and we met a number of times during my first election campaign in 2015. He's been working on a family business since he's been able to work. It's a good multimedia lighting and sound business, and it's involved in many activities in Lanaudière and other regions, be it in festivals or fundraising or community activities. Not so long ago, he purchased the company with his business partner. However, it would have been more beneficial for them to sell just to the partner, who was already working in the company, rather than including the owner's own son. Is that normal? Something else that doesn't make any sense, selling to a competitor, which would have reduced the amount of competition in the sector and increased the price of the services, would have been more beneficial than to sell somebody who knows the distributors, the clients, the activities in the local reality. And we are losing local expertise as a result. But there are many businesses that don't have a choice with regard to the transfer because of tax regulations. So we should keep these small businesses in our riding in Joliette. The issues are difficult for the industry. There are many activities that are being canceled. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind you that there are associations that are asking for the adoption of this bill. There are a number of reasons to keep these small businesses within the family. It would allow a number of places to develop their industries in the regions. And it's very important to resolve this problem for all small businesses, but most particularly for businesses in the fisheries and agricultural sectors. Furthermore, in Quebec and in the regions, agriculture and fisheries are major businesses for us. But the future looks dark with transfers to family members. In 2016, less than a quarter of family farms had somebody to take over the family business, and this percentage hasn't increased since 2011. Between 500 and 800 young farmers take over a family farmer every year, but we would need 1,000 to maintain the number of farms in Quebec. So approximately one farm a day is lost in Quebec. I'd like to quote Leah Richard from the Maritime Fisheries Sectoral Committee. It's very difficult for people who take over to have access to funding, to get the permits, and there's a lot of red tape. It's very difficult for people to take over a family business. We understand that it's already difficult enough to take over a business, but even more so in these sectors where you need a lot of capital. And these entrepreneurs who have poured their hearts and souls into their businesses and for whom most of the time is their retirement fund, well, it's unfair for them to say that it's going to cost them an arm and a leg to sell their business to their kids. It's very difficult to let go of what you've built throughout your entire life. And if they could at least have some of these obstacles removed, it would be a good start. I know that the government was probably going to say that we need to make choices and that this will have a significant cost. In fact, in 2017, the PBO studied similar legislation, and there was an estimate of $376 million. This means that a third of the amount given under We Charity, or 40% more than the contract given to Frank Baylis without a tender. So I think this is the minimum that we can do for our entrepreneurs and people who want to take over family businesses. The disappearance of a business is very hard for the owners, but the consequences aren't just felt by those who have to not take over a business or who stop offering the business. In fact, it affects suppliers, creditors, staff, clients. They lose an important partner. We can think of Electrolux in Assumption, which was a big company in my riding a few years ago. But there are also the loss of many small and medium-sized businesses, and that loss has an impact on our social economic fabric. Maintaining and ensuring that we can transfer small businesses is good for our economy and the tax capacity of various levels of government. Quebec has made a choice to have very dynamic regions from the North Shore to Abitibi, Gaspé, Nunavut. Each of them have their strengths, and they have very varied businesses and sectors. Marie-Pierre Tremblay is a professor at the Faculty of Science Administration at the University of Laval, and she said Quebec is based on an economy of small businesses, but it's also about the regions, and the importance of businesses for the regions means that we can have lots of workers. To have strong regions, people need to live there. The Chamber of Commerce of Metropolitan Montreal estimated that between 79,000 and 149,000 job losses were felt due to the lack of people to take over small businesses between 2014 and 2023. This is a huge number. So I think my time is up, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you, and let's have a good debate.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge privilege and honor to rise on this Monday morning. And before I get started, as you are probably like everybody in this country, we're away from our loved ones. And today is my oldest daughter's 21st birthday, and she's the other side of the country. So I do want to wish her a happy 21st birthday, Maddie, and lots of love from everyone here at home. And it's a pleasure to rise today, Mr. Speaker. Always an honor to rise on behalf of the federal NDP to fight for small business. We know that small business owners are the job creators right now. They're creating 80% of all new jobs in our country. This bill is a very important bill to support small business, to support local communities, and to stop economic leakages that are happening within our country, from small communities to what ends up in the hands often of large corporations because of flawed and broken tax rules that benefit those that are at arm's length versus selling to our family members. So I want to thank the member, first of all, from Brandon Suri for reintroducing this bill, showing that there's nonpartisanship when it comes to supporting this bill, because this bill, as you're well aware, Mr. Speaker, was tabled as Bill C-274 from the former NDP finance critic Guy Caron, the member from Rimouski, and he tabled this bill and he fought hard, as New Democrats continue to do, for small business. And I want to talk about a lot about what this bill means to small communities. And we know that owners of small businesses and family farms and fishing communities, like where I live in coastal Canada, are often selling their businesses to family members. And specifically, this bill will give owners and business owners the same rights that they would normally get if they were selling to someone at arm's length. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, because nobody should be penalized for selling a family business to a family member. And that's what's happening currently with the current taxation system. So this is very important to us, and we're excited to be speaking in support of this bill, Mr. Speaker, and what this means to rural communities. I cited the importance of small business for job creation. Often, if you're seeing a barrier of selling your business to someone at arm's length and you're going to pay more tax, you're going to do everything you can to pay less tax. So just to give an example, the current structure right now, if you sold a family business worth the value of $1 million to a family member, you would end up paying a dividend tax rate of about $350,000. But if you sold that same $1 million business to a stranger, you would end up paying you would save $306,000 of those taxes that you would have paid. It's someone at arm's length. So it just makes absolutely no sense. We want to encourage people to keep businesses in the hands of family members and intergenerational business ownership, because we know that keeps money in our communities, profits in our communities. And we see in fishing, for example, where if you were to sell your family fishing operation to someone in your family, you're going to keep that quota and keep those jobs in your family. Whereas if you're going to pay more tax, you're more likely to sell to an international or large conglomerate that's going to hoard those fishing licenses and then lease them out to fishers, or as it would be the same application to farmers. where the profits then leave the community at the end of the day. And that's a huge economic leakage. That money's leaving the community and leaving our country in many cases, Mr. Speaker. And this needs to stop. So I want to go back to Mr. Caron's bill that he tabled in the last Parliament, because this bill that would have supported small businesses, farmers, and fishers, it was only defeated by a margin of 12 votes, Mr. Speaker. And it was voted on after the government misled Parliament. They cited that the fiscal losses would be up to $1.2 billion, Mr. Speaker, when in fact the PBO pitted the fiscal revenue shortfall between 126 and $249 million. That's quite a gap, Mr. Speaker. And for the government, the Liberal government, to have gone out and stated this claim that it was going to cost Canadian taxpayers to do the right thing and help support the sale of intergenerational family businesses, instead of making them pay more. Instead, what they did is they cited that it was going to be an astronomical amount of money, when in fact the PBO's numbers come in between 10 and 18% of what the government had initially cited. Mr. Speaker, those are big gaps. And the cost, I would argue, of the economic leakage and the impact to small communities across our country, to family members, is worth the price than what we're going to lose in the long run as we see those profits leave our communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to talk about the fact that we're heading into a huge succession period of time in our country. We've got an aging demographic for a lot of the ownership of small businesses. People want to sell their business to their family member, keep the ownership in the community, which we want to encourage, I assume. And we expect over $50 billion just in farm assets alone to change hands over the next 10 years. So we're heading into a huge period of succession. And it's critical that we fix this now because, Mr. Speaker, just on farming alone, we've lost 8,000 family farms that have disappeared in the last decade, Mr. Speaker. And we need to do everything we can to curb that trend because it's not working, obviously, for Canadians. And only half of those small business owners actually have a succession plan. Well, 76% of them are planning to retire over the next decade. And why that's important, Mr. Speaker, is a lot of business owners, a lot of people that have developed and built a business in their family. I had a business for many years that I had started, so I personally know that I wasn't informed when I started my business that if I were to sell my business to one of my 3 children, that I would have been penalized. I would have actually paid a heavy tax bill instead of selling to someone at arm's length where I wouldn't have had to incur that same tax. It just makes absolutely no sense. But the reality is most Canadians don't know that this is the current situation. And this is something that we need to remedy. And I hope that the Liberals and the government will actually talk about the real numbers that the PBO shared. We saw even some Liberal members support the opposition in the last Parliament. So I'm hoping those Liberals that decided to vote with their government's misleading information will actually support the PBO and do the right thing and support their communities and their small business owners, especially those family businesses that want to maintain that intergenerational ownership of those businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, in rural communities like mine, in Courtenay, Alberni, where a large part of our main street is almost all entirely local or small business owners, this is a really, really important piece to our survival in the long term. And we want to, again, encourage local ownership. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, again, this bill didn't pass based on misinformation in the last government. The Liberals continue to make excuses on this bill. And, what we've said is, if the Liberals say they'll relax the rules for tax avoidance, but we also want them to be careful because we want to avoid these difficulties and the challenges of people, avoiding tax rules. So if the purchaser retains the shares, the family member, for 5 years, the Canada Revenue Agency concern that in the absence of such provision, the shares would then pass on from one family to another. This provision for the bill would basically, if that 5 years was in place, it would make it impossible. So we want to make sure that we take away all the excuses from the government and alleviate concerns to the taxpayer that there is provisions, there's a system in place to protect the flipping of these businesses to avoid tax. This is to keep it in the hands of small business owners. And Mr. Speaker, according to a 2012 CIBC study, close to 30% or 310,000 business owners will exit ownership or transfer control of their businesses, and that was back by 2017 in 1 year alone. So we don't have the recent figures, but Mr. Speaker, this means that there's a lot of businesses that are changing hands right now, and I want to talk about economic leakages because we are seeing more and more businesses selling and ending up in the hands of large conglomerates. We see local ownership being reduced constantly, the threat to local communities that this kind of taxation creates. We want to actually, invest in small communities. This is a very good way to invest in families, to invest in small communities. And again, back to closing economic leakages, and we need to do everything we can. This legislation is important, but we also need to make sure that the big banks are paying their share and that we're capping merchant fees, and we need to continue to take a holistic approach to support small business. This is a good bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the privilege to rise on this very important legislation, and we hope that the government will support this as well.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to speak in support of Bill C-208, put forward by my honourable colleague, the member for Brandon-Souris, to amend the Income Tax Act to facilitate the transfer of a small business or family farm or fishing corporation. This is an issue that was already very important to us when the bill was introduced at first reading in February 2020. And who would have thought that 1 month later, COVID-19 would completely change the landscape for small and medium-sized businesses, or SMEs, in this country. As an entrepreneur and representing a region that consistently ranks as one of the most entrepreneurial in the country, it was with great sadness that I read the CFIB's latest survey released last week and warning that 181,000 small business owners are considering closing their businesses in Canada, or 1 in 5. This, despite all the programs and billions of dollars from all levels of government, and despite the support we've provided to businesses in our respective ridings, Mr. Speaker. The reality is frightening, with 2.4 million jobs at risk if the pandemic persists. And that's why I reiterate the importance for the government to take every possible means to solve the vaccine supply problem, because we can't just wait until 2022. We've only just started in 2021. On that note, I'd like to pay special tribute to the workers in the tourism and culture industries. 2020 has already been devastating enough for them, and there's an urgent need for the federal government to be imaginative and inventive on the vaccine front, so we can at least hope for some recovery in these industries in the summer of 2021. September is too late, Mr. Speaker, and 2022 would be even worse. Until recently, SMEs were the backbone of our economy, creating more than 77% of all new jobs between 2002 and 2012. As a Conservative, I'm very proud of the Harper government's record of creating a business climate favorable to the development of SMEs, including by reducing the large business tax rate from 22% to 15%, and by reducing the small business tax rate to 11%, while increasing the maximum income threshold from $300,000 to $500,000 to remain eligible for this tax benefit. As an entrepreneur who has created some 20 printing jobs in my region, I understand the importance of maintaining a tax system that encourages entrepreneurship. And it's important to understand the motivation behind every entrepreneur who takes the risk of putting their savings and their own financial security at risk by opening or acquiring a new business. People go into business for a variety of reasons, Mr. Speaker. Some do it out of passion, others do it in response to a lack of certain services in their respective communities. But most importantly, people go into business to support their families with the hope that their children will one day be able to take over and build an even better future. In my particular case, it is my eventual intention to transfer my family business to my daughter. So I was surprised to learn that under the current Income Tax Act in Canada, it would be more advantageous for me to sell to a stranger than to sell to a member of my own family. Essentially, when a sale takes place between members of the same family, the difference between the sale price and the price originally paid is considered a dividend, taxable at 100% as regular income. Whereas if the sale took place between two strangers, it would be treated as a capital gain, taxable at only 50%. In addition, this intra-family sale would not qualify for the lifetime capital gains exemption that is normally granted to SMEs. What kind of message do we want to send, Mr. Speaker? Are we trying to discourage people from going into business? And I'm not the only one, Mr. Speaker. According to a 2012 study by the CFIB, it was estimated that 310,000 business owners, nearly 30%, intend to sell or transfer control of their businesses over a 5-year period, a figure that would rise to 550,000 over a 10-year period. Since the COVID crisis, that number may have changed, so there's an urgent need to pass Bill C-208 to support family businesses at a time when many family businesses are in crisis. It's bad enough that so many businesses are considering handing over the keys to creditors in the current economic crisis. The tax unfairness currently found in the Income Tax Act should not cause so many to hand over the keys to the government. Plus, according to the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, more than $500 billion in farms are expected to change hands over the next 10 years. That's without counting the more than 8,000 family farms that have already gone belly up in the last 10 years. Only half of them have succession plans in place, and with the aging population, 3 out of 4 agricultural producers plan to retire this decade. It's become urgent to take action to correct the current anomaly in the Tax Act to prepare for the demographic reality bearing down on us. That's why I support Bill C-208, put forward by my colleague from Brandon Souris, and I would encourage Liberals to do the same. I'd like to remind my colleagues that we had already considered a similar bill in the 42nd Parliament that was put forward by the former MP from my neighbouring riding, Guy Caron. So we're talking about a project here that is unifying, and it's not a matter of left versus right. I'd like to remind everyone that C-274 had the support of the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois, and the NDP, but was defeated because of the Liberals. They had a majority at the time, and they would rather listen to the opinion of public servants instead of the opinion of the public who elected us. Across Quebec, support for the bill was strong. The Association of Quebec Corner Store Owners had denounced the current situation, and the UPA and the Board of Trade of Metropolitan Montreal had all come out in favor of the bill. In fact, I'd been told about it during the last election campaign when I met with the UPA in Cap Saint-Ignace in my riding. And by the way, just last Friday, I received an email from Mr. André Arp of the Grain Growers of Canada asking for support for this new bill C-208. So I can tell you the agricultural community is following today's debate very closely. As the saying goes, better late than never. The Liberal Party, if it really wants to stand behind small business, must support and pass 208 quickly, ensuring that these family businesses are maintained in their entirety by facilitating intergenerational transfer, because if they don't, a Conservative government will do so after the next election. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to add, Mr. Speaker, that given my previous colleague's speech right before me, I think it's clear that the Liberals have no choice. They have to go forward and support this bill. They're in a minority at any rate. So let's move ahead with this bill, and for what it's worth, whatever it costs to implement this bill, the cost of not passing this bill is even higher because the value and the pride involved in an intergenerational transfer, you can't put a price on that. When you think of the fact that all Canadian businesses start out, the vast majority, 80-90% of the Canadian economy, that's the backbone or the driver of our entrepreneurship in Canada. These are businesses with less than 10 employees. They all started out as family businesses, so it's essential to be able to transfer them within the family without this tax unfairness. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member from Brandon Surrey for bringing forward this bill. I know that private members' business can generate some really good bills from throughout the House, and the amount of work that goes into private members' business, I think unless you've gone down that road, a lot of people don't fully appreciate it. So taking the time to go through this process and to bring forward this piece of legislation and all the work that went into it, I think the member deserves a lot of credit. And I'm pleased to take part in the debate today over the Private Members Bill C-208, which aims to facilitate the transfer of family businesses between family members. This is an admirable goal, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, our government recognizes this important issue as evidenced by the mandate given from the Prime Minister to the Ministers of Finance and Agriculture and Agri-Food to work together on tax measures to facilitate the intergenerational transfer of farms. Ensuring the sustainability of small businesses, family farms, and fishing corporations is essential to our economy and to our communities that they serve. This has been underscored by the crucial role in supporting families and communities as we continue to fight against COVID-19. Our government understands, Mr. Speaker, that this is a fact. From the onset of the pandemic through Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, we've introduced a range of supports for small businesses to help bridge them to the other side. Simply put, we have their backs, Mr. Speaker, and that extends to helping family businesses thrive for generations to come. Encouraging the sale of businesses to family members often means those businesses will remain in and continue to benefit their communities as well as their families who have fought hard, sacrificed, and succeeded through pure determination and entrepreneurial spirit. It is with this spirit in mind that Bill C-208 bears full and careful consideration. Bill C-208 seeks to amend two of the Income Tax Act's most important and complex anti-avoidance rules. These rules deal with intercorporate dividends, share sales, and circumstances in which the lifetime capital gains exemption is claimed. Any relieving changes to these sections of the Act must be done cautiously and follow rigorous study and debate to avoid unintentional creating loopholes that would disproportionately benefit the wealthy instead of protecting the middle class and those that are struggling to make it. Section 84.1 of the Act in particular is in place to apply anti-avoidance rules where, when appropriate, an individual sells shares of one corporation to another corporation that is linked to the individual, such as a family member. When the individual sells shares of a Canadian corporation to linked corporation, Section 84.1 of the Act deems in certain circumstances that the individual has received a taxable dividend from the linked corporation rather than a capital gain. This prevents the individual from realizing the proceeds from the sale on the tax-free basis using a lifetime capital gains exemption. This rule is meant to ensure that taxpayers cannot use linked corporations to, in effect, remove earnings from their corporations using a contrived sale. Mr. Speaker, without this rule, such sales between related parties could be used to convert what should be dividends of an individual shareholder into capital gains that are tax-free under the lifetime gains exemption, capital gains exemption. Bill C-208 proposes narrowing the scope of Section 84.1 by removing the sale of certain shares of small businesses and family farms or fishing corporations from its application when being sold by an individual to another corporation that is owned by their adult child or grandchild. This change would allow the owner-operator of a family business to convert the dividends of the corporation into tax-free capital gains. In order to better illustrate how this would work, I will use an example. Say Daryl and Emily own a potato farm in PEI that has grown to be a major regional supplier. After decades of hard work, they are now planning their retirement and want to pass down their business to their 2 adult children, both of whom already own successful small businesses in the community. By applying the proposed amendments in Bill C-208, Daryl and Emily would sell non-voting preferred shares from their farm corporation to the 2 corporations controlled by their children. In doing this, they could claim tax-free treatment of the resulting capital gain from the sale under the lifetime capital gains exemption in a manner that allows the sale to be financed by the sold corporation's own assets without relinquishing control of the farm corporation. Daryl and Emily could then use this planning to convert their annual dividend income into tax-free capital gains as often as they want, up to an amount equal to their lifetime capital gains limit. In this case, each parent could reduce their income tax by up to about $45,000 for each $100,000 of business profits distributed. It is important to note that there is currently nothing in the Act stopping a parent from selling their shares of their family business directly to their child or grandchild on a tax-free basis using the lifetime capital gains exemption, which currently shelters up to $1 million in capital gains on qualified farm and fishing property. The issues sought to be addressed by Bill C-208 arise only in the multi-tier corporation structures, where one corporation owns a second corporation. Adopting the proposed changes to Section 84.1 could open the door to new tax avoidance opportunities. This would unfairly benefit wealthy individuals instead of the middle class. Bill C-208 also proposes amendments to Section 55 of the Act, which generally applies to corporations that seek to inappropriately reduce capital gains by paying excessive tax-free dividends between corporations, which the Act considers to be a capital gain.
Un appel au règlement.
On a point
Point of order.
Okay. So I'll just check to see if members could stay on the channel. Ça fonctionne maintenant. OK. Merci pour votre patience. Et encore,
Thank you for your patience, and I would invite the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands to continue.
Point of order. Bill C-208 also proposes amendments to Section 55 of the Act, which generally applies to corporations that seek to inappropriately reduce capital gains by paying excessive tax-free dividends between corporations, which the Act considers to be a capital gain. 2 exemptions to these anti-avoidance rules authorize businesses that are restructuring to allow company shareholders to split company shares between them while deferring taxes. The first exemption applies to the restructuring of related corporations, and the second applies to all corporate restructurings. Bill C-208 would broaden the first exemption so that it applies to brothers and sisters, despite a long-term standing tax policy that considers brothers and sisters to have separate and independent economic interests for these purposes. Any changes to this exemption could risk eroding the tax base. Spouses, as well as parents and their children, are already eligible for this exemption because it is presumed that they have shared economic interests. Although brothers and sisters cannot restructure their participation in a corporation on a tax-deferred basis under the related corporations exemption, they can do it under the second exemption of Section 55, which applies to all corporate restructurings. This is called the butterfly exemption, and there are fewer tax avoidance opportunities under it. If the proposed amendments of Section 55 included in Bill C-208 were passed, siblings could undertake business restructurings in which otherwise taxable capital gains realized between corporations would be converted into tax-free intercorporate dividends. This would create new opportunities for tax avoidance. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, these are important considerations to take into account when reviewing the merits of Bill C-208. Our government remains committed to working with family businesses, including farming and fishing businesses, to make more efficient or less difficult to hand down their businesses to the next generation. However, we must exercise caution to not create loopholes and opportunities for the wealthy to use private corporations for tax avoidance purposes. This would dilute our base protecting anti-tax avoidance rules. Moreover, this would create a tax system that caters to the wealthy at the expense of the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Alors, la député de...
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today's debate is on Bill 208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act to transfer a small business or family farm or fishing corporation. Now, I would start by saying that this is an important issue. And it's remarkable to see the ongoing inaction of this government on this issue, which comes up over and over, year after year, and which yet somehow has not been settled and fixed yet. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, a third of businesses are taken over by a family member. That means that 1 out of 3 small Quebec businesses was taken over by someone, not necessarily a family member, but someone, and that it existed before. So that means that this situation could penalize family members who want to take over a family business. Thousands of Quebec businesses may not find a buyer. And yet this government is penalizing people who want to buy a business. Seemingly, this government would prefer for businesses to close or be taken over by a foreigner. It's quite something. And in the agricultural sector, what's particularly sad to see is that a farm disappears every day in Quebec. As for fishing businesses, there were so many fishing businesses 50 years ago. But now when we look at what's happening, we see fishing villages withering away one after another. It's sad, and it's in part due to the inaction of this government and preceding governments. In my last elected mandate from 2015 to 2019, I tabled Bill C-275 to address this issue, to enable members of the same family to be able to pass on a business to each other. People in my riding had asked me to do that. For example, Mr. Tremblay from Saint-Mathieu-de-Belleuil of Tremblay Cabinets, his father wanted to retire. We're talking about a small business, a family business that makes cabinets. And the Tremblays were hoping to sell the business to their children. And they were hoping that one day there would be a change in legislation to enable people to pass on a business to their children without being penalized. Because currently, if you sell a business to your child, the government treats you like a fraudster. That's basically what they're doing. They're saying, well, you can't set the market price, honestly, and since we can't expect that, we're going to tax you on 100% of the transaction. But these small businesses don't usually have a lot of people under employment. They may only employ a dozen people, and that means a lot of money for these small businesses. It may be $1 million, and most people can't just take out $1 million when they're in their 20s or 30s and spend them on taxes. And that's the problem. People are being told that they're trying to commit fraud if they sell the business to their children, because maybe you give them a special price. Is this government really saying that it's better to force a business to shut down because there's no one there to take it over? It's really frustrating to see that this government is refusing to help out these family businesses. I was recently speaking about this with Marc-André Degnaud, a former schoolmate. Now, his parents have a siding company, and the same thing happened there. His parents decided to wait before selling because they hoped that the law would change before they had to sell. And it's really unfortunate that they had to wait like this, hoping that the government would see the right of it, hoping that the government would change the law. Now, the NDP found our former bill, so excellent that they decided to copy it, and the member for Rimouski, Guy Caron at the time, introduced it. But I don't want to boast of being the only one who cares about this issue, because the Bloc Québécois has been working on this issue for 15 years. In 2005, a Bloc member had already introduced a bill to try to fix this problem for transferring small businesses. Now, when I was studying at university and I learned about tax law, I was studying accounting. When I studied tax law and I found out that it's very disadvantageous fiscally to pass on a business to your children, well, I was baffled, and my professors all felt the same way. If you go to any lawyer's office or university and you ask anyone who studies tax law whether this is a good idea, they'll all say it isn't. But unfortunately, this government is acting very stubborn and is preventing intergenerational transfer of family businesses. And yet, in June 2015, some members, a member who I can't name today because he's still in his position, the Liberal MP for Bourassa, introduced a bill for the transfer of family businesses, in fact. And he said that it was a very important bill and that it was crucial. This was in June 2015. And when did the Liberals take power? October 2015, only a little bit later. And yet, only a few months later, they were now against it. So apparently the Liberals suggest all kinds of things when they're in the opposition, but once they get into power, they don't actually want to follow through. And as my colleague for Rivière-du-Loup was saying earlier, this is not a partisan thing. My conservative colleague was also saying that he cares about the same thing. And earlier I referred to my NDP colleague. I don't know what the Green Party's position is, but I do know that many Liberals are not happy with their party's position on this and don't find it logical. And in fact, this has placed the government in a false position. Economic measures have been announced in various budgets after 2015 where the government says it's going to address the problem. And yet, it's now 2021 and the issue is not fixed. The Bloc Québécois has been working on this since 2005. It's honestly discouraging. Now, this government keeps telling us that we're going to create new loopholes. Well, there are already so many loopholes in tax law. I mean, look at all the tax havens that this government isn't doing anything about, and yet it wants to prevent people from passing on their family business. Where's the consistency there? This government keeps telling us that it's completely impossible to fix this, even though there have been various bills tabled. And in 2016, the Minister of Finance of Quebec announced a similar bill. And now a few years later, family businesses can be transferred in Quebec without being penalized. But the federal government doesn't seem to be able to do the same thing as the Quebec government. It's pure stubbornness. If we look at this a little more closely, the capital gains deduction, which also exists, we're talking about an amount that can reach $892,000 in 2019. Now, that means that if you spend your whole life building a business, you can sell it without paying taxes on that amount. A little bit like when it comes to buying a house. Now, we often know that entrepreneurs don't have an RRSP. They may just have a little bit of savings, not much. They've poured everything into their business. They reinvest all of their money into their business instead of saving. Now, this $892,000 for the capital gains deduction, it would be nice to have that in savings because these people need savings to help them get through their retirement. But unfortunately, you don't get that amount if you pass the business over to your children. If you sell it to a foreigner, you do get it. And when it comes to capital gains, normally you would only pay half the taxes. But in this case, if you try to pass it on to your children, you end up paying the entire amount of taxes, as if it were a dividend. It's horrifying to see that this government, which is fully aware of the problem, there have been many bills tabled. We've been bringing this up over and over. It's horrifying to see that this government doesn't want to do anything. I'm trying to understand, but it's completely baffling. That's why I'm happy to see that there's a minority government, and with the three other parties together, we will be able to make this bill go through. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. So now we have a few minutes left in government orders, and that's still leaving time for the honourable sponsor of the bill. Resuming debate. Seeing none, we'll now invite the honourable member for Brandon Souris for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to be here in the House today. As I said on November 25th, it's humbling, and I'm just going to quote what I said, to put your name to legislation and ask your colleagues to support it. I think that's an extremely important part of private members' bills, and it's been recognized by my Liberal colleague today as well. I thank him for his comments as well, and I will refer to that in a moment. But I want to thank all colleagues in this House for bringing support for this particular bill on small businesses, Mr. Speaker. And that is just to be able to put forward this idea of being able to make it more fair to sell your business to your own family members directly than opposed to a complete stranger or a third party that you may not have any connection with. To be able to put this forward in the bipartisan support that I've seen in this House is tremendously important. And I want to congratulate my former colleague, the interim leader of the NDP, Mr. Guy Caron, for bringing this bill forward to start with, and support from the bloc, as has been pointed out by a couple of speakers here today, and as well in the first reading, or the first hour of the second reading of this bill back on November the 25th that I referred to earlier. Mr. Speaker, this legislation impacts every corner of Canada. It impacts every one of us in this House, all 338 of us. We all have small businesses in our riding, and I want to particularly refer to the words small businesses, Mr. Speaker, because some of my colleagues that have spoken today and before have addressed the fact that this is for small businesses, not big businesses, Mr. Speaker, and I think there is a huge difference that I want to point out for colleagues in the House as well. And they know that, Mr. Speaker. This bill refers to those family operations in fishing and farming and other small businesses in Canada that have been built on the pride of ownership and the pride of the hard work that their families have done throughout Canada. And it in no way is trying to provide any kind of loopholes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the bill is very clear on the fact that it has gone to great lengths that Mr. Caron studied, and I have as well, to make sure that those types of situations are not allowed in this bill by the wording in this bill, Mr. Speaker, as well. As I say, it would be pride of ownership to be able to build your business, small business, into a larger business, but once you do that, the things that we're talking about in this bill are not relevant to those businesses, Mr. Speaker. There's very little impact on the government for this outcome of this bill. As my colleagues today have pointed out, very little financial impact on the federal government, but a huge impact on the currency that's available through small businesses to every region of this country, and particularly in this time of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. All small businesses are struggling in Canada. It's not their fault that they're struggling right now, and this bill would go a long ways to be able to help all of them alleviate some of the stress and strain of being able to hand their business directly down to their own son or daughter or granddaughter or grandson. And that's who this applies to. It's very narrow in its scope that way, Mr. Speaker, as well. It's inherently unfair for small business persons to pay disproportionate higher taxes if they sold their operations to their own children than to an absolute stranger, Mr. Speaker. And we've referred to the differences between selling to your family at a dividend or to a stranger at a capital gains exemption, and having the difference in that amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars in small businesses, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in making this change, it'll allow the next generation to become business owners, to be able to carry on those businesses, to keep jobs in their local areas, and the funds that the younger generation provide to the older generation are generally used for retirement, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of the funds that you earn during the small business development are going into the business to keep it afloat and to keep it expanding, Mr. Speaker, so that you can have that pride of ownership for your family in the future. So I want to close, Mr. Speaker, by asking all members in this House to be able to support Bill C-208, to be able to encourage small business development in our country. Thank you.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Maguire, seconded by Mr. Lahu, moved that Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Now, as is customary in our hybrid sitting, if a member of a recognized party who is present in the chamber wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I now ask them to rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Brandon Souris rising, so we'll hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a recorded vote on my private member's Bill C-208. Thank you.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. We'll now go to orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day. Consideration of a motion relating to the standing orders and procedure of the House and its committees.
Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 51-1, a motion that this House take note of the standing orders and procedure of the House and its committees is now deemed to have been proposed. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to approach this debate by clearly indicating that this is my personal opinions as a parliamentarian, someone that has sat for many hours inside the chamber and listened both in opposition and in government benches. And just to share in particular 3 points that I personally believe. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, if I can start off by saying that we should never ever take our democracy for granted, and our standing orders, albeit boring to most, are a pillar to our democratic system from my perspective, and that is what I truly believe. Having said that, they need to be modernized, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute. The rules that we have today need to be modernized. For political entities, far too often, rule changes are more about strategy. And I want to bring forward some thoughts as a parliamentarian in which I'd like to highlight 3 changes from a personal perspective that I would like to recognize and see take place. First, when I think of votes, Mr. Speaker, our current system of voting is insane and needs to be modernized. Rule changes should not be used to take away from what is perceived or are real tools that opposition parties use in order to hold government accountable, but nor should they be abused. My suggestions on this issue would be that PROC needs to come up with a path that would see this issue dealt with respectfully, but should incorporate a few points. Examples of that would include no votes on Fridays or Monday mornings. Consecutive voting without breaks is not healthy, Mr. Speaker. Electronic voting should be allowed. There should be a provision that allows for stand-up votes. These are the issues in which I believe that PROC needs to come back to the House with respect to some tangible recommendations. Now, my second one is something that I really do take personal. I love debate inside the chamber. I think that it's important as parliamentarians, we should feel comfortable in expressing what it is we would like to say on everything that comes to a vote inside the House of Commons. It's one of the reasons why I believe in a dual debating chamber. I'm not 100% convinced that we have to have a dual chamber. I want to propose something that would ultimately say that we wouldn't require a dual chamber. But it is something very different. That is this, Mr. Speaker. I would call them MP debate days. This would eliminate the need for a dual debating chamber. The purpose of these days is to ensure that members of Parliament have the ability to voice their opinions on all legislative matters, including private member legislation, where a vote is expected on the said bill. It would ensure that the right of a member of Parliament to be heard is inside the chamber and is there, and it's very real. These days should be considered as MP days for debate on any bill before the House that has been given second or third reading and not yet voted on. There is no quorum or votes as it would be treated in the same fashion as adjournment debates. Members decide what legislation he or she would like to debate, but the member needs to inform the speaker in advance. For example, members can speak on only one piece of legislation on any given MP debate day unless no other MPs requested to speak and there are still 10-minute speech slots available. These debates would take place twice a week, and we need to understand they are meant to ensure that members are afforded the opportunity to address legislation that she or he wants to. Even though I suspect both days not to be fully utilized every week, but the fact that they are there supports the importance of a member's right to speak in the House of Commons on important issues to him or her and what he or she believes are as important for their constituents. Now, the 2 days are slots. You have Wednesday, a debate from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, I realize that that's the day in which caucuses meet. But if members really feel passionate about having to be able to speak on a specific piece of legislation, that they can excuse themselves from caucus, or you have independent members. And it doesn't have to be on the Wednesday. But this is the way it would work on a Wednesday. You would notify the Speaker's office on a Monday prior to speaking. 10-minute speeches with a 5-minute Q&A, as long as no more than 19 speakers. If 20 or more register to speak, then the speeches are to be 5 minutes in duration with no questions or comments. The Speaker can recognize up to 110 members. Rotations of speakers will be at the call of the Speaker, with an expectation that the government caucus members would be recognized as a minimum of once per hour. You get a sense in terms of just how many members would be able to speak on any piece of legislation. Private members, government, it doesn't matter on a Wednesday. Now, as I pointed out, Wednesdays are caucuses. You talk about Fridays. Many of my colleagues would argue that we should take Fridays off. And when I say colleagues, I'm talking about on both sides of the House. I, for one, would like to see the House be in a position to sit from 9 o'clock in the morning to 6 p.m. every Friday. I don't have any problem with that. Again, a member would have to notify the Speaker's office on the Wednesday prior to speaking, saying that they would have a 10-minute speech with a 5-minute question and answer as long as no more than 35 speakers. If 36 or more people register to speak, then the speeches would automatically be 5 minutes in duration with no questions or comment session. The Speaker can then recognize up to 175 members. That is that is a majority of the House. Rotations of speakers will be at the call of the Speaker, with an expectation that the government caucus would be recognized a minimum of once per hour. All the legislation and budget documents must be afforded the opportunity to be able to become before an MP day of debate, unless, of course, given unanimous consent to pass through the House. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, if you believe in the importance of debate and enabling members of Parliament to be able to exercise their thoughts and their opinions on anything that's before the House in second reading, third reading, I believe that this is the optimum way of doing just that. Imagine, as I said, on a Friday, you could see 170 plus members speaking. And if you're really in opposition or in favor of a piece of legislation, you can get your message across in 5 minutes. And given, Mr. Speaker, how often or frequent I speak inside the House, I can tell you that every speech that I have given, some might be more challenging than others, could be said in 5 minutes in terms of those real important points on bills. I'm hopeful that members will see the true value in ensuring this is about members. The third issue that I want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is legislative programming. Legislative program is already in place. We need to recognize that in things such as private members' hour. Think in terms of a private member brings in a piece of legislation, and you know it's going to be, after 2 hours of debate, it's going to come to a vote. What about opposition days? We know after 1 day of debate, it's going to come to a vote. Think in terms of emergency debates, take note debates. It's already there. But we haven't modernized it in order to incorporate the need for government legislation also. All of us, I'm sure, if we were honest with each other, would recognize that at times there are some private members' bills that are more substantive than even some government bills from the past. Programming of legislation is really something that needs to take place. I believe that PROC should look at ways to enable government legislation to be programmed. Rules that would automatically apply to a piece of legislation in order for it to be qualified and placed into a program of eventual passage. Opposition parties could be given the ability to take a limited number of those out of the program for a period of time. Mr. Speaker, I know it works because this is something in which we put in place in the Manitoba legislature many years ago when I was on the House leadership in the province of Manitoba. It can work, but we need to modernize, Mr. Speaker. I see that my time is about to expire, or it has expired, Mr. Speaker. It has expired. I'll leave my two pet peeves for another day regarding unanimous consent and points of order. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for kicking off this debate on the standing orders. And like he said, I don't think this is a partisan issue. It's just ideas being laid before the House in order for PROC to consider it. So one of the things that he had said was the way we vote right now, I think I'm quoting him correctly, he said it was insane. But what about considering things like moving it from having 5 members stand in order to cause a vote to moving it to 12, which is the minimum number of members required for you to be recognized as a party in this House, to reduce number of votes that we have to do when we either agree and to carry more things by voice votes, which I have tried to to impel and compel members that this is a better way of doing things, to just carry on with the business of the House without having to force every issue as a vote. There are many private members' bills and even government bills where a voice vote would be sufficient. What does the member think of that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's an excellent question. And you have to understand why it is that we want to see that those votes occur. And that's what PROC really needs to assess. So, for example, there's a lot of validity for someone to say, I want a recorded vote on X, because you want to see that MP or parties or whatever it might be literally stand in their place and have that vote. And I think that there's a lot of merit in terms of retaining that, because it does have a great deal of value. What doesn't have a lot of value is when you have 500 votes on the same bill and it's all voting the very same way and they're all identical. Now, why do both occur? One's easily justified, another one might be a bit more challenged. But if we take the politics to the side and give a different lever, we might be able to overcome it. And that's something that PROC needs to figure out.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member went quickly through the electronic voting issue. Personally, I think that it's quite terrible to see how we vote now and the time that it takes. I don't know if he could tell us more about this, about electronic voting. I think it would be safer. It would save us a lot of time, hours in fact, and that would allow greater debate in the House. And it would be more economical. The cost of spending 3 hours with 338 MPs is quite high. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that.
Well, Parliament Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of electronic voting, it's not necessarily what it is that we have today. It's more so we have the technology in which if there's a vote that's called, you push a button that's virtually right in front of you at your seat, and then you get that instant, numbers being portrayed on a screen or whatever it might be. Other jurisdictions have it. It's something in which we can do, but I also do believe there is merit in terms of looking at possible applications. I'm thinking in terms of MPs that come from areas of the country that are very difficult to be in Ottawa, that might assist in terms of that application type of voting. So I wouldn't rule that out. But what's really important to recognize on my voting thoughts is that we do not vote on Fridays, nor do we vote on Monday mornings. That will help individual MPs no matter what side political party they're participating in.
Pardon me, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, and of course for the public who are tuning in. Why we're debating standing orders today during a pandemic is because there's an obligation in the standing orders to have this debate within a short time period from a new parliament's beginning. So I wanted to come back to the member identifying a number of issues that Procedure and House Affairs would have to look at. Would he agree with me that Procedure and House Affairs should also look at the question of confidence, which has been gone far beyond in this minority parliament, the normal practice of confidence being budgetary matters and a very clearly worded confidence motion. The government has made it a very fluid definition, seems to have applied it in a number of different ways that I don't believe are appropriate. Would he agree with me that Procedure and House Affairs should be looking into this question as well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a short response, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that it would be value in doing that, but the real value would be saying to a standing committee that maybe when they do the standing orders, there is an argument to be made that it be done in camera. If we want to really achieve. The member's been around for many years, as I have, and it's how do we achieve these rule changes and modernize?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to be joining this debate. Like the previous member, none of what I'm about to say is my party's position because we don't have one here. I think it's important that backbenchers be heard, whether they be in opposition parties or in the government caucus. I think that's an important part of what we do. I also believe that all standing order changes should be agreed to unanimously. It should never be rammed through by either side. It's been done in past decades, both liberal and conservative, and I don't think it breeds harmony in the chamber to at least agree on the basics of the rules. And I think we can all agree that the rules exist to protect backbenchers especially. And as the caucus chair for my recognized party in this chamber, my first job is always to represent the backbench when it comes to speaking with the leadership. So I have 8 points I'm going to make. I know that the previous member from Winnipeg had 3, but they had a lot of sub-points to it. So I'm going to try to keep it brief to then maybe get into it more in questions and answers. I think we need to move debate in this chamber so it looks more like the United Kingdom, the mother parliament, where a member can cede their time to another member without having to include you, Mr. Speaker, into the debate. And so a member can cede their time to entertain a comment, a question, and then take back the time when they feel they've given sufficient to another person. Debate in this chamber has become stultified. I think that's the nicest term I can use to what I see going on. Members come in and they read their speeches, whether they've written it themselves. And I know that the standing orders say we shouldn't be doing that. And I'll be the first one to admit in my first year here, I did the same thing. I would write out my speeches because I felt more comfortable. And it was a crutch. And as one of the members from Saskatchewan, who's been here much longer than I have, said it is a crutch that you have to get rid of in order to really get into the debate. It forces you to read the legislation, come to understand the positions that other members have, and really engage in the debate, which was the original purpose of the chamber like this, to actually have meaningful debate. If we solve that problem, I then believe that private members' business should be done in the same way as government business is done, which means that you should have an actual fulsome debate instead of the mover of the motion having first opportunity, last opportunity to speak, and in between each party kind of lays out its positions if there is a position to lay out without having a question and answer period. And I know it's happened several times that an assistant deputy speaker would forget about that and there's a bit of confusion in the House. I think it would just be easier if all debate was treated the same way. And private members' business should be doubled in this House. It shouldn't be limited to what there is now. And the previous member had mentioned that what we should do, perhaps, is dedicate a day to that where members could get up on private members' business and be able to speak to maybe a private member's bill or motion of their choosing, of their choice, to contribute to the debate on it. On our side, private members' business is an opportunity for free votes, and it always has been, and it always will be. I think that's the great part, because all of us have ideas that come from our constituents that we work on. That was the case of a disability tax credit, private members bill that I tabled in the last parliament. That was the case with Rare Disease Day that I tabled in the last parliament. Those are ideas that are coming from my constituents. They're not really a partisan issue. They're sometimes legislative cleanup, or they're sometimes just in commemoration of a special day. So I think we should have more time for private members' bills. To keep talking about debate time, I think podiums should be removed from this chamber except for the leaders of the recognized parties and for the finance minister. Podiums allow you to use a crutch. I used them very briefly. I don't think they should be in it. The original purpose was for the finance minister, I understand, to give the budget speech, which I admit, very important, does have to kind of go through their notes. I fully accept that. I used to work for the Alberta finance minister. Feels like many eons ago. I was counting, it was about 13 years ago now. And he had to use a podium because the speech was too big and he had notes that he wanted to refer to, and it was just impossible. So I admit to that. But other members should not have that crutch given to them. I also believe that adjournment proceedings should be renamed and should be moved to the end of question period. Really, all adjournment proceeding has become is an opportunity to dive deeper into the questions you asked in question period. And I know we've changed the way we do it right now, where it's a bit more fluid. It's easier to get that opportunity to have a one-on-one. It would be much better if we did it after question period and the turnaround time was faster. It wouldn't take up a lot of time. It'd be about 10 minutes. It would give an opportunity for members to do a follow-up to what was said in question period. Mr. Speaker, to be kind, it's already happening today with countless points of orders, people trying to correct each other, engaging in debate, sometimes with good points of order, trying to table documents. It would be much better if we just did kind of a short, in-depth debate, 10 minutes, 2 members. They could do it through you, Mr. Speaker, through the clerks at the desk, just to put in an application. You could do a random draw. I don't know what the system should be. I leave that to Proc to decide the details. Like I mentioned about doubling private members' bill time, I think Monday or Friday would be the best days to get this done. And we could adopt some of the process in the other place. Again, I think that's an archaic tradition of this place. We don't mention the Senate literally, it's that other place. But there they have an opportunity to legislate much faster than we do as representatives from our ridings. And these are senators, and I'll say this, the best senators in the Senate are the elected senators. I'll say that. I know it's really controversial, but my province elects the senators, and whether they are Conservatives or ISG members or members of the Western Canadian Senate group, I think that's really important. It gives you a mandate, but they can legislate in about 2 to 3 weeks and bring a private bill before this chamber for debate, whereas the rest of us here, whether we're government caucus members or in one of the opposition caucuses, we have a random draw, and some of us will never get an opportunity to debate. I had a former leader, and her first opportunity to present a private member's bill happened in her very last term in the House, and I've been over a decade that she had been here. So I think there should be a greater opportunity for members to legislate from the backbenches. It forces us to do good work to understand legislation, the downsides, the pitfalls, and really engage with legislative counsel to write good private members' bills that meet the needs of our constituents. I think that's really important. I also think question period should be moved earlier on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays in the day. I know for the government caucus and for cabinet ministers, having worked for one, again, now it feels like I'm dating myself, but about 14 years ago, it's right in the middle of what I would consider the work day. And if we were to move it perhaps into the morning, it would give time, sufficient time for cabinet ministers to be prepared, their exempt staff to brief them, provide them whatever information they need, and for the rest of the day to be carried on with government business or private members' business. I don't think there's a great reason for us to keep it at 2:15 every single day. I also think that routine proceedings should be moved on Mondays and Fridays to earlier in the day. That should be the very first thing that we do, the way it's done on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And also we should move statements in the House, Standing Order 31 statements should be moved to routine proceedings, either at the front end or the back end. A similar process already exists in the United States Congress, where they have statements that are made very early in the day during their routine proceedings. I don't see why SO31s, as we call them briefly here, have to be done right before question period. Outside of, I think, it gives an opportunity for everybody to have lots of people in the background, which I don't think is the purpose of it all. It should be about making a statement on behalf of our constituents, to celebrate an anniversary, a great success somebody had, and to obviously give condolences on behalf of our community when a prominent member of our community passes away. The last point I want to make about the family-friendly nature of the chamber, and this has gotten into electronic voting and other things. In the last parliament, and I know there's a member on the government caucus side as well, who lost a child in the sitting of the parliament. And I know it's been raised as an issue before that this place isn't very family-friendly, the times aren't, we vote late into the evenings. Pairing of votes. I sent a letter last Parliament to Proc on pairing of votes. I had asked my whip at the time when I realized there was an important vote coming up that my constituents really cared about. I was still in the process of grieving my daughter at the time. It'd be far better if members could decide for themselves whom to pair their votes with. I see the member for Kingston the Islands is here. I know he's a gentleman. I'm sure if I paired a vote with him on a handshake, when we're allowed to do handshakes again, I guess, would agree that we could pair our votes so that neither of us has to be in the chamber, knowing that we're voting in opposite ways. That's a practice of the United Kingdom chamber, and I know there have been problems with broken pairs in the past, but the rule now where the whips basically fill out one of the binders at the desk in order to count the paired vote. Pairing of votes is the way that we get around the issues of family-friendly environment. A member has to be away for their community, and it would also force us to get to know members on the opposite side, and that is not done enough, let alone in our own caucuses, to be able to build that trust with another member, to be able to have a paired vote. That would obviate the need for things like electronic voting, distance voting, proxy voting, and the times of the day when voting is held. Pairing of votes is a long-time tradition in the Westminster parliaments that needs to be revived, and hopefully we can build that trust to get to that point. So, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the rest of my time, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Calgary, Shepherd, for his intervention. I always enjoy his thoughtfulness and the approach that he takes to try to identify the problems that we have. His particular mention, Mr. Speaker, of the UK Parliament really caught my attention, where the UK has a separate debating chamber from the main chamber. And when we moved from the old centre block into the current debate chamber, the thought was that at some point we might have another debate chamber in the House. Now that we're going virtual, I think we have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to have virtual debate chambers that could be created and give us more time for debate in the House on particular issues. Would the honourable member comment on that? Maybe something that the Proc Committee could look at, having virtual debate chambers that aren't constrained by having to have physical seats in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to the member's question, I oppose the idea of a second chamber until we fix the way debates are done. I think to have a second chamber where speeches are read and it's a stultified debate with the standard format we have right now doesn't help anything. And it doesn't achieve the goals of actually members debating the details of the legislation being either presented by the government side or what a private member has put forward as a bill or a motion. So I oppose the idea. I oppose the idea of a virtual chamber to linger on afterwards. I think everything has to be fit for purpose. So what is the purpose? Is it just to fill in hours of time, or is it to achieve some type of common agreement on amendments or common agreement on what the bill will actually do? If it's just to fill time, there is no purpose in having a second chamber. We have this chamber ready to carry on that debate. Whether it's a quality debate is up to members to decide.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the member from Calgary-Shepherd for this important dialogue that we're having today. And I appreciate multiple members in the House have said very clearly, this is not necessarily the position of my party, but it is something that I think about. And today what we're discussing is really the fundamentals of how we do business. So I just want to thank everybody for participating in this conversation, and I look forward to the continued work that will come out of this. My question to the members, one of the concerns that I have as an opposition member is often opposition days are put on Wednesdays or even Fridays, which allow a lot less time for opposition to bring forward their ideas and have meaningful debate in the House. I personally think that this should not happen and that opposition days should be given the time and the rigor that they are well due. And I just wonder if the member has any thoughts on that.
For Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member of the New Democrats for that commentary. And I agree. I mean, oftentimes what happens, I think, is our opposition supply days get put onto a Wednesday as a form of punishment because of wrangling and negotiations between the various House leaders in this chamber. I think if just ahead of every single session or return to Parliament that we have, there were just agreement on which days will be specified at the very beginning, perhaps by standing orders, we could get around this problem because you could then schedule ahead of time every single supply day and have it prearranged as opposed to it being a negotiation that is ongoing to determine which days will be supply days. I know the current system allows the government much more flexibility, which, I'll admit this, the government needs flexibility. If it has emergency legislation, it must bring forward or it must put to an end certain debate. So that could be solved by standing orders, and the member is correct.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with a lot of what the member said. I'm curious if he has a position on the change in the role of the Speaker back in the early, I think it was late 80s, maybe early 90s, when the Speaker started taking on a list of who was speaking in what order. And before that, you literally had to try to stand to catch the eye of the Speaker. And my own personal view is that it's really diminished the quality of the debate if I know that I can come in at 20 after 10, give my speech, and be back in my office for a meeting at 11. I'm wondering if he has a position on whether or not the chair, the Speaker, should continue to have a list rather than the way that it used to be done.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, I would never say, Mr. Speaker, use some type of list that would be against the standing orders. I don't know how you choose who speaks in the House, but catching your eye is the first difficulty of any member, especially new members who are much closer to you, to your sides, would be a difficult task. I think, again, if we adopted United Kingdom's format, where the Speaker at the beginning of a debate on a bill or a motion checks how many members wish to participate, and then takes those members as having first right to participate so long as they stay in the chamber, is a better way of accomplishing exactly those goals. So I would prefer for it to move towards that system. It would also force members to really get to know both the standing orders, the rules of how you're supposed to work here, and understand the issues that they want to raise, and then actually stay in the chamber, participate in a debate beyond just our House duty days, as we call them. And it varies. I see some members very often. I mean, pre-pandemic, they would be in the chamber very often to participate in all debates. And our other members who have very specific issues that either they care about personally or are very important to their constituents. That would be a way to make sure that those members have first opportunities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak about the various options we have procedurally and by way of introduction. As part of my legal training, I went from the civil code at the bar, and then subsequently there was a new civil code, and I had a bit of a hard time understanding what the point was of procedure. And once you really get your hands dirty, you understand better the importance of procedure. And you get a better understanding of what the role of procedure is. And this is the role of procedure is to make sure that things proceed smoothly, and so that we can adapt to change and adapt to new realities like COVID-19. That's a great example. But the principles remain unchanged. So procedure has to be at the service of the law and not the other way around. So that's the case for legal proceedings. In the parliamentary context, procedure should be at the service of the values of Parliament. And in Bosch and Gagnon, there's a quote that I'd like to share with you. Jean-Georges Bourrineau, who's an expert and was a clerk in the House till 2002, he said, "The great principles at the basis of parliamentary law, British law, have never been lost in this Parliament. They protect the minority and guard against the tyranny of the majority. And they protect the public interest in an appropriate and orderly way, giving all members the opportunity to speak within the limits of decorum and to provide for the greatest possible latitude in examining legislation so that no legislation is passed lightly or impulsively. The COVID-19 crisis has given us an opportunity to revisit what are the House's values, and so we had to look at what values we wish to continue to respect in a virtual parliament, and also the issues of transparency, member participation, and accountability. So these are the values that we needed to consider protecting with the virtual parliament. So I don't pretend to know everything. Just like when I was a law student, I didn't understand everything about procedure. But together with some of my more experienced colleagues, we were able to come up with some ideas that might make it easier for our values to shine through in Parliament. The first proposal has to do with adjournment debates, or the late show. The role of that debate is to get an answer to a question that was raised at question period, but for which the answer was perhaps lacking in content or substance. The current late show formula is kind of the same in style as QP, but it just provides for more time for the various participants to make their arguments. So instead of 35 seconds, it's 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. So it's a bit more like a proper debate, a bit more like what you'd see in a court of law. So the COVID-19 committee instead came up with a 5-minute question period, and the answerer had the same amount of time. And so it was more of an alternation. So perhaps it was less a dialogue of the deaf, if you will. Instead of having pre-written questions and answers, And so you get a bit closer to the whole point of a questioning period in order to get some good answers. When it comes to private members' business, or PMB, there should be questions and answers at the end of each speech, because currently only the sponsor fields questions and gives answers. And the speeches that follow let you know what each individual's position is, but you can't confront that person by questioning them. And if there were questions and answers, that could perhaps refine and improve the positions taken and might even help with the committee's review, because it doesn't really get at the ultimate position of the speechmaker. Because when you just present your position, you don't you only talk about the pros and not necessarily the cons. So that's perhaps something that's currently lacking from PMB. Another point on PMB is that it should be possible to retable a bill if there's prorogation. So if a bill had already been previously tabled, you should be able to revive it in a new parliament. For example, the Bloc had a number of bills tabled in January, but then there was a prorogation over the summer, and we didn't get back to dealing with PMB until September or October, and a lot of things happened in the interim. And some of those bills, which had been tabled in January, might have benefited from we could have made some changes to it, or we could have abandoned some in favor of higher priority bills. So it should be possible to make changes. And then when it comes to votes, for example, to elect the speaker, that's done by secret ballot. That vote is more like an election than a normal vote in the House. And that's in the interest of preserving transparency, as I mentioned earlier, as one of our values. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee designates certain things as votable or non-votable, and that's also a secret ballot. But the result should be known. It doesn't have to be a public vote, but at least if we could know the proportions of yeas and nays, if we knew how much support something enjoyed, that would help. Another suggestion is about Fridays. Fridays are one of my favorite days of the week, but we could perhaps reinvent our procedure on Fridays. There should be something like what the Quebec National Assembly has, which are question days. There should be around an hour and a half set aside for members to question a minister. So they can be longer questions, and they can be for a specific designated minister on each Friday. So, for example, at the leaders' meeting on Tuesdays, they could designate which minister they wish to question, and then it's a broader question period than people sitting on a specific committee having the opportunity to question a minister appearing before that committee. It could be for the whole House. So we could simply look at the Friday schedule and perhaps open the House at 9:30 and have that questioning period of one minister until 11, then from 11 to noon QP, and then from noon to 1:30 you could have a minister's questioning period, and then as usual from 1:30 to 2:30 you'd have PMB. So, and that time could be made up for by starting a bit earlier on a Monday, for example. When it comes to committee meetings outside of the sitting calendar, the normal sitting calendar, one suggestion I'd like to make is that it takes there should be more than 4 members required to call a meeting. It should require at least 2 recognized parties to call for a meeting, because otherwise it's too easy for one party to sort of take the committee hostage, call a meeting, and it could become a very partisan thing. Obviously, if there were only 2 parties recognized in the House, that requirement might have to be tinkered with, but we'd like to just make it a bit less partisan, the way a meeting can be called. And my last suggestion is that we create a Wednesday motion that would be votable but not debatable, like a hybrid between a unanimous consent and an opposition motion. So that way, unlike a unanimous consent motion, that would give where each and every member has to individually take a position on the motion because it's votable. It would be an opportunity to proceed a little more quickly because not all motions require a full day's debate like an opposition motion. So this would be a bit of a hybrid or a halfway between a unanimous consent and an opposition day motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to take any questions or comments.
And comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. I too agree with her that I really did enjoy the 5-minute question and comment period. My question is relating to women in politics. We've had to adjust very quickly during the pandemic, including things like remote voting, online committee hearings, and even QP. Do you think that keeping some of the procedures that we've put in place would help encourage and enable more women to enter politics going forward?
Député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, when it comes to having more women in the House and incentives, I think that goes beyond voting. I think we need to review the entire issue, and the Bloc Québécois has brought in some innovative measures by enabling members of caucus with young children to sit from only Tuesday to Thursday so they can spend more time in their riding, not just to do more work in their riding, but to spend more time with their children, as well as the fact that there will be a family room in Centre Bloc that will enable people to work while they also watch their kids. Now, I think it's a much broader issue, and it's more than just a matter of voting. There are many reasons one might not vote, for example, a snowstorm. So the issue of voting is crucial, but virtual voting by itself wouldn't fix the issue. We need a broader approach. The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if my colleague touched on this, but when it comes to e-voting, I think it would be a good idea to commission a study to see how much time would be saved per member by electronic voting. I think it would be nice to know how much time would be saved. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, I don't think we need a study. I think we can see quite clearly that a recorded division in the House takes about 8 minutes, but over Zoom, as we've seen, it takes 40 to 50 minutes. With the application currently under study, we could expect it to take around 5 minutes because that's the amount of time we have to vote, which is actually a bit shorter than a recorded division in the House. But once the pandemic is over, I don't think that the time efficiency that we'll gain once the pandemic is over will be worth it, given that we would sacrifice the presence of people in the House to do their regular work.
Comments, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member. I know that her and I have had very interesting conversations in Proc about what a virtual parliament would look like, and I think the responsibility of all of us as members to look at how we would change to modify our behavior during this pandemic has been one that has taken a lot of thought. She did mention in her speech about the reality that this government prorogued and that meant a lot of work that had been done was stopped. And I'm just wondering if that is something we should also be looking at in terms of standing orders, the ability of the government to do that without any consultation with other parties, or it really gives them a lot of power. I'm wondering what her thoughts are on that.
La députée de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Yes, we worked together on PROC, and we heard about prorogation, the legality of prorogation, and without wanting to steal the scoop, I would invite my colleague to listen to our parliamentary leader, the member for La Prairie, who will spend most of his time discussing the matter of prorogation. But I do think we need to set up some guidelines in order to make prorogation a better tool that isn't just a partisan one.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And for those wondering why we're here today debating standing orders in the midst of a pandemic, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation, according to our own standing orders, to have this debate within a brief period of the initiation of the new parliament. And so that's why this discussion is happening today. And I would remind folks, through you, Mr. Speaker, that everything that we're talking about is referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee of the House of Commons. They're the ones that then do the follow-up on revision of the standing orders. So I'll be referencing the Procedure and House Affairs, but from here on, I'll be referring it by its short name, PROC. And COVID has really shown that we can modernize our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall from the date of Confederation, we had standing orders in place that were basically based on the supposition that a member of parliament, for example, from my area in New Westminster in British Columbia, would be taking the train right across the country and staying in Ottawa throughout the parliamentary session. So I would be there for that entire period. Then following the Second World War, Mr. Speaker, we moved to standing orders that reflected more the ability of members of parliament to go to and fro across the country through air travel. Now, through COVID, we've seen a modernization, albeit during the pandemic, showing that we can modernize in the digital age. And I'd like to start right there, because the idea of a virtual vote, virtual committees, having that type of tool available to parliamentarians is something that PROC should be considering. First off, for the reality being, if we are in our constituencies, particularly if we come from the north or from British Columbia, provinces that are further away from Ottawa, I have been in a situation since I've become a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, of traveling back and forth across the country for a vote. So traveling to Ottawa, traveling back, a 20-hour round trip for what is a 2-second action, standing in the House of Commons and voting. Virtual voting allows me to better serve my constituents, and it's something PROC should look into. Also, if we're trying to make a family-friendly parliament, the reality again of a member of parliament having to leave their children again to come to Parliament for that 2-second vote, as opposed to the various tools that we put into place during COVID, is something again that the PROC committee should be looking at. And finally, the environmental cost of going back and forth across the country, either for that 2-second vote in the House of Commons, and the implications, of course, for greenhouse gas emissions, but also for committees. Numerous times over the course of the last few years, I've been called to Ottawa for committee hearings in majority governments that have been convened by the opposition members, and the majority of parliamentarians who belong to the government side have shut down that committee hearing. So it's been a 2-minute meeting. Again, a 20-hour trip back and forth. We need to have PROC look into the advisability of using these tools both for the environment, but also for family and for better service for constituents. Also, the principle of deferred votes is something that we need to keep in mind as well, and PROC will hopefully study that important ramification of rather than us all being in Ottawa at that time for a vote that could come at any moment, having a deferred vote schedule, it makes more sense. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get into the issue of the confidence convention. I raised it with the member from Winnipeg North, and I won't get into the issue of aligning our main estimates for more transparency with the budgetary process. These are things that later commentary from my esteemed colleague from Elmwood Transcona and my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford, who's very dedicated as well to parliamentary traditions, they will be speaking more in this regard. But I wanted to go over 5 other areas where things can be improved in the standing orders. And again, this is all suggestions for PROC to study. First, on accountability, to have majority governments not being able to change the standing orders is something that needs to be looked at. Secondly, the issue of time allocation or closure, having a stricter framework around that so it can't be used so simply. Thirdly, the issue of prorogation and whether or not that respects parliamentary norms. Having it in the standing orders, of course, gives the Governor General more ability to accept or not the issue of prorogation when it is improperly formulated. Then there's the issue of opposition days. My colleagues have mentioned not having them on Wednesday or Friday. The member for North Island, Powell River, mentioned that very eloquently a few moments ago. Having more late show question periods, and if we have virtual ability, of course, sometimes ministers could be participating as well. So having more late shows as a follow-up to question period answers that are not sufficient, not adequate. And then the issue of take note debates, either allocating them and potentially allocating them to recognized parties, or either having take note debates that are triggered through petitions. These are all ways that would increase accountability, and it's all things that hopefully PROC will be looking into. Then in terms of modernizing and committees, currently we have a very laborious process around dissenting and complementary reports, as you know, Mr. Speaker. Those should be automatic for opposition parties, and all oppositional recognized parties should be able to table and speak briefly to those reports when they are tabled in the House of Commons. We have, again, a very complex process after an election with steering committees and vice chairs, and if they're allocated to all recognized parties, that eliminates what can be complex negotiations. And to have committees have the right or the ability to table bills after study seems to be, when they have studied very carefully something, that they then have the ability to actually table legislation on that. It seems to be an interesting idea that PROC should more fully explore. For question period, a number of the opposition colleagues have mentioned the ability to go to more of a back and forth in question period. We certainly saw this with Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, and this is a way of getting more information to the public. So that Committee of the Whole model, or back and forth between members of the opposition and members of government, is something that should be explored, whether that's a one time a week or perhaps a major modernization of our question period as a whole. Then there's the issue of private members' business, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem, which is a logjam with the Senate. What that means is that often private members' legislation is passed and then just sits in the Senate. We need to find a way to expedite legislation that is passed by democratically elected members of the House of Commons through the Senate. We also need more time allocation for private members' business in the House of Commons. And of course, if we're using these other virtual tools that we've used during COVID, we can extend hours in Parliament. If there is more flexibility around that vote, obviously, Mr. Speaker, that is something that could make a difference to include more time for private members' business. Private members' business should have a priority over Senate bills. And currently, as you know, Mr. Speaker, when a private member's bill is deemed as non-votable and there's an appeal, that person, that member of Parliament who has brought forward the appeal, loses their right to their private member's business if the appeal is not accepted by the House of Commons. That's something that PROC should be exploring. Finally, there's the issue of the order paper, Mr. Speaker, and making it easier to read. It tends to be very gummed up at the end of a parliamentary session. En bref, Monsieur le Président.
In short, Mr. Speaker, We can modernize the standing orders, and we have put tools in place during the pandemic to ensure that we can help our constituents, particularly those MPs that are outside the Greater Ottawa region, and to ensure that MPs with families can maintain that family time and respect the environment. There's also the issue of confidence. It's not something that the government should define alone. We have the opportunity here within this study on the standing orders to provide a framework for those questions of confidence and prorogation, those very important questions when it comes to a minority government as well as majority governments. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my speech, and I await for questions and comments from my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleagues' comments, especially with respect to the value of working in consensus around changes to the standing orders and the idea of expansion of late shows and having ministerial participation in late shows. I think that that's very worthwhile. I would like his comments on 2 points. First of all, he spoke about committees meeting remotely. One of the concerns I have about committees meeting remotely is that it actually leads to a decline in the committee's autonomy, because right now they have to fit into limited predefined slots. So I think it would be worthwhile for remote committees to continue to be masters of their own domain, to be able to schedule as many meetings as they want, to be able to schedule extra meetings that they want, and to have the flexibility around setting their own schedule. Also, he spoke about remote voting, but on the other hand, we would generally want to have a culture during normal times where members are in Ottawa when the House is sitting so that they can participate in debate. So there wouldn't be a need for long flights back and forth just for a vote if members were planning on being in Ottawa for debates taking place Monday to Thursday. I'd appreciate his comments on that. Thank you.
Well, Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the members' questions. They're important, as always, but the first issue that he's raising around committees is actually not an issue of the standing orders. It's an issue of our technological ability within the administration of the House of Commons, and certainly as far as the technology is concerned, we've seen significant progress over the course of the last few months through the pandemic. I would agree with him. Committees need to be able to meet when they need to meet, and that is a technological issue that needs to be overcome. And I think all members of Parliament from all parties should be putting pressure and putting the resources in place so that the House of Commons administration can allow committees to do just that.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the remark about requiring consensus to change the standing orders, and I know that the Conservative colleague who spoke before me raised the same thing, but it does beg the question as to why earlier in 2020, when an opposition motion came forward to change the standing orders to add opposition days that was introduced by the Conservatives and supported by the NDP, was accepted by both these members. But I digress. But if I may continue, Mr. Speaker, with respect to his comment about a majority government not being able to change the standing orders, okay, I'm just curious how you bring forward standing order to actually enforce that. I mean, is that something that's enforceable? Because can't you just always waive that if you wanted to? Like, I'm asking, I think what is a legitimate question here is, like, how do you bring in some kind of legislation that makes that enforceable?
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his questions. First off, though, the issue of the opposition day didn't change the standing orders. So his first comment I would disagree with quite strenuously. But the further issue of the changes to the standing order, this is something that I think a number of us have raised, and we're submitting it to Procedure and House Affairs. It could require potentially some other changes beyond the standing order, but we leave it in the hands of the Procedure and House Affairs to look into that important issue. But the reality is it shouldn't be one party, whether it's in a majority situation, that is able to unilaterally change the standing orders. There can be some agreement in terms of what a minimum consensus might require in order to do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to my honourable colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster. In the course of his speech, he alluded to the various ways in which we modernized on the fly. You couldn't imagine a parliamentary system much more encrusted in tradition than our own, and yet we leapt into, well, we might say we leapt into the 20th century, but we're in the 21st. My question to our members, do you think we should at this point, does he believe we should at this point have standing orders that are acceptable in a pandemic situation, somehow defined by all, that actually move into place right away so that we don't have what we went through? We've now invented a lot of ways to operate virtually. Should those be concretized as standing orders for use in situations like this, but not otherwise?
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I thank my colleague from Saanich and the Islands, and she is well aware that tragically we may be facing future pandemics because of the climate crisis. We have seen a number of indications that this pandemic may sadly not be the last unless we get a handle on the climate emergency, and that requires a real and effective intervention to do so. So I think her suggestion makes some real sense, that we put in place a pandemic group of standing orders for what hopefully will not reoccur, but could very well, from a lot of the scientific information, could reoccur in the next few years.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charlevoix.
Speaker, it's a real pleasure for me to speak today on the standing orders, and I want to clarify that, of course, the views that I'm going to express right now are my own. Everyone who knows me knows I really like rules a lot. In fact, I volunteered to be on PROC because I really like rules. And I'm probably one of the very few MPs who've read the standing orders multiple times and Bosque and Gagnon, but I digress. I really miss being in the chamber, and I understand why we aren't. And I'm hopeful that this is something that eventually we get back in the chamber. And I'm looking at my colleague just on the screens, and just usually in the chamber, we're able to look at each other. We're able to kind of gauge, you know, the reaction. We're able to give back feedback, and unfortunately we don't get those social cues. Some of the areas that I think we should look at are Standing Order 31. We say they should not, that they could not be used for improper use, and I think we need to define what is improper use. Reading Bosque and Gagnon, there are references to personal attacks, using poetry, all things that unfortunately I don't think that are being looked at in reality, because what's happening in the chamber during SO31s is not necessarily what I think the intent of an SO31 was. So I'd like to see those clarified, because it seems to be an extension of question period where members are given a minute to basically say whatever they want to say and use that as their clip on social media. So I'd like to see that looked at in terms of defining it. With respect to that, SO18 refers to using disrespectful language towards other members, and I'm noticing an increase in disrespectful language in tone, but I'm also seeing that in committee in terms of when we speak to witnesses. I've seen some members actually berate a witness. I've seen, witnesses are there on their accord. They're there to give their testimony. But when the tone is to the point that I have to, intervene on as a chair, I think we need to look at that. We are responsible for what our actions, and I understand parliamentary privilege may protect us. We still do have a responsibility to treat people with dignity and respect. Now, one thing that I'm sure my colleague from Winnipeg Centre was going to bring up, but this one drives me crazy, is the use of unanimous consent motions on a point of order. We are seeing literally almost after every question period, a member standing up on a point of order and trying to bring forward a unanimous consent motion where we know that motions cannot be put forward on a point of order. So I would like this practice to stop and to use points of order as they are intended, and that I think that that's what we should be focusing on. Another area I'd like to bring up, and some of my colleagues have brought up virtual parliament and so on, what we do indirectly, what we can't do directly, we shouldn't be able to do indirectly. So for instance, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at my Zoom screen, and, you know, if we were in the chamber, we wouldn't be allowed to be on the telephone. So I'm watching members, watching me speaking on the phone, which we shouldn't normally be able to do. And I think we should have the respect for our colleagues, for this institution, that if we are in the virtual chamber, we are the equivalent of being in the chamber. And I think we need to be mindful of that. Proper attire. So I believe this was brought up from one of my colleagues from Brossard Saint-Lambert in the last parliament in terms of the day for standing orders. And I'm just going to read this because this, I think, is very telling for my fellow female MPs. But according to chapter 11, page 611 of Boston Gagnon, it says very clearly, current practice requires that male members wear jackets, shirts, and ties. Clerical collars have been allowed, although ascots and turtlenecks have been ruled inappropriate for male members participating in debate. And that any member desiring to speak at any point during the proceedings of the House must be wearing contemporary business attire. This is not just the House of men. There are 100 women members of Parliament, and I would like to see that we are reflected in the rules of order and decorum, that if we should define what is a suitable attire, business attire, because I don't think that stretch pants should be in the House of Commons, but that's just me. And last but not least, this is something that is not in the standing orders. It is in the bylaws and policies with respect to the Parliament of Canada Act under the Board of Internal Economy and the members' allowances and services. I firmly believe that members of Parliament represent all of the citizens in their riding. So for instance, I was elected in Longueuil-Charlemagne in 2015. I represent all 105,000 people in my riding. I do not have any indication of my party affiliation in my office. I do not put out any documentation with party affiliation using parliamentary resources. So I do not feel that it is appropriate for parliamentarians to either be wearing masks with a party logo, sending out householders with a party logo, or putting advertising with a party logo using parliamentary resources. I know this was an issue in previous parliaments, but I think it's something that we need to look at in terms of adding it to the standing orders in terms of code of conduct. I want any person who lives in my riding to feel free that they can come to my office and come and speak to me, come and get service, regardless of how they voted or if they voted. They are represented by me, and they should not have a big L facing them, because then they don't feel they're included. And I've heard this since I've been elected. Les personnes qui viennent me voir.
People who come to see me, and the first thing out of their mouths are, I'm sorry, I didn't vote Liberal. It doesn't matter.
I'm here to serve you. That's what I do. So I don't think that we should be allowed to use parliamentary resources in terms of householders, advertising dollars, or our parliamentary offices to have logos of our political parties or the names of our political parties. I am the member of Parliament for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Point final. So I would like to see that in the code of conduct that is included, and that the Board of Internal Economy look at that, because I'm seeing more and more advertising with logos that I think is inappropriate and not really, I don't think taxpayers should be paying for that. If you'd like to put your party logo, your EDA should pay for that, or it should be during election expense, is my point. Now, and last but not least, voting virtually. We are in unprecedented times. We've said this multiple times. I'm sure someone's got a bingo sheet that's now checking that off. this is temporary, in my opinion. We cannot all be in the chamber for health reasons. One day we will be back and we will be in the chamber. And I enjoy standing my position in the chamber to vote. I can understand for this point in time, we are in unprecedented times that we need to be able to vote in a secure way, but also in a way that is expeditious. I just can imagine a 30-hour voting session on Zoom and how that would look. So while I understand at this point we should be using virtual voting, I am looking forward to the day that we are back in the chamber all together, debating and voting our conscience and voting as per the wishes of our constituents. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will cede my time and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Alors,
Since the subject for this debate today it means that there is much interest in asking questions and therefore getting answers, we will try. I invite members to take part in this debate. It's not really based on party. It's a little bit different. So questions and comments. First to the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. She's probably not too far away from me when she's making her speech. I'm in Longueuil and I say hello. When we talk about procedure, what has really been strange for me for the past year and a half is the questions that the government asks itself during question period. I think it makes no sense. Some questions are asked by a backbencher, a Liberal backbencher asked of a Liberal minister, and then says, well, thank you, I want to thank you for that very relevant question, and so on. But it's a scripted question and answer, and everybody knows it. The journalists know it. We know it. It's really self-promotion and the government patting itself on the back. I think that has no place in question period. The government has lots of time to present its opinions. It's really not appropriate during question period. It should be reserved for the opposite members to ask questions. That's my opinion. The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague and neighbor. In fact, I agree. I think there are 3 questions, friendly questions for the government side. And in my opinion, I think that it would be a good idea for backbenchers to be able to write their own question that they can then ask ministers. That's my opinion. So I do agree with my colleague on that.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member suggested that the practice right now that's emerged where there are these unanimous consent motions after every single question period, just like there are points of order. I'm wondering whether she would perhaps agree to a system where we do what happens during late proceedings, adjournment debates, that be moved to the end of question period to stop that practice right now. I get the same amount of angst as many members do when you're trying to attentively pay attention. What is this latest UC or unanimous consent motion? Many of them should be done by private members' bills, private members' motions, or they could be done as an opposition supplied. So I'm wondering whether she would agree perhaps that a better system would be simply to have at the end of question period a prolonged adjournment proceeding, the same system 4 and 2, to allow for more in-depth questioning of the minister and then carrying on with orders of the day.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlevoix.
I think we're in agreement in terms of the use of points of order coming out of a question period where they're actually not points of order. They are unanimous consent motions, which can be addressed through other methods in the House, as he indicated. And I am in agreement that if something should be brought forward, whether it be through a PMB or a private member's motion, I think it should be brought through that tool and not used as a point of order, because we are getting to the point that literally after every question period, I see members standing up on a point of order that are not points of order. And as a chair of a committee, it is pretty hard for me to then follow the rules and regulations and say that's not a point of order. You cannot move a motion on a point of order when it's being done in the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. One of the things that I noted when we were in the very beginning of COVID and we were having the COVID committee meetings, one of the things I really appreciated was the questioning back and forth and the time for the member to ask a question, to get a response, respond. And that back and forth I thought was very healthy and led to further debate. And I'm just wondering if she has any thoughts through you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, about how we could frame our question period to be a little more about meaningful debate and giving answers to our constituents and all Canadians. Thank you.
La députée.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Longueuil Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for her questions, and it's actually an excellent one, and I agree. I think when you're working with a 35-second window, we've turned it almost to a gotcha moment during QP, and that was one of the first things that I heard when I came in, was elected in 2015, and I saw my first question period where members screaming at us and wondering what's going on, and then I was told it's theater, and there's nothing more disturbing than to hear that question period is theater. It is a time to answer questions that are on the minds of Canadians. And I agree, having a little opportunity to go back and forth, to get more in depth and, to probe and to question a little further, I think is healthy. Whereas right now, question period has become the theater. It has become, how can I get my clip to get it on Facebook or to get it on Twitter as my aha moment? And unfortunately, it obviously impacts our capacity to work together for everything better for Canadians, and to actually get back and forth some ideas on what would you recommend. Okay, I think this is a great idea, and that's what Canadians want. They want us to work together. They don't want to hear us screaming and yelling at each other.
The other point I'll just add on questions and comments, and members were very good in that last 5 minutes. Throughout the day today on debate on this motion, all of the question and comment periods will only be 5 minutes, and there is lots of interest. So we appreciate the members' cooperation in keeping their remarks, questions, and responses concise, as certainly they were in this last round. I compliment members in that regard. We'll now go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to join this debate. And I will declare from the outset that I'm not a procedural scholar or a particular expert in the standing orders, but I have some strong feelings about a number of ways that this place works. And also, as most other members have pointed out, my views are, of course, my own as well. And I do want to start with just talking a little bit about the standing orders in general and how they have served Canadians really since long before Confederation. Some of our standing orders go right back to the Assembly House of Lower Canada, 230 years old. Dozens of our rules date back from these times, and they are a part of how and why our democratic institutions are, in my opinion, extraordinarily successful. The promise of contained in our Constitution of peace, order, and good government has been largely a function of, and the success we've had in those areas are a function of how we govern ourselves in Parliament. And so changes to the standing orders ought not to be taken lightly, and I don't support a lot of the changes that have been discussed from time to time. I certainly oppose the changes that the government proposed in the spring of 2016. I don't support the idea of building in programming to bills, either by proc or giving the government the ability to do so. I'm not going to talk about tinkering with the sitting calendar or the daily rubric, although I'm intrigued by the member for Calgary-Shepherd's idea on moving question period at the start of the day. But I'm going to talk a little bit before I get to my main point, which is about debate. the idea of any sort of permanence being added to remote voting or remote debating. And I really oppose any type of permanence to these things for a variety of reasons. I don't even have time to really get into all of it, but there is something just inherently critical about being in close proximity to each other in the chamber, being able to gauge emotional response in debate, being together as we vote, and bringing members into contact with each other is extremely important. And there are enormous factors that will and can isolate colleagues from each other without adding any type of permanence to voting. I don't believe that even remote voting could do a whole lot to promote a sense of family friendliness. Cutting off Fridays or eliminating Friday doesn't do it either. Yes, it makes travel a little bit different, but by condensing and pushing hours into the other days of the week, you create different types of unfriendliness for the work environment and families. But what I actually want to get into are how we debate, and if I have time at the end, maybe a little bit on committees. So on debate, this is a debating chamber, and debate is perhaps the most important tool that members have to represent their constituents, and it's how opposition and governing party backbenchers can influence government. But if Canadians watched, if a member of the public were watching in the gallery, they would see dull, debate, not particularly informative. This format that we have of 10-minute speeches that are usually read or at least done with significant notes, just to put specific points on the record that are generally unsurprising and a regurgitation of known party positions, and repeating that over and over again all day is not the best way to have debate. It's really at the end of these 10-minute sessions, when we have a 5-minute questions and comments moment, that the true debate begins, and that's when members are there and their ideas are tested, and it's really where a member of the public, never mind other members of Parliament, are most likely to learn some insight into the member's position or to gain better knowledge of the bill. So the member for Calgary-Shepherd also, he'd already talked today about the UK model, and I certainly have tremendous support for the idea of moving in that direction, where they have a long tradition of members allowing other members to intervene during speeches. In the UK Parliament, it's perfectly normal for an MP or several MPs to rise while a member is speaking, and it's the member's choice whether or not to yield to another member, and they can have time added back for when they yield for another intervention. It takes even the speaker out of it, where the member who has the time slot can manage who speaks. So a member can make a speech in 3 or 4 minutes, make make the main points they want to, provoke response on the other side. They see other members rise to either rebut a point, to agree with a point, or to bring in other information, and that's when you really get the back and forth. And in their parliament, it's considered bad form not to yield one's time, and members will be heckled for failing to let other members jump into debates. So you can have a seamless transition where there's much back and forth. So I would really like to see the Canadian Parliament to really look at how we do that. But even if we didn't go all out that way and adopt the UK's system of interventions within a speech, if nothing else, we could just perhaps change the proportion of speech versus questions and comments. I think our daily, most members could imagine this more easily, a speech where you only have 5 minutes to make your canned points that you want to get on the record, and then have 10 minutes of questions and comments. That would be a simple change that really wouldn't fundamentally change how debate in our chamber is managed as far as the speaker and the House leaders. So, but it would allow for much more participation and would have a much more edifying and engaged debate. There are lots of other ways we could improve debate, like the question period itself could be changed to where questions are allotted, or when the speaker recognizes someone to ask a question, where they are automatically given 2 questions, so that the questions are always in 2 question blocks. That way, the person who is asking the question can automatically then follow up with another question that is related to the response from the first. So I'm already running out of time. There's I wanted to say something about late shows. We could just change late shows too to go from a 10-minute slot to 5, and without even changing the rubric of the daily routine, we could go from 3 to 5 late shows. Maybe putting that right after question period. That's been discussed today. Maybe not a bad idea, but at a minimum, open it up so that maybe you go 2, 2, 1, and 1 rather than 4, 4, 1, and 1, and get more late shows in. I don't know if I'm going to have time to talk much about committees, but our committees right now, I would consider or ask maybe Proc to look into or study the idea of committee membership being determined by secret ballot. Rather than having whips supply lists of members for committee, have members have to actively campaign between both their own caucus and other caucuses, and be chosen for their subject matter expertise, their ability to work with others. I think you would have committees much more. The reports would carry more weight. They would be less partisan and be driven more toward strong reports that a government would be less able to easily ignore. And so there's many great comments. I wanted to try and touch on a lot of the things that have already come up today, and I think I am running out of time. But we want the public to be able to see that their MPs are able to engage in debate, are able to use their voices in Parliament, to be part of committees that are relevant and that produce reports that will have impact with the government. These are all changes that I think we can make, but I wouldn't want to see large whole-scale changes to the standing orders. They've served Canadians well for centuries.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is specific to virtual voting, and keeping in mind that young families, those who may be going through a difficult situation in their life, people who are maybe suffering from an illness. I know in other countries like Israel, they've had virtual voting for certainly procedural matters for a very long time. We now know that this can happen in Canada in a relatively straightforward way. We have a virtual voting app that we're likely to have online very soon. I wonder what the member thinks about implementing virtual voting on a more permanent basis, specific to either procedural votes or specific to situations like my own, where I am a father of a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Well, Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
One of the tools that's already been debated today that I felt strongly could have and should have been built into the COVID response is a much more widespread use of vote pairing, where in the case of a member who is ill or on a situation of travel. I know that many, I live far away from Ottawa, but I'm close to an airport with a direct flight. I know that other members it takes a long time to get here. I think that it should be much more acceptable or normal to pair votes. And well, I'm going to have to leave it at that and go for more questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I've listened to these debates in the past, and I've heard wonderful ideas and comments that have come up that really, I believe, would help move us forward in a good way. And, you know, unfortunately, I haven't seen us look at really seriously adopting too many of them. But I do want to sort of look at some of the comments in terms of virtual voting. And, you know, my colleague from Burnaby New Westminster, I think, talked about serving his constituents. Well, what many people might not realize is those 30 minutes when those bells are going, it's when if I have something I really want to talk to a minister about, it's my chance for a one-on-one to address a really serious issue in a community. And so, you know, I think sometimes people forget the importance of that ability to interact face-to-face, and how sometimes even something as simple as 30-minute bells and voting do provide for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, that's a great comment, and this is part of the chief reason that I'm so opposed to permanence of virtual voting. That unstructured time that allows colleagues to interact in the chamber or in the lobbies and across the aisle, or to be able to catch another member on the way out from a vote. The voting in the chamber in person compels members to be in close proximity to each other, and there is so much pressure to allow members to isolate themselves and be caught up in their own bubbles, that I think it's invaluable to ensure that members be brought together in the chamber, and voting is one of the ways that really the way that ensures members are there together.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask my honorable colleague, I know during the pandemic, there was a lot of rhetoric around, you know, we have to get back to work in terms of being in the House of Commons, kind of a pushback against the hybrid sittings that we had. I know for me, I was busy working. I've had a number of urgent matters I've had to deal with in my riding during the pandemic, and being home actually allowed me to get back to work with the people that I serve in Winnipeg Centre by being in Winnipeg Centre. I'm wondering if he sees some value in keeping the hybrid approach to make sure that we can truly be with members of our riding and the people who elected us more than previously was allotted prior to the pandemic.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, the member rightly raises the conflict between being available to one's constituents and being engaged in the act of being a legislator in Ottawa. But the criticism around the COVID committee was in that period was the denial of so many of the tools that are available to opposition, not just opposition MPs, but all MPs, one's constituents want members to have the tools available to them to hold the government to account, to be ensure that the government's that Parliament can test the confidence of the government's confidence can be tested by the by Parliament. So yes, there is undoubtedly a balance to be had, but and that's why we don't sit every week. That's why there are plenty of constituency weeks built into the calendar throughout its normal functioning. So I think the pre-COVID balance of the calendar was about right, and I wouldn't support deviating from that or going ahead with permanent virtual
We'll need to get on with resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages and responsible for the Canadian Northern Development Agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the others have said, I will be just giving my own personal opinions. I haven't talked to anyone member from any party on my ideas. As a former member of PROC, former chair of PROC, I think the results of this debate may depend exactly on how PROC deals with it. PROC is a very, very busy committee. It has a lot of things to do, and there's been serious major issues raised today that PROC just wouldn't have time to get to. So major things like electronic voting or a second chamber, I really think PROC should consider creating subcommittees that could have other members, not just from PROC on them, to deal with some of these major issues, and some of them actually then may get dealt with. My major point today is one I've been pushing for years now, and I'll take this opportunity to do it again, and that's to have, when we get back in the House, to have electronic voting in the House. I'm chair of the Arctic Nations parliamentarians, 7 Arctic nations, and every one of those has electronic voting. I don't think, you know, when you could do in a couple of minutes what now takes several hours for a few votes, I don't think it serves people well. There's millions and millions and millions of dollars spent. I don't think workers in Canada appreciate millions and millions and millions of dollars of their money being spent just so people can stand up before it goes in Hansard, because that's where everyone finds out your record is in Hansard. And if you have a button on your desk, you just push it, they all show up on a screen of how you voted, and then it goes in Hansard and everyone knows. There's also the opportunity cost. People are constantly saying they want more time to discuss a bill, important bills, and yet you're taking hours upon hours and hours away each session. That can't occur just because people are standing up one at a time. There could, for those who are questions about this, it could be done in trials. There could be certain votes that it doesn't apply to where you still stand. We could do trial sessions, things like have happened in the hybrid parliament. But as the former member of the Green Party, Senator Gulf Island, said, I think we really need to get into the 20th century even and really make Parliament more efficient in that way. And perhaps the Library of Parliament could do a study, or maybe they already have, on how this is done around the world, as it is in many places. I'd just like to raise some other potential points. One is, I don't think it makes sense to have require unanimous consent to start the committees. Second is, I think Sweden has votes only on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And I think that type of discipline would certainly free up a lot of members that have other urgent things to do that may or may not be able to be there. And as the NDP member said, travel 20 hours for a 10-minute vote. Another point that PROC has dealt with electronic voting before, actually, and said it was something that could be discussed in the future, as they did with the second chamber. You know, the House of Commons in Britain and I think Australia both have a second chamber, and that gives more MPs time to speak. You hear time and time again that more MPs would have liked to speak on a bill or a chance to speak. You've heard it today. And a second chamber would allow that, as they do in those parliaments. The second, and this is great timing for the PROC to do a study on that, because we have a second chamber being built in the center block, and we have this one in the west block. And the other point is, in a pandemic or an emergency, such as some damage to a house, then we'd be ready to go. So there's another reason to do that as well. Friday sittings, as we proved, virtual parliament works very well. So there's no reason that Friday sittings and even Monday mornings could be done by virtual parliament. Like sometimes in the past, because of my travel of 28 hours and 8 airports every weekend, I could get home at Saturday night, depending on delays in airplanes and everything. And, 8 hours later, have to get on 4 planes again at 4 a.m. Sunday to get back here. So Fridays and Monday mornings are terribly inappropriate for my young family. Just to go on record again, I hope PROC reports on Center Block renovations, and particularly for women with children in the empty courtyard, I've been pushing for a playground there. On the item of the standing order that lets a member be heard, I don't think that should require a vote. Should be another process for that because it's just a good way for any party that wants to waste time. I think that there should be another thing that PROC should discuss, or a subcommittee of PROC, is just the rules for a pandemic and for other emergencies that could occur, such as a fire, etc. More detailed potential rules so that we could just carry on regardless of what happens. And a good example is obviously a standing order related to social distancing, for instance, in a pandemic, or a fire that requires movement to another building, maybe the second House of Commons. I also think that the points made about unanimous consent is very important. You know, we spend sometimes 3 readings, hours in committees, 3 votes, and then the same thing all through the House in the Senate, in the other place, to discuss some major issues that are important to Canadians. Very thoughtful consideration throughout our system. Lots of protection to make sure it's done right and thought out carefully. And then someone can raise a unanimous consent motion, and you got 10 seconds to think about it and decide on something major. So I think that has to be looked at, how that could be made more efficient and relevant and appropriate. Also, it was also mentioned today, and I agree, is I think it was the NDP mentioned, former House leader that the order of a private member's draw. I too was in Parliament for, I think, well over a decade, because each time I didn't get drawn for a private member's bill. And the way that could be fixed up a bit is that your order could be carried over from one Parliament to the next if you happen to get reelected. And I know that's been proposed before. Also, I think programming of government bills and programming in general is a very good idea. It's done in many other houses where you sit down, the parties, the opposition parties, and the government sit down to decide how long and how things would be discussed. I think the Library of Parliament or a perceptive journalist, if they were to do a study of how much time was spent on some very, very, very serious issues compared to some that could be dealt with very quickly, it wouldn't be appropriate. And that's because there was not programming done. And programming would then have more time for things that are very serious consequences, very important to Canadians, and could have a better order in the House and not lead to all these extensive delays and everything that really aren't productive and reduces the number of times a person can speak on very important things that they want to speak on. So I think that there's a lot of things that PROC could discuss, but they're going to have to work out how they can do it because their plate is already full. And so they would have to set up committees or set up a process to be able to deal with some of these things and really get serious to deal with these serious issues. But there's so many of them that need a process to deal with them all. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. Going back to the last Parliament and the debates we had at PROC, he's heard me speak on these subjects for 10 hours at a time. So so I'm sure he won't mind an additional question. He mentioned facilities on the Hill, recognizing the presence of young women with children. I do want to just observe that that men have children too, and these issues are certainly live for young fathers as well. And I think it's important to note that that is a balance that male as well as female members of parliament are often trying to strike. I wanted to ask, following up his comments on the unanimous consent issue, it's interesting to me that members are speaking about the unanimous consent use of it here during the standing orders debate. Of course, all it would take is one of those members to commit to consistently opposing all requests for unanimous consent and to say so. That would really be all it would take. Of course, the member who did that would have to commit to saying no then in every case, including in cases where the cause put forward through a unanimous consent motion was a very popular one. So I'm just curious to know from the member, if he's prepared to take that position.
We're going to have to go to the honourable member for Yukon.
I just think that if there's a way that people could have more time to deal with some of those very important motions would be helpful. On the electronic voting, I forgot to mention that already 3 parties, and I think probably 4 when they get to speak, will be supporting that. And as far as the point the member made about men with young children, yes, I have a 9-year-old and a 12-year-old, but I didn't want to bring up my situation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Alors, la députée de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think many of us agree on the usefulness of electronic voting. The fact that it will take less time and that it will also cost less taxpayers' money. It will take less time, less than the minimum of 20 minutes we're experiencing. But my other colleagues are also right when they say that when we vote together, we're in a space together where we can see each other and react differently. So does my colleague have any suggestions about the lack of a common space where we can speak openly together? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and thank you for the excellent question. I think we're not decreasing the time that Parliament sits. We're just giving more time to important input into important issues, as opposed to spending an hour or 2 or 3 hours just having people stand up and sit down when their vote's already recorded.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary and the member from the Yukon for his intervention. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering about the use of parliamentary privilege in terms of selecting to participate in person or virtually in either a debate or a vote, and whether that's something that PROC could give members of Parliament the freedom to choose whether they participate versus having one system dictated or another system dictated.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that's a great idea for PROC to look at, and then PROC could make recommendations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And as a person who lives on this side of the country, I appreciate the long trip that it is to get to Ottawa and how time-consuming that is for all of us over here. My question is really around private members' business. This is something that I feel very strongly about, that we don't have enough time, enough opportunity for people to bring forward their private members' business for us to have meaningful debate. I think it's important that all members have an opportunity to share ideas and for them to be debated. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is what happens when it gets to the other place. And often there's obstruction and foot dragging. I think of last Parliament and some amazing private members' business that had been done that was just blocked. And I think that's absolutely wrong. I'm wondering if the member has any ideas of how we can make sure those voices are heard and those private members' bills are passed through Senate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I won't comment on the other place. They make their own rules. But on the first point, a very good point. And I think it supports my point about looking at a second chamber. of the House of Commons, because in a second chamber, you could have more private members' bills, you could have more debate, and more people can speak in government bills, and that'd be an excellent way of increasing the ability to have a more meaningful debate, and more MPs could actually get a private member's bill forward.
And before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I'll let him know that we're just short of the 10 minutes that he would normally have for his 10-minute speech, but we'll be interrupted by the statements by members at 2 o'clock. So I'll give him the usual signal. Of course, he'll have the remaining time when we get back to debate on the motion later this day. So we'll go now to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this day is always a favorite for me, where we talk about what Parliament is and what Parliament could become by debating the rules that govern its operations. As we do so, let us keep our purpose squarely in mind. The rules should be so constructed not out of consideration for the comfort or well-being of members, but out of consideration for the common good of the nation we serve. This debate today reminds us how blessed we are to live in a country with long-standing and robust democratic institutions and traditions. I'm thinking today about what the people of Burma have endured and are facing ahead, having struggled to achieve a partial democracy and then to see even that very limited democracy knocked down by another military coup. Canada must engage swiftly in response to events in Burma. Some members will recall that I spent a great deal of time in this place in the last Parliament calling for sanctions against Min Aung Hlaing, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces responsible for the Rohingya genocide. This House recognized that genocide, but the government failed to sanction many leading members of the armed forces, and we see today the results of a failure to hold people accountable for such serious crimes. Of course, many minority communities in Burma, and Rohingya in particular, were deeply disappointed by the role Burma's democratic leadership played during the genocide. Sadly, not all democratic politics is inclusive. I hope that when Burma's democratic leaders get their second chance with democracy, they will do more to counter violence against minorities and promote an inclusive concept of nationhood that includes the Rohingya and all other national minorities. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of our Parliament, I would like to start by talking about question period. Question period is, of course, terrible and ridiculous, not because of the cacophony of noise that normally accompanies it, but because of the superficial and insubstantial nature of the exchanges that often take place. Generally, the questions are better than the answers, but that has less to do with party and more to do with the fact that government ministers have very little incentives to substantially answer questions. Most poignantly in my own experience was on December 11th, 2019, when I asked the Prime Minister a question about Iran. The Prime Minister responded with a prepared statement about Iraq, which is, of course, a different country. One possible way to improve question period might be to replace the Prime Minister. Proposals have been put forward to changes to the standing orders which would improve question period. Changes such as a requirement that questions be given in advance and that time limits be removed or relaxed so that ministers could be prepared to and have enough time to delve into topics in greater depth. I'm a bit skeptical about how much of a difference these changes would make, though, since these changes would also make it easy for ministers to bore and obfuscate with pre-planned precision. More time will create opportunities for better responses, but it will not compel better responses. These ministers will not start answering questions unless and until the public holds them accountable for their failure to answer questions. One simple rule improvement might be to require that, in addition to oral responses, ministers provide written responses to every question asked in question period prior to the following day's question period, with no constraints on the length of written responses. This would be in addition to, not instead of, the existing process for written questions. This reform would still preserve the important verbal back and forth, but it would also provide ministers with an opportunity to provide more detailed policy information in response. The biggest opportunity for question period reform is to promote the better use and increased prominence of late shows. Late shows provide that opportunity for longer form back and forth on questions previously submitted, precisely what question period reformers want to see. Sadly, late shows virtually never feature the participation of ministers and sometimes involve the reading of pre-written responses by a parliamentary secretary not even responsible for the file. They also occur at the end of the day at a time when media have usually long ago filed their stories and gone home. Social media is creating new opportunities for late shows to reach a wider audience, but I would also suggest that we adjust the scheduling of the day to have late shows immediately before or immediately after question period and to require ministers to answer late show questions on their own files. These modest reforms to question period and to late shows would provide more opportunity for substantive exchanges of ideas about policy issues. One of the common complaints about question period is that it is too noisy. My contention is that, while not always done well, heckling has been a part of the tradition of this place for hundreds of years, and it should remain so. Some members have tried to suggest that it is impolite or even rude to interrupt a member while they are speaking. But what is polite or rude is entirely dependent on the cultural norms and traditions of an environment. It is rude to heckle a musician during a symphony. It is not rude to heckle a referee during a hockey game. It is generally good behavior to avoid interrupting someone during a dinner party, but there are exceptions, such as if you have a particularly relevant point to interject. Clearly, an evaluation of what is and is not polite is dependent on an understanding of the norms and culture of a place, and heckling has always been a part of the culture of the House of Commons. There are a few reasons why heckling is not only a tradition, but a good tradition. There are 338 members in this place, and only one of them can hold the floor at a time. Heckling is a mechanism by which members can be heard, can speak, and can represent the voices of their constituents in short, pointed, and hopefully thoughtful ways, even when they don't have the floor. Heckling allows more voices to be heard more often, and for the House to exercise its collective voice, making approving or disapproving noises in response to what is being said. A concrete example of this is the way in which our Alberta and Saskatchewan caucuses in particular explode in angry noise when other members of this House promote a flagrant disregard for jobs in Western Canada. The cacophony of objection is more than our noise. It is rather a genuine demonstration of the consternation that certain statements stir up among Canadians from those regions. This response allows their voices, the voices of Canadians, to be heard more frequently, even when their elected members do not have the floor. Heckling also creates additional opportunities for back and forth among members. During question period, individual heckles are rarely heard. Heckling is best done during debate, when people can sometimes hear and have time to respond and incorporate a response to that argument in their speech. The culture of Parliament has been and should be an interactive one, where members are listening to each other's speeches, interjecting, and being responded to. These interjections can create a challenge for the person speaking, who these days is often simply trying to get through the task of reading a prepared text written by someone else. But the fact that we at times resemble a read out loud club more than a parliament is a debasement of this institution. We should once again start valuing the substantive and constant back and forth that would better serve the public interest. Of course, heckling can and often is still done badly. Speakers should not be rendered inaudible by shouting, and heckling should be sincere and substantive instead of boring and predictable. So, by the way, should speeches. Sadly, the existing structures of virtual parliament further advance our degeneration into a reading club instead of a proper parliament. Although some have made an honorable effort in this regard, there is currently no way to heckle virtually that honors the tradition of allowing thoughtful interjections that do not overwhelm the speaker. Right now, anyone who heckles virtually comes through at the same register as the speaker and displaces his or her image from the video feed. That's obviously a problem, but it's likely a problem with a technological fix. I'm sure our House of Commons IT team could arrange a way for members to still heckle, but whereby hecklers come through at a much lower register and without their video showing. Absent that change,
I think we'll interrupt the honourable member there at that point, perhaps at a logical juncture for his remarks, and he will have 3 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks when the House next gets back to debate on the question, and then of course the usual time for questions and comments. But we'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, people across Canada will celebrate World Interfaith Harmony Week, February 1st to 7th, 2021, in the spirit of the October 10th, 2010 United Nations resolution sponsored by His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan. The resolution calls for people to come together and learn about each other, which in today's environment is extremely important. Even as people must socially distance, technology has enabled Canadians to celebrate this week with enthusiasm, and this continues to grow. The events of 2021 are primarily virtual and subject to rules of assembly as cities across Canada come together in the spirit of the UN resolution. I would like to recognize the tremendous work of the Toronto Steering Committee for launching and championing the week since 2013 and for their continuous dedication to harmony and peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Speaking of bad heckling, Mr. Speaker, the stats on mental health in Canada were concerning even before COVID. During these past 10 months, we've seen an alarming increase in the number of Canadians struggling with mental health, an increase in substance abuse, overdose, and opioid-related deaths. This pandemic has left people isolated, anxious, and uncertain of what the future holds. Now more than ever, we need a national strategy to support mental health for Canadians. We need all levels of government, civil society, and individual Canadians to come together to end the stigma and increase the resources for mental health. There is help out there, whether it's through wellness hotline, Hope for Wellness hotline, Kids Help Phone, or family and friends. I'll remind us to be kind to ourselves and to each other. It's okay to not feel okay all the time, and we're all in this together. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on January 17th, my community of Mission rallied behind Max. Max was bullied and abused at school. It was filmed by fellow students and posted online. It was a sad day for our community. To help them recover, residents of Mission and friends from across BC rallied behind Max and their family. Hundreds of vehicles, horses, and even a flyby by local pilots kicked off a parade to stand against bullying and to help this child heal. Participants decorated their cars, made supportive signs, and left gifts for Max while following COVID-19 protocols. Thank you to the entire Braich family, AJ Gopinath, Clark Griswold, Lacamel First Nation, Amy Greenhalgh, Councillor Harar, Acting Mayor Gill, and the family and so many others who helped pull off this successful event. Mission, thank you for standing against violence, and thank you for supporting Max. Max, thank you for your bravery. No person should ever have to face what you experience. So today, on your behalf, in the People's House of Commons, I say no to bullying.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February 10th marks the 81st anniversary of the first mass deportation of Polish citizens to Siberia and the Soviet Union during the World War II. More than 1 million were forcefully displaced. Many died from disease, starvation, and terrible conditions. Most never returned to their homeland. Because of the pandemic, the Canadian Polish Club is unable to organize a commemoration event. A prominent community figure of Nepean, Miss Alice Basarke, was born during the deportation. Her family escaped to refugee settlements in India, and her father joined the Royal Air Force. After the war, her family migrated to Canada. Let us not forget about this tragedy, not only Alice's story, but of all the other survivors, a story of hardship and amazing resilience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, last January 20th, Corporal Dupré left us at the age of 40. He enrolled in 1987 in the 22nd Regiment till he was released in 2015. He was a volunteer and a man of action. He went to former Yugoslavia and served twice in Afghanistan. During his second mission in Afghanistan, there was a suicide bomber in a long convalescence. He then rejoined his unit. Few men can say they're a war hero and a hero of life at the same time. He was strong and resilient. He was a model for hundreds of soldiers and veterans across the country. I want to express my sincere condolences to members of his battalion and his close family and friends, and particularly his two children, Noemi and Anthony. We will always remember you. We miss you. Rest in peace, my friend. I will remember you. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Mr. Speaker, today my thoughts are with the people of Madawaska-Restigouche, and particularly for what we call Zone Number 4. Cette zone numéro 4 est passée au...
This zone went into the red and locked down for more than a week ago. I raised my hat to all the essential workers who continue to make our lives as normal as possible despite the pandemic. I also want to thank all the business leaders who in these difficult days continue to hold the fort down.
Whether at school, college, or university, who are seeing their life turned upside down. Thanks for hanging on there in face of such adversity. Pour nos aînés qui ne peuvent
For seniors who can no longer see their loved ones in person, we admire your courage and resilience. We love you a lot, and we cannot wait to hug you again. And to all of Madawaska Restigouche, stay strong. Together we will beat this.
Ça va bien aller.
It's going to be okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about GameStop. I'm in no position to give people investment advice, whether to sell or hold the line. But what is clear is that this story turns the logic of the stock market on its head. People are making investment decisions which are motivated not by money, but instead by the desire to counter the perceived manipulative behavior of hedge funds. Now, some of these risks will pay off and some will not. But these actions show an intuitive sense of justice as opposed to personal financial interest being at the heart of so much human decision-making. And thank goodness for that. I wonder if this will be a jumping off point for more mass investor action in pursuit of justice, punishing companies who profit from slave labor, for example. This both disrupts and demonstrates the power of markets. While governments are often slow and ineffective when responding to issues of systemic injustice, and large institutions are bound to invest based solely on return, small investors can disrupt the system by bringing their values to the table. With this great power comes great responsibility.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working together and seeing government leadership at all levels does matter, and it saves lives. Usually known for our challenging winters, last November, Manitoba led the country as the COVID hotspot of Canada. Our test positivity rate was higher than any other place per capita. The number of people catching the virus was at a high. In the face of that reality, Manitobans banded together to find solutions. Together, we focused on the fundamentals. We wore the masks. We listened to our health experts and community leaders. We supported our vulnerable community members through one of the toughest times they've faced. Now we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Our case numbers have dropped, and our major cities are coming back to life. Mr. Speaker, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Canada has secured solid commitments to vaccines, and every Canadian will have access to be vaccinated for free and safely before the end of September.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, youth gang and gun violence has impacted my community in Surrey and the entire Lower Mainland for decades. Last week, I was able to meet with Brian Isabo from the Surrey Anti-Gang Family Empowerment Program, a federally funded program which received $7.5 million in funding from Public Safety in January 2019. Brian was able to report the promising early benefits that this program is bringing to our community in the 18 months it's been operating. SAFE, as it's called, has already provided support for 1,460 separate children and youth clients and has supported over 269 parents and caregivers. They also provided culturally sensitive support, such as counseling in one's preferred language, to over 243 clients. This amazing work, and I commend all of the SAFE partners for working to reduce the prevalence of youth gang violence in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take off my mask. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the people of Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. When I asked for pictures of special places in our riding, they responded. Many photos were received, and some of them were published in a calendar showcasing the treasures of Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I want to thank them for their participation and show how appreciative I am. Sophie Moissan, Daniel Martel, Michel Roy, Michel Paré, Yvan Boisvert, Claude Huot, Alain Pichette, Sarah Ponton, Pascal Cotet, Conrad Léveillé, William Kayer, Marie-Christine Dionnet, Luc Langlais, Mario Lucchesi, Geneviève Roger, Léo Denis Carpentier, Suzanne Claveau, Joanne Delille, Michel Roy, Étienne Dusablon, Olga Maria Ramirez. In these difficult days, your photos brighten the lives of everyone who lives in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and I say keep taking pictures. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this February 1st, I must recognize that this is the beginning of Black History Month. I want to sincerely thank the Black community in Orléans for its community commitment and its contributions to our culture. I also want to draw your attention today to the important role that women and young girls in our communities play. That's why every year I want to recognize the leadership that they show through volunteer activities with the Merit Awards of women and young girls who are leaders of Orléans. This activity is possible thanks to the cooperation of the Orléans community, without whose help I would not be able to identify these exceptional women. So today I want to thank the people of Orléans for their dedication, passion, and drive. Thanks to you, we live in an inclusive and respectful community. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. You're on mute. Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month. It's an opportunity to highlight their great contribution to our country. Black Canadians have undergone great challenges. Some arrived enslaved before the practice of slavery was abolished in 1793. Others came to this country as immigrants and took part in building this great nation. In this House, Progressive Conservative Lincoln Alexander led the way, becoming the first Black MP, federal minister, and lieutenant governor. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney also appointed the first Black Senator, Donald Oliver. Thanks to them and many others, much progress has been made to fight against discrimination and racism. This month, I invite everyone to remember the contribution of all these Black men and women who are pioneers. Continue the work.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 26 years since Niskantika First Nation in my riding fell under a boil water advisory. But not only has this community had to overcome the advisory itself, but last year a malfunction with the water system caused residents to have to evacuate entirely. This government has stated that no relationship is more important to them than their relationship with Indigenous peoples. However, their inaction on this issue speaks far louder than their hollow words. All that community residents have been asking for is for the government to keep the promise that they made and put an end to this crisis. Unfortunately, we have seen broken promises, finger pointing, and endless excuses from the Liberals. It is time that they finally take some responsibility and get to work, Mr. Speaker. I am once again urging the government to ensure the right to clean drinking water for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I had the honor and privilege to join the Hamilton Black History Council in officially launching Black History Month in our community. The 4 pillars selected for this year's launch were empowerment, education, connection, and celebration. We heard from Hamilton's first junior librarian in residence, Anara, who at 11 reminded us that empowerment comes both from our communities and from within ourselves. The distinguished scholar and Order of Canada member, Dr. Gary Warner, taught us about the importance of having role models in education. And the Montague sisters shared their passion for building and maintaining deep connections within Hamilton's Black-owned businesses and Black-led organizations. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to be given the Pillar of Celebration in thanking the event hosts, Terry and Corey, and all the incredible community volunteers and civic leaders of African Canadian descent who work tirelessly to care for and support us through these difficult times. Our Black history in Canada continues to be written by us each and every day.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sournois. Mr. Speaker, this is National Suicide Prevention Week. I would invite everyone to show empathy and to stand together. No one is exempt from these feelings of distress, especially during this pandemic. Everybody has had to make sacrifices. We can think of our young people who are experiencing great change, of the boys, the men, but also the girls, the women, and seniors. Distress does not care about our age. It doesn't care about what we do or what our social status is. It strikes people who live alone, but also fathers and mothers, entrepreneurs, farmers. No one is sheltered from what can happen, these feelings. In this special week, I want, on behalf of all the Bloc Québécois members, to thank the organizations that work to prevent suicide and assist those who are suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians' well-being is disintegrating under prolonged lockdown orders that just keep on coming. Yesterday, we read the heartbreaking news that there is a disturbing doubling trend of infants with head trauma and broken bones coming to hospitals across the country, indicating the fact that parents and caregivers are struggling and need hope. Many Canadians have pinned their hope on the speedy rollout of a vaccine, and who could blame them? The Prime Minister told us that was the key to opening. Now, with the vaccine rollout failing badly, we've been warning about this from the very start. It's like watching a car wreck in slow motion as provinces see their promised doses go undelivered. The combination of a deal gone bad with China, a secretive vaccine task force, zero manufacturing rights negotiated for Canadian production, the September vaccination timeline is beginning to look like a pipe dream. Here on this side of the House, we've been fighting tirelessly to find actual solutions that could bring hope and help. Canadians can count on Conservatives to secure healthcare, secure our economy, and secure our future.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is the first day of Black History Month, and 25 years ago, the Honourable Jean Augustine introduced a motion that was carried unanimously by the House of Commons to recognize February as Black History Month in Canada. I'm here, Mr. Speaker, a Black female MP, because Ms. Augustine blazed a trail, and her journey was not easy, and the challenges continue today. Social injustice, systemic racism, socioeconomic inequality have scarred Black communities. There is a call for justice and healing. Hate has no place. This month is about honoring brilliant Black Canadians who've contributed to every aspect of our country. It is also about looking forward, and that means mentorship, opportunity, understanding, not just this month, but every month. Celebrate, educate, advocate. Joya Mad.
Happy Black History Month. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 pipeline that feeds Ontario and Quebec from the U.S. is vital to ensuring jobs in Canada and our energy security. It's essential for keeping thousands of jobs in both Quebec and Ontario, as well as literally keeping the lights and heat on in both of these provinces. It also provides all the jet fuel for Toronto's Pearson Airport. Its importance to Canada cannot be overstated. What is the Prime Minister doing to ensure that Line 5 is not cancelled?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take this issue very seriously. Line 5 is vital to our energy security. It supplies Imperial, Shell, and Suncor's refineries in Sarnia. It supplies Suncor's refinery in Montreal and Valero's refinery in Lévis, Quebec. It delivers 66% of the crude oil consumed to Quebec. It also supplies propane to hundreds of thousands of homes in northern Michigan. Businesses and refineries in that state depend on it. I can assure this House we are looking at all our options. Line 5 is a vital pipeline for Canada's energy security, and we support it. Merci.
Member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the Prime Minister, and that didn't sound like a very comforting answer. Line 5 survival is not an option. Canada's largest airport needs it. Farming and industrial sectors need it. And our economy, already suffering from the pandemic, cannot afford to shed any more jobs. Now, the Prime Minister has a choice. He can stand up for Line 5's continued safe existence or allow thousands of jobs to disappear and leave millions of Canadians out in the cold and the dark. When's he going to do his job and take real steps to ensure Line 5 and our economic future?
The Honourable Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, we take this issue very seriously. Line 5 is vital to our energy security, and in defending Canada's interests with any country, we take a Team Canada approach, just as we did very successfully with NAFTA. On Line 5, these are improvements to modernize an existing piece of energy infrastructure. It's irresponsible. It serves no one to conflate that with other issues. But I can tell you on this side of the House, we are working responsibly, diligently to support our oil and gas workers, keeping existing treaties in mind, protecting Canada's energy and industrial infrastructure.
The honourable member for Portage Lisker.
The fact is, American policies are threatening Canadian jobs, and the Prime Minister, through 3 different presidents, has just shrugged his shoulders and let it happen. Whether it's softwood lumber, Keystone XL, Biden's Buy America, and now Line 5, this Prime Minister is failing to stand up for Canadian jobs. While he loves to blame the premiers for his failures, the fact is it's his job to stand up for Canadian jobs. When will the Prime Minister do something to stop the job losses that are coming as a direct result of these U.S. policies?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's irresponsible. It serves no one to conflate Line 5 with Keystone XL or any other project. President Biden's decision to rescind the permit for KXL has no impact on Enbridge's Line 5 or Line 3 replacement projects. These pipelines continue to operate. These are projects to modernize existing energy infrastructure that has been in place since 1953. It's driven by safety and it's driven by good labor jobs. Both of these projects have been repeatedly validated by the U.S. Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Canada has passed the 20,000 mark for COVID deaths. But Canada's always in reaction mode. There's no border plan and no progress on vaccination. Quebec's ready to vaccinate 250,000 people a week. We know, but we got 0 vaccines last week and very little this week. How is Canada going to get back on track to vaccinate the majority of Canadians by September? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as today is the first day of Black History Month in Canada, I would like to take a moment to recognize the outstanding achievements of the Black community here in Canada and around the world, and to remind the House that I, as Procurement Minister, remain committed to diversity in procurement, including by reaching out to the Black community. In terms of the question being answered, I'm pleased to say that we have vaccines en route to Canada and being deployed across this country on Monday and Tuesday of this week. And we will continue to bring vaccines into this country to meet our quarterly target of 6 million vaccines. And then in Q2, 20 million of approved vaccines.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it's the same old song every time from this government. They think everything's hunky-dory, but the fact is that Moderna announced on Friday they will be delivering less vaccine than expected. The EU is going to restrict exports. Before our very eyes, Canada is tumbling down in the rankings of national vaccination rates. Seniors, frontline workers, and the vulnerable are waiting. They're the ones who are paying the price. When is the government going to provide the provinces with enough doses to meet their timelines? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. I want to be clear with Canadians as their concerns are completely valid. There is no situation more pressing for our government than ensuring that all Canadians have access to vaccines against COVID-19. The production of these vaccines remains in early stages, and as factories ramp up their production lines, so too will our government be always prepared for the receipt of vaccinations in this country. Canada remains on track to ensure that we have vaccines in this country for every Canadian who chooses to be vaccinated by the end of September 2021. There's no issue more pressing for our government at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Prairie. When it comes to vaccine supply, it's one failure after another. 0 doses of vaccine last week, 80% fewer doses of Pfizer for the first 2 weeks of February, and Moderna is now announcing a 20% drop in the weeks to come. It's a disaster, Mr. Speaker. What's worse, the Prime Minister told us last week that everything was fine. Oh, that's pretty worrisome when you see this government that can't roll out the program properly. It's one failure after another. what guarantees do we have that vaccine deliveries are going to get back on schedule for Quebec and the rest of Canada? The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question. And as I said, we share the concern of all Canadians to ensure that vaccines come into this country. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to announce that the Pfizer vaccines destined for Canada are indeed en route and will be deployed across this country during the course of this week. And from here on in, our vaccine receipts will continue to ramp up so that we can ensure that all Canadians who wish to be vaccinated are so prior to the end of September. This is new technology, Mr. Speaker. These are new times for the industrial world relating to vaccines, and we must all ensure that we remain vigilant while vaccines are being produced.
Honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. I'm no more reassured. The government says everything's going well, but Quebec has run out of doses. The government says everything's going well, but The Economist says Canada won't finish vaccinating everyone until the summer of 2022. That's 9 months late. The government is telling us that things are going well, but experts everywhere else in the world are looking at the situation and saying things aren't going well in Canada at all. What very concrete steps is the government going to take to get us back on track? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, nous partageons.
Mr. Speaker, we share the urgency that Canadians are feeling to ensure that vaccines are available as quickly as possible. And our government every day shares that sense of urgency. With over 1.1 million doses already distributed all across the country to date, and with vaccines that remain to be approved, we are in a good position to have 6 million doses by the end of March and 20 million by the end of June and 70 million doses by the end of September. That's our priority. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families have sacrificed a lot during this pandemic. They've stopped seeing their loved ones, even who live in the same city. The Prime Minister has to do his share. Non-essential flights are still a possibility in Canada. There are countries like New Zealand and Australia that have cancelled all non-essential flights. Why doesn't the Prime Minister stop non-essential flights from taking place in Canada? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since March of 2020, we've been asking Canadians to not travel during the pandemic. Last week, we announced additional rules on international travel. These are now among the strictest in the world. We've reached an agreement with airlines to suspend all flights to Mexico and the Caribbean until April 30th. Additionally, all travelers will soon have to book 3 nights at a public health-approved quarantine facility upon their return and get tested upon arrival. The health of Canadians will always come first, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind the honourable members, whether they're asking or answering questions, please make sure that your camera is on and make sure that your microphone is off or is muted while you're not speaking. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families have had to sacrifice so much during this pandemic. Many families haven't even seen their loved ones living in the same city. The Prime Minister has to do his part as well. It's still possible to take non-essential flights in Canada. While other countries like New Zealand and Australia have stopped all non-essential travel, why hasn't the Prime Minister put in place similar measures here in Canada to stop all non-essential air travel?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, our current rules are among the strictest in the world. We've been calling on all Canadians to avoid non-essential travels. We've reached an agreement with the airlines to suspend all flights that are heading towards most popular vacation destinations. We now have, on top of the measures that we've implemented earlier in the year, we've now implemented new measures that will require all arrivals to be tested and to be quarantined at a designated facility. The health of Canadians is our priority, and we will do whatever it takes to protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a year after telling Canadians that border controls didn't stop the spread of COVID, the virus is now rampant across Canada, and documents show that the Liberals stalled on imposing travel restrictions at the start of the first wave, again at the beginning of the second wave, when doing so would have saved lives. The Liberals could have put in place a system of rapid testing at airports months ago, but refused this science-based approach. Canada is 2 million doses short of vaccines this week. Will those who are vaccinated be exempt from the Liberals' too late travel restrictions?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question. As I stated earlier, Canada today has one of the strictest rules in the world for discretionary travel. We have called a year ago on all Canadians to avoid non-essential travel. We've implemented new measures earlier in the year to make sure that all travelers are tested prior to boarding the plane, and now we're implementing new measures. There is no evidence, we still don't have information about the effect of vaccine on transmissibility. Therefore, all Canadians will be subjected to these measures.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So now the Liberals are saying that even being vaccinated doesn't guarantee an end to restrictions. Canadians have stayed at home. They've washed their hands, they've worn masks, and they've sacrificed a lot. With rapid tests and vaccinations available to the world, but not to us, Canadians shouldn't have to accept more restrictions without a clear end in sight and without that type of a word salad from the minister. How many Canadians will have to be vaccinated before travel restrictions are eased?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will just say this, the issue of vaccination and travel is a live one. I met with my G7 counterparts last week to talk about standardization of travel, international travel. Of course, my colleague is correct. We know that vaccination saves lives. The science is still unclear yet about what effect it has on transmission. That science is evolving, and we will be sharing the understandings and knowledge of vaccination as it becomes clear with Canada and the world.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on January 29th, the European Union announced a COVID vaccine export permit system. The minister knows full well this could be used to block vaccine shipments to Canada. Nearly 120 countries have been exempted, but guess what? Canada has not. The government claims Canada won't be affected. Can the minister resist the temptation to read her prepared speaking notes and say whether or not vaccine shipments will be blocked? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we have been reassured that vaccine deliveries will not be interrupted by these new measures taken by the European Union. That's the Prime Minister, that's what he heard from the President of the EU Commission, and what our ministers have heard from their counterparts in Europe over the weekend. This is our government's top priority, ensuring that all Canadians who wish to be vaccinated, that they get vaccinated by September. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I understand what the parliamentary secretary is saying, but the facts are the facts. Currently, given the blockade that Europe is planning, we don't see Canada among the exempted countries. So the Prime Minister may have had a discussion with the President of the EU, but did he ask for Canada to be included in the exemption list, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that there is global competition. It's very intense and ferocious for vaccines, and we all knew there would be one, and that's why Canada entered into contracts with 7 different manufacturers. Over the weekend, when we were discussing with the Vice President of the European Commission, we said that we expect our contracts to be respected, and the Minister of International Trade was reassured by the European counterpart. Shipments to Canada should not be affected by these new measures. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the European Union announced export controls on COVID-19 vaccines. Considering almost all of our vaccines are produced or shipped from the EU, this could have a significant impact. Despite claims from the Prime Minister and the Trade Minister that Canadians wouldn't be affected by these measures, we are not listed on the EU list as one of the over 100 countries who are exempt. Why?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague heard directly from the minister earlier today at committee, we have been reassured that vaccine shipments will not be interrupted by these new measures. That is the message the Prime Minister himself received from the President of the EU Commission, and the message that various ministers across government have received from their EU counterparts over the course of this last weekend. Our government's priority remains getting vaccines to Canadians by September, and we will deliver.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point is we're still not on the exemption list. Another issue is we've learned that Belgium, where Canada's Pfizer vaccines are produced and shipped from, is looking at its own export controls. When I asked the minister about this earlier today, she couldn't provide any concrete assurances that Canada wouldn't be affected by Belgium's draft law. What is the minister doing to get ahead of these potential measures, which could affect timelines for Canadians being vaccinated?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague is well aware, the minister did have conversations with her counterpart in Belgium and did receive reassurances that our shipments would not be affected by these new EU measures. But let me just say that there is intense global competition for vaccines across countries, and we always knew there would be. And that's why Canada secured no less than 7 different vaccine suppliers, and we will continue to deliver vaccines for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, despite the government's announcement, there's nothing preventing non-essential flights during the pandemic. All that has changed is that those who want to travel south have to purchase their tickets from an American airline like Delta instead of a Canadian one. Foreign carriers continue to offer discounted vacations. It's good to test travelers when they come back, but doesn't the minister agree that the safest way to prevent the spread is for people not to go on vacation in the first place? Why aren't all non-essential flights by all airlines being banned? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada had already had some of the strictest measures in the world, and those have been strengthened this week. We have agreements with Sunwing, Air Canada, WestJet, Air Transat for no more flights to Mexico and the Caribbean. We're repatriating people. They have to be tested before they take off and on arrival, and if they don't have a negative result, they'll remain in quarantine. So these are very strict measures, and we're telling all Canadians, if you can't afford what's required on return, then don't leave in the first place. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're hearing different things. Finally, the government did take action, but it didn't solve the problem. The problem is that people are going on vacation in the south. And today, with the new conditions, they can still go on vacation. The only difference is that they have to take an American airline instead of a Canadian one. It doesn't work. What they're doing is they're putting airline workers on unemployment here in Canada and giving the business to American airlines. Why isn't the government banning all non-essential flights? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what doesn't work is the Bloc's position. They're trying to criticize the government, but we've met the requests of the Quebec government. They're satisfied with the steps we've taken. These are some of the strictest measures in the world, Mr. Speaker, and our message is straightforward to Canadians. If you don't want to have any problems when you return to Canada, then don't leave. If you don't want to have a complicated situation to come back to, don't leave in the first place. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, the government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, it claims he's met our demands, but that's not true. We want all non-essential travel banned, and that hasn't happened. People can still travel south, but they have to use an American airline. And the government has saying that it won't bail out the airline industry until refunds are paid out and so on. Quebecers are fed up with these half measures. When is the government going to take steps to truly tackle this problem? This is just complaining, Mr. Speaker. The government hasn't met the Bloc's request. We took our own decision. It's very nice of them to make suggestions, but we don't need their help to make decisions. We made what was a logical decision. We took some of the most effective steps in the world so that there are now conditions applying to pre-departure and then on return. Before you take off, you have to go through a whole bunch of tests. You have to spend 3 days in a hotel. And these are strict measures, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have supported from the start emergency funding to help the pandemic unemployed, buy groceries, pay rent and mortgages. Yesterday, a 21-year-old Kingston student boasted in the New York Times that he made $9,000 by making a highly speculative investment of his CERB dollars in a stock market play. Mr. Speaker, given that emergency support will be necessary for many more months because of the Liberal vaccine shortfall, how can they explain easy cash for stock market play, even as thousands of other Canadians are still denied funds to survive?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians needed support the most, the CERB was there to help over 9 million people pay their bills, support their families. It was there to support workers who weren't able to work because of COVID. If an applicant was over 15 years old and met all the other criteria, yes, they were able to receive the benefit. We made every effort to support as many Canadians workers as possible, including young Canadians. Many young people work to help support their families, while others live independently and have bills to pay. We are not going to apologize for helping young people, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, many deserving Canadian companies are also still denied emergency support, like a Thornhill firm, Fleet Coffee, which launched a new business just before the lockdown. A large facility was leased, 5 mobile coffee shops acquired, commercial agreements signed, and staff hired. But because it had no previous year revenues, Fleet Coffee has been denied access to the wage subsidy, rent subsidy, and credit availability programs. Mr. Speaker, do these Liberals see the inequity of the denials of these flawed programs?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my very respected colleague for raising this important question. When we created the emergency relief programs for businesses, it was very important for us to bridge as many businesses as possible through the pandemic. And we also knew that we needed to balance that urgent need for support with the creation of programs that have real integrity. Finding that balance can be a challenge, but I am very aware of the challenges that new businesses face, and this is something we're looking at closely.
Okay, I just want to take a moment and ask everyone who's joining us virtually, the arm on the headset, if it is exactly in front of your mouth, there's a popping sound. It doesn't bother many of the people in the chamber, but it's very hard on the interpreter's ears. So if you can just make the headset either a little bit below where your mouth is or above, you don't get that popping sound, and it would save the ears of our interpreters. We certainly don't want to injure them. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, when a Canadian loses their job because of COVID, the Prime Minister tells them to turn to EI, and if they don't qualify for that, apply for the CRB. It's like asterisk asking for an A38 permit in the place that sends you mad, Mr. Speaker. If you have to apply for EI and don't qualify, when you turn to the CRB, you're automatically turned down because you applied for EI. Can the Minister of Employment find the right window to talk to the Minister of Revenue so that Canadians who are entitled to assistance can actually get it? The Honourable Minister.
We know that this continues to be a difficult time for many, which is why we transitioned to a simplified EI program and created 3 new recovery benefits. Service Canada and the CRA work together to share data on Canadians who apply to ensure that only one benefit is paid to someone at any given time. And in some instances, yes, this integrity measure can cause a delay, but we understand that any delay in receiving benefits can be hard for people. So we're continuing to work on this to ensure that Canadians get the benefits they're entitled to in a timely manner.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been asking this government to act on travel, especially with new strains of the virus threatening efforts to bring the pandemic under control. But while this government stalled, thousands of international flights landed in Canada. With the latest announcement, we again see the government saying the right things, but introducing half measures that won't keep Canada safe. Why are flights from known hotspots for new strains not being suspended? Why are even popular sun destinations like Florida missing from the list? And when will this government get serious about travel?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, my colleague, for his question, and I'm surprised he's calling some of the strictest rules in the world to be half-measured. Let me remind my colleague that since March of last year, we asked all Canadians to cancel non-essential flights. We banned foreigners. We implemented a 14-day quarantine. And earlier this year, we've added a pre-boarding test that is necessary prior for anybody to arrive into Canada. And last week, we've announced further layers to restrict discretionary travel. So those are important measures that are protecting the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To guarantee a better and healthier Canada for future generations, we must start taking action to protect our environment now. Our government has recently announced an ambitious climate plan to do exactly that. Can the Minister of Natural Resources update this House on the government's plan to plant 2 billion trees over the next 10 years?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. In December, we launched our plan to plant 2 billion new trees. The first of these trees are going to be planted this spring. Our plan increases annual tree planting in Canada by 40%. It permanently increases forest cover by an area twice the size of PEI. We're working with provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, NGOs, municipalities to get this right. Mr. Speaker, trees matter. They clean our air and water. They lower our energy costs. They improve our biodiversity. Generations of Canadians for decades to come will recognize the importance of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, we're 11 months into the pandemic and we continue to find gaps in federal supports for small businesses. For example, to be eligible for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, a business must have had a payroll account on March 15th of 2020, and there are very limited exceptions to this rule. Similar rules are in place for the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. The existing law is detrimental to new businesses that started their operations during the pandemic, but which are struggling with the same restrictions and revenue losses. Why hasn't the Liberal government fixed the wage subsidy for startups, and will the minister commit to doing so at the earliest opportunity?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And every day when I speak to entrepreneurs, I'm told again and again how important our wage subsidy is. It is a veritable lifeline for businesses from coast to coast to coast. And just recently, we launched a new program, the Highly Affected Businesses Program, that is really going to come and support our hospitality industry, our tourism industry. And I would like to just emphasize how important it is to get the message out to our entrepreneurs across Canada to make sure that they're aware of this
this new program. We will continue to work on new programs for new businesses and startups, and I would be happy to work with my colleague opposite in order to get his ideas and thoughts.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 4 years, more than 16,000 Canadians have died from opioid overdoses. During that time, Dominic Barton, the Liberals' hand-picked ambassador to China, was turbocharging OxyContin sales, even providing rebates for drug overdoses. Dominic Barton was a managing partner with McKinsey, which is accused of shady deals with China, destroying evidence, and stoking the opioid crisis. Before naming him to key positions in the Liberal government, did the Prime Minister know of Mr. Barton's role in the opioid crisis?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will not comment on that question, but I will say that Dominic Barton is an extraordinary ambassador for Canada, given his vast experience with China, and Canada can be assured that we are well served by his very hard work in Beijing on behalf of all of Canada.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can't avoid this question. McKinsey, the company that Mr. Barton worked for, is in the process of settling lawsuits over advice it gave to drug companies to aggressively bolster OxyContin sales. In fact, the OxyContin manufacturer has pled guilty to criminal charges, including bribing doctors, deliberately contributing to the opioid epidemic. Again, did the Prime Minister, was he informed of the role that Dominic Barton played in turbocharging the opioid epidemic?
The Honourable Minister.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I will say exactly the same thing. I will not comment on those allegations from my colleague, but I will say that Ambassador Barton is doing an extraordinary job on behalf of Canada in Beijing to help build our relationship with an important country, China. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
When the Prime Minister took office, he told us that deficit financing would boost growth. But in 3 of the 4 years that followed, per capita GDP growth has been zero. In fact, and that was before COVID. And in fact, the last 5 years of per capita GDP growth have been the worst since the Great Depression. The government went ahead and asked for $700 billion more of borrowing authorizations, and since then the IMF has downgraded growth projections for Canada by a third, below the U.S., the Eurozone, the average of the advanced economies. When will they realize that you can't put economic growth on the national credit card?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for the question because it gives me the opportunity to congratulate Canadian businesses on their resilience. Our GDP increased 0.3% in December, nearly twice as much as the consensus forecast. And our fourth quarter GDP increased 1.9%. That's an annualized rate of 7.8% and nearly twice as much as the Bank of Canada's forecast. COVID is tough for our economy and our businesses, but they are doing a terrific job.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, in addition to dragging down growth, government borrowing risks driving up inflation. According to CIBC's economist Avery Shenfield, additional government spending being offset by the earlier need to hike interest rates to contain inflation. And, quote, Mr. Speaker, higher interest rates would be a disaster for the households, businesses, and governments whose combined debts are almost 4 times the size of our entire economy. Higher interest rates could collapse our economy. Why is this government risking our economic future on credit card debts instead of securing it with paychecks?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that our government's policies are working. They are supporting Canadians and Canadian businesses in a very difficult time. And let me quote David Parkinson in the Globe and Mail. I quote, examining economic data of 2020, there's no question that the federal government's emergency income replacement programs were a critical lifeline for Canada during the pandemic. We would have plunged into a much deeper economic hole without them. That's true, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue supporting Canadians and Canadian.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. This government says that it doesn't need the Bloc. Well, last week all parties joined their voices to the leader of the Bloc Québécois to ask the government to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi. All parties, including the Liberals, asked the Minister of Immigration to use his discretionary power to make him a citizen. That will make it easier for this political prisoner to access consular services and will enable Canada to undertake further measures to free him. Will the Minister of Immigration take note of this Chamber's unanimous request and make Raif Badawi a Canadian citizen? The Honourable Minister.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, le Canada.
Mr. Speaker, Canada will always defend human rights everywhere in the world. Canadian officials will continue raising his case at the highest levels. We will request that clemency be granted to Mr. Badawi, and we hope that he will soon be able to join his family. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. That wasn't the question, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in opposition in 2015, he wrote that the eyes of the entire world will be placed on Canada to ask that the government use all diplomatic means to request Raif Badawi's freedom. And the Prime Minister in 2015 said that it was time to act. Well, today, the Liberals are in power, and all parties are asking them to make Raif Badawi a Canadian citizen. At the time, the Liberal opposition spoke a lot on this subject, and now that these same Liberals are in government, will they finally take action? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd like to thank him for his hard work on this important matter. This motion shows Canadians' concern about the unjust detention of Mr. Badawi. We will continue to work closely with all parliamentarians to attempt to reunite Mr. Badawi with his family. And while we are talking about human rights, when will the leader of the Bloc apologize to the Minister of Transport for his remarks? Thank you.
Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, 50,000 jobs. 50,000 jobs on both sides of the border are at risk if the Prime Minister doesn't take serious action to save Line 5. Enbridge has been issued new permits by the Michigan government to make a safe project even safer by encasing the existing pipe in a tunnel along the bottom of the Straits of Mackinac. The Natural Resources Minister has pledged his support. Will the Prime Minister commit to speaking with President Biden about the importance of saving Line 5?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the honourable member for her question. She and I have been speaking about this. This is obviously hugely important, not only for her riding, but as she mentioned, for Canadian industry. We are working alongside Ambassador Hillman and Detroit's Consul General there, Jill Comartin, and I want to thank them for their tireless efforts on this. Mr. Speaker, we are loud and clear on the side of the House. We support Line 5. We will continue to advocate for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Banff Airdrie.
When asked about Keystone's cancellation, the Liberal-appointed ambassador to the United States simply shrugged, "It's time to let Keystone XL go." That's what the Liberal government did. Denigrate our natural resources sector, ignore the threat of the project being canceled, and then tell thousands of Canadians who are counting on these jobs to let it go. Oil and gas projects must be part of the way forward for economic recovery. So when will the government actually do something to stand up for clean, ethical, job-creating Canadian energy?
The Honourable, je m'excuse, nous avons un appel au règlement. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, nous n'entendons pas la traduction.
Nous avons un problème de traduction.
There's an issue with the interpretation.
Je crois qu'il y a un problème avec les microphones, avec la...
I think the problem is that there is an issue with the microphone of the computer being selected rather than the one on the headset, but the headset one needs to be selected. I've noticed that with some of the MPs, not everyone.
Check on your screen, you'll see a little microphone at the bottom. If you click on that and make sure it's on your Plantronic headset and not on the computer microphone, that way we'll make sure that everything comes through clear and we have perfect translation. So that's my technology trick for today, or my little lesson. Now we'll go on to the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon us to safeguard our relationship with the single largest customer for Canadian crude. In fact, over the past 5 years, Canadian oil has continuously displaced foreign sources in the U.S. market. Canadian crude now represents 60% of all oil imported by the U.S. That's up from 40%. Because of this government, new pipelines are under construction. Trans Mountain and Line 3 will provide us with the ability to expand our energy exports. We are proud of our energy workers, Mr. Speaker. We support them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
When the Prime Minister was the opposition leader of a third party, he suggested that Keystone XL would have been approved if Canada had stronger environmental policy, stronger oversight, tougher penalties, and yes, some sort of means to price carbon pollution. Well, I wonder how that's all working out for the Prime Minister. How many gut punches does the Prime Minister think energy workers need to take before he's willing to stand up for them and Canada's national interests?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the other night during the emergency debate, I listened carefully to the opposition. Some of what they said really shocked me. I mean, the member for Foothills called TMX a white elephant. On this side of the House, we are proud that TMX is finally being built, no thanks to the Conservatives. 7,000 plus jobs that TMX has already created. It's not a white elephant. Those are real jobs, real workers in Alberta, real support from this government. We are proud of our hardworking oil and gas workers, Mr. Speaker. We have their backs. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, this year is the 25th anniversary of Black History Month in Canada. Thanks to the motion tabled by the Honourable Jean Augustine in this House, it's a month to celebrate and recognize the many contributions and achievements of Black people in Canada. Can the Minister of Diversity tell us about the commitments made by our government in order to make Canada more fair and inclusive? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Bourassa for his leadership. As he knows, our government will always support Black Canadians. We have invested millions of dollars in various areas, supporting capacities in Black communities as well as young Black Canadians, mental health programs that are based on culture, entrepreneurship, and an anti-racism strategy. But we know that there is more to do. This Black History Month, join us in celebrating and recognizing the many contributions of Black Canadians for more than 400 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Manitoba farmers, ranchers, First Nations, cottage owners, and municipalities are all stuck in limbo because of Liberal dithering and inaction. Despite repeated calls from the province of Manitoba, this Liberal government refuses to sign the joint agreement for the Lake Manitoba and Lake St. Martin Outlet Channels project. For the last 5 years, they promised to fund the channel, to protect Manitobans, and to reduce the catastrophic damages from future floods. But they refuse to put pen to paper to make it happen. Why are these Liberals failing Manitobans again?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would just correct the record. We have been working very actively with the Government of Manitoba on this issue. The Government of Manitoba has now provided the first tranche of information to the Impact Assessment Agency. We continue to await the second tranche of information that would allow us to proceed through the process as it should be done, as it is always done. And we have been working very productively with the Minister of Infrastructure in Manitoba on this issue.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, documents we obtained on sole source COVID spending by the Liberal government show a baffling item. Over $115,000 was paid out to Poets Cove Luxury Resort by Fisheries and Oceans in April 2020, a month after the pandemic was declared. So, how does spending $115,000 of taxpayers' money at a secluded millionaire luxury resort help Canadians in the fight against COVID?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Bueller.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. I would be happy to speak with the member directly and get more information about the contract that he is referring to. If it is a PSPC matter, I will take it under advisement. If not, I will make sure that our government gets back to him. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, parents in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex have struggled to participate in online classes because of slow internet. Some of my constituents are receiving $800 internet bills because their only connection is through cell service. The government has promised to expand rural internet infrastructure, but as usual, these Liberals are all talk and no action. Mr. Speaker, will the minister tell rural Canadians like mine in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex why they should have to choose between educating their children and paying their home heating bills?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague speaks to a frustration that far too many Canadians are experiencing, particularly during COVID. We have heard them in our first mandate. We invested to connect 1.7 million households to this essential service. In this mandate, that work continues with additional funds, making the Government of Canada the single largest government investor in broadband ever. Just last week, our partnership with Southwestern Ontario with SWIFT moved forward. Partners in Wellington are now connected. Communities in Caledon are beginning their construction, and there's more news to come, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 11th, the J.A. Douglas McCurdy Airport in Sydney, in my riding of Cape Breton-Canso, bid farewell to their last commercial flight indefinitely. The member from Sydney, Victoria, and I have heard from countless constituents on their concerns around flight resumption. Mr. Speaker, could the Honourable Minister of Transportation please update this House and my constituents in Cape Breton-Canso on the work our government is doing to secure air travel in my region and regions in similar situations across this country?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his strong advocacy for his region and for this particular matter. We know how regional airports are important for workers and communities in Cape Breton and across the country. The air sector has been hit hard by the pandemic, and that's why the government will invest more than $1.1 billion to support key players such as airport authorities and regional airlines. Discussions with major airlines on support for the sector are ongoing right now, and will prioritize the reinstallation of regional routes that connect our communities, such as Sydney.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week, the Independent Investigation Unit of Manitoba cleared the police officer involved in the fatal shooting of 16-year-old Aisha Hudson of any charges. The police officer was not questioned, provided a statement, and that was the end of it. Police violence without consequence in Canada is a norm. Rodney Levi, Chantel Moore, and others, all resulting in deaths. Mr. Speaker, how many deaths of Indigenous people at the hands of police need to happen before this government acts?
Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for what is a very important question, and we recognize the importance of transparency and accountability for all police actions. And the relationship between the police and the people they serve has to be predicated on trust, and that trust requires transparency and accountability for all police actions. Mr. Speaker, we've made commitments to bring forward reform on these issues, and we're working with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure that all Canadians can be assured that the police actions will always be accountable to the people they serve.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians already found it difficult to make ends meet, and this pandemic has only made things worse. To reduce the cost of living, the government asked telecommunications providers to lower their already high prices by 25% over 3 years. Est-ce que le ministre peut expliquer?
Can the minister explain how the government will ensure that the price will be lowered?
Government will ensure that these prices are in fact reduced.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his very important question. We understand the concerns of Canadians and families when it comes to their cell phone bills.
That's why our government is taking action to make services more affordable. In keeping with our commitment to bring down prices by 25%, the latest affordability tracker is now public so that people can see for themselves where prices are going. Good news, Mr. Speaker, the tracker shows that prices for most plans have decreased between 10 and 18% in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons pour la période de questions. It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-18. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La liste des députés.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table.
Is the following one. Ms. Ning, seconded by Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-18, an act to implement the agreement on trade continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Que tous ceux qui...
All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel des députés.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you've been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when you're voting.
Members of the... Oh, un moment, s'il vous plaît. On n'est pas là encore. If you can wait a moment, we haven't started yet. On est prêt? Parfait. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Alghabra.
Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Alghabra, pour.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Amos, for.
Ms. Anand.
En faveur.
Ms. Anand, for.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Anandasangari, pour. Mr. Aria, 4 pour.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, 4 pour.
Mr. Bagnell. Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, 4 pour.
Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Baker, pour 4.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baptiste, 4 pour.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Beach, 4 pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Madame Bendayan, pour 4.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote in favor.
Bennett, 4 pour.
Madame Bissett.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Bessette, pour 4.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bibeau, pour 4.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Biddle, 4 pour.
Mr. Blair.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blair, 4 pour.
Mr. Blois.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blois, 4 pour.
Mr. Bertina.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Bettina, 4 pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pour 4.
Mr. Carr.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Carr, 4 pour.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Casey, pour 4.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Speaker, for.
Ms. Chager, 4 pour.
Monsieur Champagne.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Champagne, pour 4.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chen, 4 pour.
Ms. Dabrusin.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dabrusin, can you repeat that the camera did not kick in?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bruson, 4 pour.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Moff, 4 pour.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dhaliwal, 4 pour.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, pour 4.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Dong, 4 pour.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, pour 4.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, pour 4.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, pour 4.
Mr. Duguid.
Je vote pour la motion.
Duguid, pour 4.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, 4 pour.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Zerwitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Easter, 4 pour.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Assassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Elkoury, pour 4.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ellis, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, 4 pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Fergus, pour, 4.
Mr. Finnegan.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Finnegan, 4, pour.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fisher, 4, pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Pour, Monsieur Président.
Mr. Fonseca, pour, 4.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Fortier, pour, 4.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
In favor.
Mr. Fragiscaros, 4, pour.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4, pour.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Freeland, 4, pour.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Fry, 4, pour.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, pour, 4.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Gould, pour, 4.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Guilbeault, pour, 4.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Haidu, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in. You might want to check the arm on your headset and bring it down.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Haidu, 4, pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4, pour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Holland, 4, pour.
Mr. Hosfather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4, pour.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Hussein, pour, 4.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Hutchings, 4, pour.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Iacono, pour, 4.
Ms. Yen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Yen, pour, 4.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jazek, 4, pour.
Madame Joly.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Joly, pour, 4.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jones, 4, pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4, pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johari, 4, pour.
Mr. Callaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Callaway, 4, pour.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Khalid, 4, pour.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Kara, 4, pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Koutrakis, pour, 4.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmerchek, 4, pour.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour, 4.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, pour, 4.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Speaker, I would vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lamoureux, 4, pour.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4, pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, pour, 4.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, pour, 4.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Leboutillier, pour, 4.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Lefebvre, pour, 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour, 4.
Mr. Long.
In favor?
Mr. Long, 4, pour.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4, pour.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Maloney, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez Ferrada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Bridge, 4 pour.
Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mrs. McCrimmon, 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. McDonald, pour 4.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuinty, 4 pour.
Ms. McKenna.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. McKenna, pour 4.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Madame Mendez.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Mendez, pour 4.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Mendicino, 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Miller, pour 4.
Ms. Monsef.
Je vote en faveur.
Ms. Monsef, pour 4.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je suis en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, pour 4.
Ms. Murray.
Je vote pour la motion.
Murray, pour 4.
Ms. Ing.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ing, 4 pour.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. O'Connell, 4 pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. O'Regan, 4 pour.
Ms. Pitzpataler.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Pitzpataler, pour 4.
Mr. Pulaski.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Pulowski, 4 pour.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Ms. Qualtrough, pour 4.
Mr. Regan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Regan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Robillard, pour 4.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Romanado, pour 4.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Saini, 4 pour.
Mr. Sajan. Mr. Sajan. Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sachs, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Sanson, pour 4.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sarai, 4 pour.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, pour 4.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Schiffke, pour 4.
Mrs. Schult.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Schult, 4 pour.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Serre, pour, for.
Ms. Sgro.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sgro, pour.
Madame Shanahan.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Shanahan, pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sidhu Brampton South, pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sims, pour.
Mr. Sorbara.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Sorbara, pour.
Mr. Spangaman.
Je suis en faveur de cette motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Spangaman, pour.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Tassi, pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, pour.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Je suis en faveur.
Mr. Van Coverden, pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Vandal, pour.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Vandenbelt, pour.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Pour.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Virani, pour.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Weiler, pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, pour.
Ms. Yip.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Yip, pour.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Young, pour.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Aid, pour.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Zuberi, pour.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, pour.
Mr. Abul Taif.
I vote yes.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf, pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Albus, pour.
Ms. Alislav.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislav, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Hi, Roy, it's Daryl Sampson, your member of Parliament.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, pour.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benzen, pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour.
Mr. Bazan.
I'm in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bazan, pour.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, pour.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor.
Mrs. Block, pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, pour.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, pour.
Mr. Carey.
For.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Carey, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chu, 4 pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chong, 4 pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cooper, 4 pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour 4.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, can I get you to repeat? Your camera didn't kick in.
Sure. I vote in favor.
Thank you.
Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, pour 4.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Doherty,
in favor.
4 pour.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Miss Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Miss Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk. Miss Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4 pour.
Mrs. Galland.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Galland, 4 pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour 4.
Mr. Genius.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Dennis, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Gladue, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Gourde, pour 4.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, 4 pour.
Mr. Hallan. Mr. Hallan. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jensen.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jensen, 4 pour.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Generou, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Kurek.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kurek, 4 pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, pour 4.
Mr. Lake,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, 4 pour.
Mr. Lawrence,
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, pour 4.
Monsieur Lehoux,
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lehoux, pour 4.
Mr. Lewis Essex,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Liepert,
I support the motion.
Mr. Liepert, 4 pour.
Mr. Lobb,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lobb, 4 pour.
Mr. Lukiski,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie,
Vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McKenzie, 4 pour.
Monsieur Martel,
Je vote pour.
Mr. Martel, pour 4.
Mr. Mazier,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Macaulay, Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColman,
I am in favor.
Mr. McColman, 4 pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4 pour.
Mr. Malillo,
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Malillo, 4 pour.
Four. Okay.
Mr. Moore,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, 4 pour.
Mr. Morant,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morant, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrison,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Mr. Nater,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Nater.
Mr. Nader, can I get you to repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Nater, 4 pour.
Mr. Petzer,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, 4 pour.
Monsieur Paulus,
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Paulus, pour 4.
Monsieur Reyes, Mr. Redekop,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Mr. Reed,
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reed, 4 pour.
Ms. Rempel Garner,
In favor.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Ms. Rood,
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rood, 4 pour.
Mr. Ruff,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ruff, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview,
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Saroya,
For the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Soroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Shear,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shear, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback,
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sivak, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields,
I vote in favor.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin,
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Stanton, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl,
4.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
I vote for.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4 pour.
Mr. Walkington.
I vote yes.
Mr. Walkington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
For the motion.
Okay. We can try
Mr.
and
Waugh,
move.
4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for. I vote for.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yurdiga.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yurdiga, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
And now, the Bloc québécois, Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour, 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour, 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Madame Bérubé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour, 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Baudrillard, pour, 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour.
Madame Chabot, pour, 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Champoux, pour, 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour, 4.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Pour.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour, 4.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour.
Madame Desbiens, pour, 4.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilet, pour, 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour, 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour, 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, pour, 4.
Madame Larouche.
Pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour, 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour, 4.
Monsieur Marcil.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Marcil, pour, 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour, 4.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Perron, pour, 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour, 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour, 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour la motion.
Simard, pour, 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour, 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault, pour, 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Sur le terrain, il s'approche des gens. Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel, pouvez-vous... voilà, merci.
Monsieur Trudel, pour, 4.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Vignola, pour, 4.
The members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Singh, against, contre.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ashton, against, contre.
Mr. Bachrach.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bachrach, against, contre.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blakey, against, contre.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Against, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, against, contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur le Président, évidemment, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, contre, against.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cannings, against, contre.
Ms. Collins.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Collins, against, contre.
Mr. Davies.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Davies, against, contre.
Mr. Duval.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duval, against, contre.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Garrison, against, contre.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Gazan, against, contre.
Mr. Green.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Green, against, contre.
Mr. Harris.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Harris, against, contre.
Madame Hughes.
Je suis contre la motion.
Madame Hughes, contre, against.
Mr. Johns.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Johns, against, contre.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Julian, contre, against.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kwan, against, contre.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGregor, against, contre.
Mr. Massey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Massey, against, contre.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. McPherson, against, contre.
Ms. Cock.
I vote against the motion.
Cock, against, contre.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm against the motion.
Ms. Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Manley, against, contre.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands, against, contre.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ratansi, pour.
Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Tabara.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Tabara, pour.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use your raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Bagnall.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Bagnall, pour.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion. Can you hear me?
Mr. Sajjan, pour.
Mr. Alon.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Halan, pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, pour.
Ms. Zahn.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Ms. Zahn, pour.
Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes. Okay, c'est un positif.
Pour.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Sangha, pour.
Chalo.
Yeas pour 301, 301. Nays contre 26, 26.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
And now, a point of order. The member for La Prairie. I would like to point out that some members briefly shut off their cameras, and I'd like to make sure that that doesn't reoccur because all parties agreed on this through party whips. We feel it's essential that cameras be turned on all throughout the votes. I would like to remind all members that when we are voting, we only turn on our microphones when it is our turn to vote, but we must keep our cameras on all throughout the vote. I thank the member for La Prairie for this reminder, and now we are reminding all members.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 10th report later this day.
On this one she just brought up. One moment. Now that we've got that clarified, introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm tabling today an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. For short, it's also called, I'll just take this off, make sure the interpreters can clearly hear me. It is the Equalization and Transfers Fairness Act. It'll do very simply the following things. It'll publish all calculations on equalization publicly, publish all consultation documents with the provinces, remove the per capita cap being proposed in the fall economic statement at $170 to there being no cap, which is about $3 billion to the government of Alberta. Referendums conducted by provincial government under provincial legislation will be binding on the government to negotiate in good faith. And finally, it will rename the badly called Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act what it truly is, the Equalization and Transfers Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, Equalization. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd has given us a synopsis. Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Now. At the next sitting of the House. The first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Motions. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or unusual or usual practice of the House, the time provided for the debate pursuant to Standing Order 51 shall end no later than 6:30 p.m. today.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to present a petition on behalf of Canadian citizens deeply concerned about the vicious and ongoing genocide of the Uyghur peoples by the Communist Chinese government. They express their condemnation of the Communist government's use of forced abortions and sterilizations, forced labor, family separations, and forced indoctrination and detention in what has been described as concentration camps. These citizens are calling on the Government of Canada to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are still subjected to genocide, and to use Magnitsky Act sanctions against those who are guilty of these crimes against humanity. I hope the government will faithfully deal with these citizens' concerns. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to present this petition on behalf of the signatories to recognize the atrocities put on the Uyghur people by the Chinese Communist Party, and to recognize and call on the House of Commons to formally recognize that the Uyghurs in Canada have been and are being subjected to genocide, and secondly, that the use of the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, better known as the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those that are responsible for such actions.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to join my colleagues in presenting a petition highlighting the horrific human rights abuses targeting Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners note reports of forced sterilization, forced abortion, systemic sexual violence, mass detention and concentration camps, and note that these crimes clearly violate the UN Convention on the Prevention of Genocide. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to recognize that Uyghur Muslims are victims of an ongoing genocide. It also calls on the Government of Canada, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in particular, to hold those accountable, those involved in this genocide, by using Magnitsky sanctions targeting those who are involved in these gross crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you might notice that there are citizens from across this country who are expressing the same concerns through petitions, and that is regarding the situation with the Uyghurs in China and calling on the government to deem it a genocide, and also looking to implement Magnitsky sanctions for those that are responsible for this heinous crime.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please. Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. Request for emergency debate. Do we? It's okay. We'll just. There was a request for an emergency debate, and unfortunately, it does not qualify under. Or sorry, one moment, please. I'm sorry. We have a request for an emergency debate. I'll allow the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith to tell us about it. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to request an emergency debate on the current situation regarding the government response to COVID-19 pandemic, and specifically to the new threat posed by mutations known as variants. The spread of the novel coronavirus variants is cause for grave concern, if not alarm. We believe it constitutes an emergency in which the Parliament should engage. The variants have been primarily identified from the UK, known as B117, from South Africa, known as B1351, and from Brazil and Japan, known as P1. The evidence as to whether these variants are more deadly than the original COVID-19 appears to be divided. However, medical reports from around the world consistently point to the variants as being significantly more transmissible. With COVID-19 spreading more rapidly due to the variants, there is risk of exponential growth in cases of COVID-19, which may overwhelm our healthcare systems. There is also the risk that increased spread will lead to more mutations, which may be more deadly or vaccine resistant. As a nation, Canada has struggled with establishing a coordinated response to the pandemic. Green MPs are concerned that there have been moves to ease restrictions precisely at a time when federal health officials have recommended that we maintain or even increase measures in response to these new variants. Canada should be able to identify the jurisdictions that have had the greatest success and use those examples to inform winning, coordinated strategies across the country. We believe there is an urgent need to debate whether now is the time to shift gears from bending a curve to going to zero cases or as close to zero as possible. We are entering more dangerous territory. Should the government increase warnings about the changing nature and risk due to the variants? Should the federal government increase the coordination of efforts between the provinces? An emergency debate will assist in identifying those options. Thank you for consideration of this request.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing order at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Reprise du débat sur.
Resuming debate on the motion on standing orders and procedure and committees.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before the break, I was talking a little bit about heckling and about the importance of the interaction that it can facilitate, at least when done well. And I see my friend from Gulf Saanich Island is going to weigh in on that, and I'm looking forward, no doubt, to what she's going to say. Absent the changes I have proposed, though, I want to suggest that we insert a mechanism of written heckling. That is, whereby members could post written message while a person is speaking, responding to things that they are saying. These written heckles would appear on screen under the video of a person speaking, allowing the public and other members to see them, and allowing the speaker to respond to or ignore the heckles as they choose. The point of heckling is the opportunity for substantive interjection. Perhaps members who don't like the excessive noise will appreciate the proposal for a mechanism of written heckling, at least for the time being. If it works well, we might consider continuing it when virtual parliament ends, allowing members to heckle from their phones instead of with their voices, still allowing more voices to be heard and still facilitating that kind of ongoing interaction. The fact that only one instead of many voices can be heard is a key issue in which virtual parliament is not real parliament. And I look forward to getting back to the real thing. Living with my young family in Western Canada, there are many ways in which virtual parliament carries personal advantages, but the public interest is not served by the prolonging of this virtual parliament any more than is absolutely necessary. And finally, briefly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I believe we should dramatically increase the slots available for private members' business and create a mechanism whereby substantial pieces of private members' legislation can be prioritized over motions. A member who simply wants to propose a committee study can propose a motion anytime at that committee rather than in the House. Our primary job is not to be goodwill ambassadors for government programs or to run Service Canada outlets in our ridings. Our job as legislators and members of Parliament is to legislate in Parliament. Anyone else can attend a pie-making contest in my riding, but only I can be here to do the hard work of passing laws. And yet, absurdly, a minuscule proportion of members, even in a 4-year Parliament, will ever have the time or the opportunity to take a legislative proposal through to conclusion. So many good ideas, in some cases which enjoy unanimous support, have not moved forward because of time constraints. Therefore, I would like to see us increase the length of the sitting day by 1 hour and double the number of slots for private members' business. Our institutions would improve if we had a greater opportunity for all members of Parliament to do their most fundamental job, that is, to legislate, to put forward ideas for legislative changes and reforms that then other members should consider. These are ideas that I think all members would appreciate and consider, and we can try to move forward in a consensus way that improves the rules and reflects the consensus of all parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you.
So I will now go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary doesn't have his microphone on.
Okay.
I know that we'd like to hear what he's got to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the members' comments with respect to question period. Manitoba had a system where questions and answers were longer. And I can tell you, I was so relieved when we adopted what Ottawa had to going to the limitations of less than a minute. It made a huge difference in terms of the number of questions being asked. When I'm in opposition, I would often say, well, the government never answers the questions. And when I'm in government side, I would say, well, maybe we should be reflecting on the questions. When it comes time for PROC to deal with this issue, I believe that people need to stop thinking in terms of an opposition and a government perspective. There's a reason why certain questions are asked. There's a reason why certain answers are provided. What we need to do, I believe, is to look at ways in which we can depoliticize, take the party out of it, and ask the question, what is better for our democracy inside the chamber? How can the rules affect that? And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in terms of the importance of depoliticizing, taking the parties.
Sorry, we do have to allow for other questions and comments, and I'm sure that the honourable member already put his question, so I'm sure that we know what he's asking. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if the member's question was totally clear, and maybe he's just simply trying to demonstrate the problems we see in question period. His comments about depoliticizing question period. I mean, I might be inclined to quote Hyman Roth from Godfather 2 and say, this is the business we've chosen. But I think the issue that I tried to get out of my speech is I would agree in principle that we're not going to make question period better or worse by dramatically changing the time limits. The reality is we already have a mechanism, late shows or adjournment debate, where we can have those longer form interactions. And I think one simple improvement we could have is to require ministers to answer questions on their own files during that adjournment debate, and perhaps to move what we now call adjournment debate to a time earlier in the day when it gets more attention. Let's use the rubrics we have, maybe strengthen them, maybe move them around, and that I think will at least provide that opportunity for longer form back and forth.
Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my honourable colleague from Sherwood, Fort Saskatchewan accurately predicted, I will have comments on the notion that heckling can be good for our Parliament. It does violate our standing orders, although you'd never know it from the normal course of affairs. I very much agree with the comments earlier from the honourable member from Longueuil, St. Charles, who pointed out that constituents want to see us behave respectfully towards each other. And the more that we veer towards rudeness and a lack of decorum, the less Parliament has the respect of our constituents, our citizens. And the more we conduct ourselves along the lines, even though the Parliament of Westminster in London, England, does have the occasional jeering and heckling, it doesn't approach the rudeness of our place. And I wonder if the honourable member would consider that we look at the way Parliament is and question period is managed in the UK as a model for Canada.
Excuse me. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I mean, I don't disagree with the member that there are problems with the way heckling is often operationalized in practice. But I think the purpose of allowing heckling and why it has been part of our traditions for a long time is the idea that there can be valuable, useful, and respectful interjections. Sometimes it happens that I'll be speaking and the parliamentary secretary, the government house leader, will say something to me, and I will listen to what he's saying and respond to it in the midst of the speech. Now that's the ideal. It's not just a sort of a bunch of noise, people being shouted down. That shouldn't happen. But if there's an opportunity for respectful interjection and meaningful exchange instead of just monologuing, that's the ideal we should get at. And that's why I said I would be very interested in us exploring alternative models like written heckling. So instead of members shouting out interventions, they could post interventions to the speaker and the wider public, allowing the speaker to then respond to it. For virtual parliament, might be worth experimenting with creating a mechanism for written heckles. Again, not all heckling is good. Probably most heckling is not good, but the tradition exists for a reason.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Coast of Bays Central. Sorry, I can't see. Central Notre Dame, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. You have a great memory. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for doing this. And thank you for allowing me to take these few minutes to talk about two things, ideas that have been floated in my existence here in the Parliament, as well as my experience with other issues by which I think that we can improve upon modernization of this House. One, which was thrust upon us, which I won't spend too much time on as my time is limited, and that is electronic voting. I am a fan of electronic voting. I do believe in coming into the age of the 20th century, by which it's technology that existed back then that we can use and we are using now. And I truly believe that it's going to be a benefit for all of us. I think it's a benefit for our family lives. Certainly is a benefit for those of us who travel quite a bit, like myself, or members, say, from the Yukon who have to travel a bit. It certainly makes it less onerous. So I'll leave it at that because we're about to embark upon that new frontier because of the situation that we are in. I do want to talk about one thing, and I'd be remiss if I didn't pay tribute to a dear colleague of mine from Simcoe North, a member from Simcoe North, who first brought to me a very in-depth study about the parallel chamber. And I think the parallel chamber opens up a dimension, and not to get too science fiction about it, but it opens up a huge dimension for debate within the context of what is Canada's Parliament. It has been done, as other colleagues have mentioned, in other areas. The member from Yukon brought this up as well, about how you have two chambers that already exist, two parallel chambers, in other jurisdictions, such as Great Britain as well as Australia. One, of course, being the Federation Chamber of Australia and the Westminster Hall in the UK. And as a matter of fact, the Samara Centre for Democracy here in Canada strongly recommends that we go ahead with a parallel chamber to allow the members to exercise some independence as to how they want to engage in debate and policy issues that are important to them and also important to the nation. Maybe not something that they bring up, but something that others bring up and they wish to comment on that. So the Samara Centre for Democracy represents creating a parallel chamber, and that's modeled on Westminster Hall in the UK. And I couldn't agree more. I think the Westminster Hall holds a valuable example of how we can broaden debate in the House. Certainly for those in the dimensions of what is considered the backbench, you can find that those who wish to bring up their own local issues, plus to discuss national issues from coast to coast to coast, is also a very good exercise for those who can. There are some key notes about doing the parallel chamber, though. And this goes back to a 2018 MP survey that Samara did, and in it they say research suggests that they do exit interviews with other MPs once they no longer are an MP, and they do the interviews, and what they discovered was that debates are the least satisfying dimension of MPs' work in all these surveys. Now, for those of you who have been here for a while, or maybe not, and you enjoy the debate, you would certainly agree that in many cases we talk about canned speeches, lines that we must do. I'm not diminishing the role of people who write these speeches and send them off to the House of Commons to be read by whichever department or whichever minister's office. That is a part of who we are. That is a function of who we are. But we need to broaden this out more to allow people who want to speak freely, openly about these debates, whether it's something that they feel as a parliamentarian that's dear to their heart or dear to the hearts of their constituents. And sometimes that may not be caught up into a soundbite or may not be caught up in a phrase that we wish to put out there, or at least the government or the opposition wish to put out there. It's in their own words. And I think that is very key to this. So I would endorse that. Just by way of example, because I don't have long to get too much in depth in it, perhaps it's too late for that now. But one of the issues that happens, one of the methods by which you use parallel chambers in the United Kingdom, that's under the Westminster Hall, is take note debates on e-petitions. Now, these have become very valuable, very highly popular over the past little while as we take e-petitions and we debate them, the subject matter in the House and and of course the issues that are there. For example, right now, I would love to take an e-petition that currently sits in the roster waiting for the signatures about the Gander International Airport, which is in my riding. They have a petition calling on government to help them out in this particular scenario. And I would love to engage in a debate, not only with Gander Airport, but also the airports around Canada that find themselves in a very rural, regional situation where survival now is actually tedious. So that would be a great example by which we can broaden the debate about regional air travel across this country, and what a golden opportunity that the parallel chamber could provide for us. So that is a huge for me, and I think, and again, I recognize the member from Simcoe North, the deputy speaker, for the work that he did and brought this to my attention. So let me now go to what we normally call SO31s, or member statements. In the genesis of which, SO31s, it was all about the member to talk about their riding. They could talk about what policy issue that is currently there. They can stand up and do a 36 or a 1-minute political ad for the party, for that matter, which happens fairly often. And also they can take a swipe at the government if they're in opposition. For someone who was in opposition for quite some time, I certainly took advantage of that. But the key, the basis of all that is the fact that the statement belongs to the member. And that's what's so very important about this. What happens now, if the list is provided by the whip, what ends up happening is this, at its very core, which I think is a very dysfunctional element of what member statements should be. if they have a statement that they want to put out that is in praise of the latest government policy or in praise of an opposition stand or something against the government, they will give that to a particular member, or at least show them and say, are you willing to do this in the House? And if the member says, no, I'm not interested in that, but I'd rather do my own, more often than not, that statement goes to someone else, and then they say, okay, do you want to do this statement instead of the other person? That is a fundamental breach of what this is. It doesn't belong to the member anymore. It belongs to the caucus. It belongs to the party. It belongs to the whip's office. And that's not the way it was meant to be. My suggestion would be is that we do it similar to how we do private members' bills, where there is a list rotation. You apply to have your statement done, and you do it, and it's handled by the speaker in a rotation in which it arrives. So I will leave it at that, because I think that's quite self-explanatory how member statements should be done. Now, I know some people would like to do a QP that way. That's how it's done in Westminster, in the UK Parliament, in the House of Commons to be particular, and how they apply to the speaker to be in a random draw 3 days prior to get their question in under Prime Minister's questions. I won't go that far yet. I walk before I run, as it were. So I walk in marginal steps. That shows you how long I've been here, because I know these changes, sometimes changes like this travel at the speed of glacial drift. So therefore, I'll just leave it at that. Here's something that is I proposed some time ago, and it met with a lot of bewilderment in many cases, but it's something that the UK does as well since 2010 or 2011, and that is the election of committee chairs, of which I'm proudly one, and I love being chair of the Heritage Committee. In the UK, they started a process where the committee chairs were broken up in proportion of the party's representation in the House. And as a result, if you were fourth or fifth party recognized in the House, you would get a chair or two, and we broken down by your, I think right now, I think the Conservative Party have just slightly less, or slightly more than a half of the committee chairs. But the actual chair occupant is decided on by the House. So they have a broad vote in the House of Commons about who should be. So there you could have 3 or 4 Liberals for one seat. You could have 3 or 4 Conservatives vying for another seat. And the whole House gets to vote on who they are. And I first noticed it when I went to the UK, and I had meetings with some MPs, and I noticed this pamphlet, the election-style pamphlet outside, and vote for so-and-so in the riding near Wales, and he was running to be the agriculture chair. And I thought it was a fascinating concept. I think we should have a deep look into that, because I think it gives, and we've had former clerks of the House of Commons in Great Britain say it's been a wonderful exercise where the chair has an air of independence about them, that they are able to go out and do things without any shackles of party interference. So I think it's something that we should seriously look at, and hopefully down the road we can. It's something I proposed in the last Parliament, but it never made it to a vote, unfortunately. There's something else that I want to talk about, and this is probably the more controversial one. And it's called
I've been trying to give the honourable member some messages, but unfortunately the time is up, but I'm sure he'll have time during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame. I know we enjoyed a long time at the Proc Committee in the last Parliament on, I believe it was something related to one of the government motions. There's a Yiddish proverb that goes, men don't build on strange ground, and I want to critique his proposal for a second chamber. Going back to what I had said earlier in the day, until we fix this chamber's debate, we should not be setting up a second chamber to simply replicate what already happens here, which is to what the member said, and he's absolutely right, the reading of speeches, stock documents being given to members, being asked to say it in the House. So what I think members should reflect on is we should get it right here first, and then not do it in a second chamber until we correct all the deficiencies we have here. I wonder what the member thinks of that.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Yes, nice to see the member engaged in debate with me again, because I remember doing this in Procedure and House Affairs, and I enjoyed his input as I do now. Yeah, valid point. I do agree. I honestly think, though, that in order for the House itself to fix itself, it depends on the members to take charge and do that. However, there is another expression that's called blowing off steam, as it were. And in that second parallel chamber, you can find yourself I guess an organic debate that is led by the passions of individual members to talk about these issues can formulate to a point where it becomes an excellent model. It's like little brother behaving well to show big brother how it's done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. From one island on the west coast to a favorite island on the east coast, here's the question. Why do we allow, and the member referenced this, why do we allow other people to write the speeches for members? Why, he mentioned that whoever's writing the speech in the back room. Our rules require that we be able to stand on our feet and deliver a speech without notes, without reading a speech. Now, obviously, that's not our custom, but one of the outcomes of the practice that the member references is that the House leaders don't have to share with each other how many speakers they really have on an issue. If you're confined to only those members of Parliament who can actually speak to the issue without notes, you're not able to put up a bunch of, if you will, wooden soldiers that last forever to block debate and make the House less functional. So I ask his thoughts on that.
For Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
I want to thank the member of Saanich Gulf Islands, who I have a deep respect for this issue, is also one of my colleagues on the Democracy Caucus. Actually, she's the chair now. So valid point. From one island to the other, I can say quite honestly about this, and I've said this before, and I've taken flack for this before, but I will say it again. If you cannot stand up in the House of Commons and speak for 10 minutes without notes, you probably shouldn't be there. It's as simple as that. We're led by passion. We're led by the size of our hearts and how we deal with these issues. If we constantly stand up and read canned speeches from the department, whose fault is that? It's actually ours when you think about it. It is our fault because we do this. We allow ourselves to do that. Now, again, and I don't diminish the role of people in the departments who do this, and it has to happen at some point, which parliamentary secretaries and others are keen to do because that's their job. But it is our fault when we don't.
Brief question. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I want to talk a little bit more about the SO31s, because I noticed that it seems like there's some individuals in the House that really never get up on an SO31 or very rarely. And I wondered what he would think of an idea similar to the lottery that we have on private members' business at the beginning, where every member would get a number, and that would be the order of precedence that we go through on SO31s to make sure that every member gets an equal number of those during every parliamentary session.
A brief answer from the member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
She is absolutely correct. Thank you.
Well, that's resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to take the floor today, and what I like about today is that in this exploratory debate, it's very convivial. We're making constructive proposals and examining ideas, and I like it because it goes beyond partisanship, and that's what an exploratory debate should be when we talk about what can be improved in terms of procedure. I am very pleased to be a federal MP and to represent the riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. COVID-19 has thrown everything into disarray for many of us. It's the same for us here in the House of Commons, but we have adapted and we've continued our work, because we all want to contribute. There is always room for improvement here in the House and everywhere, of course. I am pleased to be able to participate in this debate. I would like to go back to the latest debates. It was on the 6th of October 2016 that we had that debate. I had just been elected, and the leader of the government had proposed that the rules of procedure be examined in the House. And I replied to my colleague for Vancouver Quadra, who was the parliamentary secretary for the president of the Treasury Board. And so it was a time at the time the question was the number of sitting days. So I had that first experience. This is my second term in office, and I want to tell you a little bit about my experience. So there are 4 elements that are significant for me and that I'd like to draw to the attention of the 338 members of Parliament. Because we represent 338 ridings, we want to contribute to our society and we want to improve the well-being of Canadians. That we have in common, but we also have a lot of differences with regard to our philosophies, our beliefs, and the solutions that we find to different problems. We have cultural, physical differences, differences of opinion. We see all of that every day here and in the House and in committee meetings, as well as within our respective caucuses. It is normal and necessary for a healthy democracy because our parties are not homogeneous, and nor are our municipalities or nature itself. It's not even in our families. It is thanks to our differences that we foster empathy, and that is an important part of democracy. We have to respect the institution of democracy, of course. It is a huge privilege to be able to represent Canadians in our ridings as federal MPs. So I would like to remind you all of some principles that we must apply here in this House. Equity, respect, and loyalty. We all have the obligation, all 338 of us have the obligation to respect the Speaker and the institution that we belong to. I would like to make another point. A question period for backbenchers with a lottery as we have for private members' business. In a parliament, there are political parties, there's partisanship as well, and that's perfectly normal, and that's what moves things forwards. But there are members who represent ridings that don't have as much, or don't get as much ice time as others to defend the interests of the people in their ridings. And I think that all Canadians have the right to that exposure, to be here, highlighted here in this House. And I think that should be something that we can consider. Some were talking about SO31s and whether there should be a lottery for them, and others were talking about how committee chairs should be elected. So I think that as parliamentarians, I don't think we should give all of the power over to our political parties. A number of MPs have been elected by their constituents, and many of them never have a chance to ask a question during question period, but question period takes place every day for 45 minutes. So really, my party does give me the chance to ask a number of questions, and so I can tell my constituents that I can ask a question every week in the House of Commons, but that's not the case for the other 337 MPs. They do not have the same opportunity that I have to tell the people in their riding who elected them that they can do that. So I was saying that there are 338 MPs, and we represent all of the Canadian population, 38 million people. So there should be access for all of those MPs. There should be a set period so that the privilege of belonging to Parliament be available to every member of this House. We could use a lottery, and it could be inspired from the lottery that takes place at the beginning of every legislature. I think that the first 5 questions during question period on Friday be reserved for that, and that the lottery should be held at the beginning of each new Parliament, as we do for private members' business. Every MP must have the right on behalf of his constituents or her constituents to have access to this podium, to be able to speak of what is happening in every corner of this beautiful country. And this should be added to the right of every single parliamentarian. This new process should be adopted in order to respect the principles of equity among all members of the House of Commons. Now, to talk about a dress code. Yes, we've seen it in other times when we have to have debates overnight. But I think it's important to define the dress code. It's not necessarily described in our rules of procedure very exhaustively, but I think that there should be a description. Calls to order waste time when it has to do with the way parliamentarians are addressed. And in this time of COVID-19, this all is compounded by the problems that we have with cameras and microphones and interpretation, etc. So I think that it would be a good idea to describe as exhaustively as possible a dress code so that at least we won't have to waste time on that. We should respect the quorum of our institution. And it's one way of ensuring that the quorum's time is well spent. For men and women, jeans should not be accepted in the House, ever. Last week, we had the MP from Sault Ste. Marie, who was full of good intentions, who wore a sweater over his tie, and it created a whole stir. But if we should start by not authorizing that practice, but then perhaps ask the Speaker whether it is possible to do it. And if the Speaker decides that it is appropriate, then the Speaker could inform the House that for a special occasion, so-and-so has the right to wear whatever they want for a specific reason, to promote a festival, for example. So I think it's important to have a clearer definition of what we can wear in the House. I've seen people in sweatpants here. So I just wanted to draw people's attention to that. So when the Speaker has decided with the leaders or with MPs, I think the Speaker should then tell everyone what has been agreed. I've seen the Parliamentary Secretary of the Leader in the House use a telephone during this period, and so I asked the Speaker to tell me why this had been authorized. And the Speaker said, yes, an agreement was reached. And I checked, and that information was not provided to us. So I think that we should be transparent. And I think on behalf of all of the MPs, the 338 of them, to have the information to see what has been authorized.
Madame la Présidente. Vous savez, Madame la Présidente, j'ai manifesté lors de l'ouverture du dernier Parlement.
At the beginning of the previous session, I was a candidate to become Speaker. So you know that I am deeply interested in parliamentary affairs. And when I gave my name as a candidate, that demonstrated how interested I am in parliamentary procedure, how much I care. This debate is very interesting. I've been listening closely. I have been taking lots of notes, which I will use in the future. I will do everything I can to ensure that all members of all political parties can have all the rights and privileges they deserve. Questions and comments?
Economic development and official language, as well, and who happens to be the member for Yukon. Unfortunately, there seems to have been a misconnection. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. One thing he mentioned was very interesting. He mentioned decorum and a dress code and what an appropriate dress code would be in hybrid sittings or in-person sittings. Now, for men, the dress code is rather easy to establish, but what about the dress code for women? What does my colleague propose for setting up a dress code for women in this House? The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Drummond for his question. Indeed, it is not easy to set up a dress code. But for example, we could talk about materials. We could say anything in jeans material can't be worn. I've seen female members wearing jeans. I have also seen male members wearing jeans. I feel that we should have decorum. We should have a dress code. We should ban jeans and hoodies. It's easy to say, but I don't purport to know everything, so I think that in the next session, we should set up a committee which would look into establishing a dress code. All parties should be represented on such a committee in order to set up a dress code as well as respect our institutions.
And the islands?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the intervention today. I listened with great detail to his intervention about talking about a dress code and what members are wearing. And I'm not saying that I disagree with him, but I'm just curious, is his intent to strengthen or is his intent that he's worried that people are wearing clothes that are too casual? And if that's the case, it doesn't really correspond with the way that the business culture is changing. It seems as though people are dressing more casually these days, whether they work in an office place or regardless of where they work. There used to be a time when you couldn't wear jeans in a restaurant or bar, but I mean, places are evolving and changing. And I'm just curious if his intent here is because he thinks that people aren't respecting that, or if he wants to set a standard.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for his question. As I said, this is a rather sensitive topic, but we shouldn't be afraid to discuss it and to look into it. I think it would be good for us to establish rules so that there are less tensions and sources of frustration in the House. And as my colleague mentioned, yes, things are evolving in society and in our workplaces. But for example, in the parliamentary restaurant here in the Hill, you can't go without a suit jacket. I do think that we should set up a dress code and we could revisit it every year, every 2 years, or every legislature. Because yes, things evolve, but it's not because this is sensitive that we shouldn't go ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I didn't hear much from my colleague about what we've learned over the past year about how Parliament could operate in new ways that the pandemic has forced on us. Things like hybrid sittings, online committee meetings, app-based voting. A lot of those things would be very attractive to people like myself who represent ridings on the other side of the country. It often takes me, in the best of times, 12 hours to get to Ottawa. Nowadays, that might be 2 or 3 days. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on what aspects of how we've been doing business might be put into practice in a new set of standing orders.
The
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the colleague from Okanagan South, West Kootenay in British Columbia. These days, we're not meeting with a lot of constituents, but when I do see constituents, they tell me that there are some positive aspects to what we're experiencing these days. There are some positives that we can hold on to, and we are learning and adapting very quickly. At this point, I am very open to looking into best practices so that we can hold on to these positives and also ensure that we are as effective as possible in the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois...
Pursuant to 38, I am bringing up the questions for tonight. Honourable Member for North Ireland.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, Employment, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Natural Resources. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Orléans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy to take part in this debate today. We're debating a matter that is near and dear to me. I have many years' experience as a provincial politician and now federal politician. I really appreciate this conversation, which I hope will lead to solutions. I will be making 4 points in my speech today. And yes, I have notes, because without notes, I often get lost. We only have 10 minutes, and so yes, I have notes. I have several points that I'd like to highlight. One very important one pertains to voting.
Necessary that the voting system be modernized. And I had the privilege a few years ago to visit Jersey Island and tour their legislature, the State Assembly. Jersey Island is a very small jurisdiction, especially compared to Canada, but like us, they have a constitutional monarchy and a history of French and English bilingualism. They have, for some time, operated with the electronic voting system at their desk. And I have to say, when I was there, the voting was actually en français. It was oui, non ou abstain. Et s'abstenir, je devrais dire en français. Et c'était très important.
So one could vote yes, no, or abstain. That procedure could be interesting for us here in the House.
You know, this pandemic is a time where we, I hope, favorably will look at what went on in this chamber and learn from an ability to better do things or to improve things. And for some of you, you may say, well, I like the old system, and that's fair. That's why we're having this debate today. But I think there's a need to truthfully address the way voting is being done. And for me, later today, we will have our first simulation of a voting application where we'll be able to vote with a sense of security and, you know, certainly from a health perspective, very appropriately, to ensure that we can follow why we are also here, not only for the debate, but to give attention to the perspective that we come here for voting. You know, that's one of our role as legislature. So certainly for me, having this amazing opportunity and to look at how this chamber can sort of transition from a very old system to a new system is exciting. The other perspective I want to bring, and that's a controversy, I have to say, Madame Présidente, is because Fridays. We heard many debates here is, should we have more hours in the House, less hours in the House? And I have to reflect on my time at Queen's Park in Ontario. I was a MPP, a member of provincial parliament, and we don't sit on Friday. And I never felt once that I didn't work Fridays. And I want to clarify for everyone, and certainly for Orleans, the people that I have the pleasure of representing, Friday is the day that many, many of us in the Ontario legislature were able to meet with stakeholders, engage with our local constituents. And Toronto and Ottawa is not that far, you will say. So I can just appreciate how difficult it is for many, many of my colleagues. And having had brief conversation, in fairness, to some of my colleagues either on this side of the House or the other side, I'd say as parliamentarian, many of them are saying, it's great to be home, to see my kids a little bit more. I'm very fortunate. I gave birth 26 years ago, so I do not have young children, but one day I may have grandchildren. So looking at this, and I think that Fridays, and I appreciated the debate today about how possibly Friday could be reconstructed into a different perspective. But for me, Friday ultimately is, why do we need to sit on Fridays? You know, we could structure our calendar very well, very adequately over 4 days, from Monday until Thursday. That's a perspective that I carry, and I wanted to share that with all of you today. The other perspective, and that's dear to my heart, and I'm so happy to hear many members reflecting on this, is the dual chambers or parallel chambers. So when you think about how much the importance of debate and us being able to convey the message of our community and the people that we represent, and sometimes, like today, a more personal aspect of how this chamber should operate, the perspective of having two chambers would be an ideal solution where we can find meaningful approach to democracy, which I truthfully respect, where we could debate bills, private members' bill. We could actually, I believe, that a government bill could go in the other chamber possibly, to allow member, and sometimes the government could choose a bill that they know that we need to reflect because not everyone will agree. So I like the fact that we have this conversation here, and certainly I hope that as we transition and move forward, there could be a stronger consideration of this. And you'll say, well, this is in 10 years because currently, the Parliament is under renovation. But is there a way that we could possibly do something now or in the near future? So I will strongly recommend PROC to dive in the perspective of engaging on a dual chambers. And I heard members talking about committee as a whole, how significant it was for them, although sometimes complaining about the fact that the government was sitting as a whole. We realize the importance of having great, engaging debates in this House. Mon quatrième point, Madame la Présidente.
And now, my fourth point, Madam Speaker. Time allocation. Time allocation was implemented in 1969 in order to shorten debate in a less drastic way than by using closure motions. Time allocation motions, when they were instated, it was very controversial, and now often there is talk about it in the media. Previous governments, including the 41st Parliament, stated that it was very necessary to change the system. Time allocation motions interfere with the work of the chamber and of committees. Around the world, there are other means of managing speaking time during parliamentary debates. Since 1998, in the House, well, in fact, we often speak about the British House of Commons. Since that year, there is a programming for time allocated for government motions. This idea was tabled first on an experimental trial basis in 1998, then made permanent in 2004. How does it work? Well, first there is a discussion with House leaders, then the government tables notice of motion after second reading of a bill in order to allocate a certain amount of days or weeks for committee study and to review, if necessary, time for debates at third reading. Then the bill follows the normal procedure, the procedure, in fact, that is set out in the motion. In 2013, the British Procedure Committee, in its report, concluded that this system was in fact more useful. Since then, the official opposition has been supportive of this. In fact, setting out time for each bill was positive. It gives opposition parties enough time to review pieces of legislation and also gives the government enough time to manage its legislative agenda.
That the government has an agenda. They're there to govern. Certainly, we all want democracy, but the government will have to carry its agenda, while the opposition has its role also, which is to, I would say criticize, but sometimes bring up aspects where they are in disagreement with the government. D'autres observateurs des institutions parlementaires.
Pardon, I must interrupt. The member's time has run out, but the member has a lot of time for questions and comments. 5 minutes.
Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her speech. As I'm reflecting today, was getting ready to speak, but don't think I'm going to get time today. Was looking at some speeches from last time around, and the member from Chilliwack Hope, in the last time we did this in 2016, said, "quote Parliament is not here to serve us. We are here to serve Parliament and the Canadians who sent us here." So, reminded of that as we're having this conversation, and as several members are talking about moving away from Fridays, I would argue that Canadians expect their Parliament to be sitting. I would think that they want us to be having as many opportunities as we can to engage in democracy on their behalf. And I would wonder if the honourable member views Parliament as an essential service.
The
honourable member for Orléans.
To my honourable colleagues for that question. You know, I don't see myself, so I see a police officer as serving its community. I see many first responder as serving. I represent the community that elects me to represent them here. So I'd say that overall, my voice here is equally important to reflect what I hear in my community than certainly having the opportunity to debate on government or private members' bill from the opposition or from the government, from my colleague caucus on the Liberal side. Essential service, I think we've seen all throughout the summer of last year during this pandemic, the need to continue to find ways of bringing help to Canadians, and I've certainly appreciated the, I would say, all the help that we were able collectively to support Canadians.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been listening with great interest to the debate, and I guess I'm one of the heretics on most of the ideas being suggested. And in particular, the honourable member just raised the idea of eliminating Fridays and lengthening the sitting days on the rest of the week. And I have to say, as a member of Vancouver Island, I don't think eliminating Fridays does anything productive for those who represent ridings farther away. And I wonder if the member considered all the other things that go on Parliament Hill, such as meeting with delegations and meeting with constituents who come to Ottawa. So if you actually eliminate Fridays and lengthen the other days, I think you actually would make MPs far less accessible.
Honorable député d'Orléans.
Actually, I very much appreciate your point of view. I have to say, the fact that for me Fridays we shouldn't be sitting as a traditionally being set, doesn't mean that we cannot find ways where possibly it can be open as a dual chamber where we could have more engaging debate. I think for me the fact is that I'm here in Orleans, so I guess my sensitivity comes to many members who far away needs to travel, and I do believe that representing our members is also being part of our community.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. I, for one, really miss being in the House of Commons and working from home here in Nanaimo Ladysmith, but I do see the value in electronic voting, and I think that, talking to my father, who is a member of Parliament, was saying that some MPs would drag themselves off their sick beds, dealing with cancer, or dealing with heart disease, dealing with other things, to get into the House of Commons to vote. And I think that there are things that we can take from what we've done with the hybrid Parliament to facilitate the health of members of Parliament, and to actually lower our greenhouse gas footprint for flying back and forth the way that we do from the West Coast. So I'd just like to get the members' comments on that.
Une brève réponse, l'honorable.
A brief response, please. Please, the member for Orléans.
I agree with my colleague.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a great deal of appreciation that I will take part in this debate. I've never experienced this before. I was an MPP in Quebec City, and we never encountered this kind of situation where we could have a free-ranging discussion on how to improve or make changes to the rules in order to make the work of a parliamentary assembly better and more focused on the values of democracy and other common values. I have three very simple suggestions, just to follow up on what I said. First of all, my colleague for Saint-Jean, she a little earlier made a suggestion which I thought quite interesting and which I'd like to come back to. I'm sorry, my tie is a little crooked here. Friday sittings. So the idea is that Fridays we could have special sittings. So instead of having the regular sittings, which we've known so far, we could simply have a day where we could question two ministers. A bit like we did on the COVID committee, we could have 5-minute Q&A rounds. We could sit from 9:30 to 11, and all ministers would take turns appearing on a Friday. We sit for 26 weeks, and there are about 26 ministers. So each minister would appear once. But we wouldn't want to force them, but it's just a matter of asking the minister general questions on his or her portfolio, and it would also give the minister the opportunity to give his or her point of view on current issues, the government's point of view. I think this would be a very positive thing for all parties in the House. And then from noon to 1:30 after question period, there would be a minister chosen by House leaders who would come back several times a year, all depending on the economic situation. You'll understand what I'm saying. Perhaps in this time, Minister Anand would be asked to come on a Friday, or the Minister of Health or the Minister of Finance. That could be a different approach. So instead of having a Q&A period, as happens in question period, on these special Fridays, we would ask questions, hopefully get answers, and then have a more fulsome discussion to get at the bottom of various issues. And this is an approach taken at the National Assembly in Quebec. It's called an inquiry, and a minister would appear for 2 hours. A visitor is designated to come, and that way people would gain a better understanding of a minister's portfolio. So I think that's an interesting approach, and we could learn a lot from other national assemblies. I used to sit at the National Assembly in Quebec. I'm here now, and I think my colleague from Orleans was a member of the Ontario legislature. So again, sometimes it's interesting to see who does what elsewhere, and maybe the way they do things can inspire this place. Second issue, prorogation. There was a lot of talk about prorogation this summer. Well, really, what happened was indefensible. Usually prorogation or shutting down Parliament happens for political reasons. Well, some people believe it's always for political reasons. Well, I'm not a historian, but it's true that often prorogation happens for political reasons. Now, I sit on the House Procedure Committee, and we're looking at that issue right now. The committee is studying whether this summer's prorogation was a good one, a valid one. Technically, prorogation would end a parliamentary legislature so the government can press the reset button. So it would send a signal that Parliament is ending one legislature and starting a new one for various reasons. And so prorogation would be sending a clear message to Canadians, indicating that the government wants to change tax, for instance. It's pushing the reset button. It's starting anew. So when Parliament was prorogued in August, well, we expected many new changes to be announced in the speech from the throne. However, after the speech from the throne and after prorogation, everybody had an opinion. Some people were saying that the We Charity scandal was embarrassing to the government, and so it decided to change the channel. I don't want to engage in petty politics with you, Madam Speaker. I know people here have their opinion on why Parliament was prorogued this summer, but the point I'm trying to make is that maybe we can change the way that is done now. Currently, a government can prorogue Parliament. They go see the Governor-General and announce, I am proroguing Parliament. The Governor-General is to say, sure, go ahead. However, if the government is threatened by a vote of non-confidence, and this happened back in 2008 when Mr. Harper was the Prime Minister, in such a situation, the Governor-General can say, no, you're not going to get the confidence of the House. That's why you want to prorogue. So in that situation, the Governor-General can choose to agree with the request or not. As the member for La Prairie, as a member of the House Procedure Committee, and having listened to Hugo Cyr, an expert, speak to the matter, well, I'm saying this. If the government wants to prorogue, and if the governor wants to bind the Governor-General to prorogation, the government must still have the confidence of the House when making that request. So if we change the way things are done, if the government wants to prorogue, the government would have to have asked all members whether they agreed to prorogation. There would be a debate, and then the Governor-General could make a decision. So if the House agreed with prorogation, only then could the Prime Minister see the Governor-General, and the Governor-General will be bound by the agreement of the House to prorogation. If that was the case this year in August, the Prime Minister would have given his reasons for asking for prorogation on the part of the Governor-General, who could have said, sure, those are valid reasons, you can prorogue. So one of my colleagues made a proposal to that effect, and I agree with it. Lastly, the Ethics Commissioner. Now, when you see the Ethics Commissioner, it's not for frivolous reasons. And usually you don't make a request of the Ethics Commissioner to investigate very often. However, at this point here, the Prime Minister has been under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner 3 times. They're on a first-name basis. Why? What's the problem here? The problem is that there are no consequences, or very light ones. The Ethics Commissioner does not have enough powers. The Ethics Commissioner needs more powers to make sure that any type of situation is not repeated, so that when an MP is investigated by the Ethics Commissioner, the experience should be so unpleasant that it would never happen again. And so if the Ethics Commissioner had more powers, this would guarantee that all members would comport themselves better and would be much more careful in how they comport themselves in order to not be investigated by the Ethics Commissioner and suffer the consequences. So that's my third proposal. Again, it's a fact that the Prime Minister has been investigated 3 times. Well, I guess the experience isn't so bad after all. Therefore, I think the Ethics Commissioner should have more powers. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is to the members in regards to Fridays. Every 10 years or so, the House of Commons and the number of MPs increases, yet the amount of time that's there and available for debate continues, in my opinion, to diminish. The question that I have for the member is, when you talk about Friday and alternative uses, to what degree would the member support ensuring that members of Parliament have more opportunity to debate legislative measures, whether they're government and private members' hour, and would he support enhancing Fridays to ensure that that takes place?
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The member for La Prairie. Well, what we're asking for Fridays, and my honourable colleague is right, because it would take time away from the legislative business. And so the time taken away for legislative business would be replaced with having ministers appear. That said, when you're asking questions of a minister, you're doing your job as a legislator, as a parliamentarian, and your constituents expect you to put these questions to a minister, so it's not a waste of time. Perhaps, though, those hours could be tacked on elsewhere in the week. That's always a possibility.
Comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, je voudrais remercier les députés.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and I'm curious about some things. The Alberta National Assembly, we use the word national in Alberta now. Now, prorogation has been used 5 times between 2015 and 2019. It's not that we're known for proroguing, but every year the provincial government applies it. But I don't think it has the same stigma as it has elsewhere. I like the member's suggestion for Fridays. If we can convert QP on Fridays extended, would be good, because what we did with the COVID committee during this pandemic, it was a bit like a committee of the whole, a 5-minute Q&A session per member where we could ask many questions of a member and have a real exchange and a real debate. I think that would be a much better use of Friday's time to get answers to our questions. So it's just a comment in answer to my colleague, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out how excellent my colleague's French is. I am amazed. Every time I hear him, I'm very impressed. And I just love listening to him when he speaks French. Well, I don't want to spread it on too thick, but I do mean it. The fact that my friend agrees with what I'm suggesting, that is to have a different kind of debate on Friday, I appreciate that. And it's not only a matter for ministers playing games. This summer, when ministers appeared in the Q&A sessions, they answered, and often they were very clear in their answers. And in fact, I'd argue that the answers were even better than during question periods. And if I was a minister, maybe I'd be happy to have more time to explain what the government is doing, to explain it with more clarity. So why not?
Question, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I just want to quickly continue with the comments around Fridays. I'm very much in favor of keeping Friday sittings. In fact, I'd be happy if they were extended to full days, especially if that would mean we wouldn't be sitting longer during the week. I think our weekday sittings are long enough as it is. So I think I'm open to changing them somewhat. Maybe we could have 2 private members' business slots, a longer question period, but still keep time for government orders, so that would move smoothly. And, you know, if it was a hybrid session, a lot of those people that have gone home could take part as well. I just want to let him expand on that. Thank you.
The member for La Prairie. Brief answer, please. Sure, I'll give you a brief answer. We're having a discussion here. We're making proposals. We can sit down to see what works best for everyone. I think it's a change that's subject to a vote by the majority. Clearly, not everyone will agree with me or my colleague. That's what we're debating. We'll discuss these ideas, and then a majority of us will make a decision. Resuming debate.
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a real honor to rise today and participate in this debate. I've been here since the beginning and listening to it, and one of the reflections that I have in doing that is just how open this debate has been in terms of people expressing their own opinions. And it's quite refreshing to have been part of this, to hear what people genuinely think. I mean, people are only going to really participate in this debate if they like procedure and they like talking about how the House works. And you can tell that it's very clear that people are coming and having discussions today without with coming from their own perspectives and their own ideas. So in the same way, I will be sharing what my opinions are based on what I've observed over the last 5 years, or 6 years almost, I guess now. And I will say, from the beginning that I remember when the very first time we had this debate after the first time I was elected, and I really sat there and listened and took quite an interest in what was being discussed, because I think it's a unique opportunity to reflect on the way that we operate here and how we can improve that. And I know that this legislation enabling this debate to occur is fairly new, at least within the last few decades. And I think it's a vitally important part of the democratic function of this House. Notwithstanding the fact that I doubt that a lot of the suggestions have ever really made headway coming from here, but at least we have the place to have this discussion. And so I want to, just off the bat say, and it's been mentioned a couple times now, that a number of people have spoken in favor of electronic voting. I won't get into the details of that in terms of my, in terms of rehashing what other people have said, but I just do want to add my support and voice my support for that position, that I think that it's time that this House adopts a form of electronic voting. We don't have to worry about people being able to see people standing in their place. Every single vote will be a recorded vote. It will be put in Hansard, and I'm not even saying that it has to be done in a way that's like what we're going to test this evening with remote voting, but even just to have that voting capacity at our own individual desks. But what I really want to talk about today, Madam Speaker, is the quality of the debate in this House. And I want to talk about two parts of what goes on in here. And I know I talked about this last time, but it is something that I've talked to people about and I'm passionate about, and it actually involves the Speaker's role in this House quite a bit. And the two parts I want to talk about when I address the quality of the debate are question period and the normal debate periods like what we're having right now. I think that there's a problem, Madam Speaker, with the fact that over the last few decades, we've gotten to a place where the Speaker holds on to a list, whether it's during question period or whether it's during the regular time for debate. What we've created, I'm sure with good intentions when these changes were made, but I think some consequences that have come of it, what has been created is a scenario where we really don't participate in a debate in terms of listening to what other people say and challenging their ideas and putting forward our own ideas. Instead, what we've come to is a place where we come in here, we stand up for 10 minutes, we give a speech, whether it's written in advance or something that somebody's saying off the cuff, so to speak. We answer some questions and then we leave. And I think that part of the problem is that because the Speaker has a list and is going through a list of who's going to be called at what time, what it does is it creates a scenario where I, for example, know that I want to speak to a certain bill. I ask my whip's desk to put me on the list. I get on the list, and then I'm told, okay, you're speaking at approximately 20 after 10, but it depends on, if we get bumped around from votes and stuff, but roughly that time. So what it gives me the ability to do is say to myself, okay, I'm going to be speaking at 20 after 10. I'll be in the House just shortly after 10. And I know I can take a meeting back in my office later on at 11 o'clock because that'll give me enough of a buffer. And then I kind of plan my day around that. Well, the problem is that I'm not participating in a debate. I'm just giving a speech and then answering some questions afterwards. If I was forced to come here and sit and listen. And every time the speaker said, resuming debate, get out of my chair and try to catch the eye of the speaker. And I'm sure that there are ways that the speaker could make sure fairness is being distributed. If I was forced to do that, I would be forced to listen to what other people have to say. And debating is probably more so about listening than it is about what you have to say. And so I think that the fact that in the 90s or whenever it is the speaker started to develop these lists has been a detriment to the quality of the debate that happens in this House. I'll also bring it up as it relates to question period. And I'll be the first to admit that, regardless of, and that's what I found so refreshing about today's discussion, is that it hasn't been so partisan. So I share it both ways across the aisle. Quite often, the opposition will say, well, you're not answering our questions. You're reading answers. These are pre-programmed answers. You're just giving them back. And I'm not going to deny that. I think that that happened when both conservatives and liberals have been in power. But I also think that when there's a script on who's going to ask a question, the opposition in this case, who asks the majority of the questions, they're also going to become very scripted. So for example, the member from Carleton, he usually does 2 or 3 questions in a row. He'll set up his first question. He kind of knows the answer he's going to get. Then he's teeing it up for the next one, and then he gets to hit the home run if he's successful with the last question that he asks. But it's become very scripted because he knows that he has these 3 questions at this time, and he knows he'll be following on the back of so-and-so who had questions that kind of set him up as well. So in the one sense that it's arguable that answers aren't being really given to the questions that are being asked, it's also easy to criticize the questions that are being asked in the manner in which they're being asked. And I genuinely think that if members' role was to get the eye of the speaker and the speaker said, okay, so-and-so hasn't asked a question in a while, go to that person, without knowing that it's going to be going to them, it's going to make people know their material, so when they get up, they're ready to go. It's going to remove the, write a question in advance and practice it 20 or 30 times so you can get the perfect clip. And it's going to contribute, and it's also going to make the minister, not be prepared because it's not the same questions every single day in the exact same order. So I think that it would really free up the place that we've come to where everything is scripted and it's happening in a certain order, and it would add to a better discourse that goes on in this place. And so when we think about what's most important here, and I know there have been a ton of good topics that have come up today, and people have contributed and talked about different ways in which they think this place could function better. I agree with almost all of them. I think that there's always some of the details that need to be fine-tuned and really look into things. But it's an opportunity to improve the quality of what goes on in here. And I think at the heart of what we do in here is it's debating. It's bringing forward ideas from around the country, from the people that we represent, the will that we think that they have given, or the mandate that we think that they have given to us to bring here and to represent them. But at the same time, it's not just about coming here and yelling one's position. It's about listening to the positions from other people from throughout the country. So having that opportunity to hear what other people have to say and to listen to it by kind of being forced to listen to it, I think is so incredibly important. So, Madam Speaker, I see that you're giving me my signal to wind down. I just want to say that I've really enjoyed the discussion today. I've enjoyed listening to all members in this House and those virtually and contributing to the discussion. It has been very rewarding to hear what I know have been personal opinions on this and not our partisan takes on it. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to answering any questions there are.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. First off, I'd like to point out that to the honourable member that the reason the member from Carleton is so effective in his approach is because he knows exactly what the scripted Liberal minister's answers are going to be, or responses. We don't use the word answers when we're referring to those. But I did listen carefully, and I actually liked where he was going in terms of the debate. And it's rare that I actually find some common ground with the member. But I've been thinking a little bit about this idea of we get 30-minute spans of time, including the Q&A, and we break it down into two sometimes. I'd like to throw out this idea for discussion. What if we allowed maybe a little bit more even breaking up of that time, maybe to 3 speeches instead of 2? And what if we allowed more Q&A time and a little bit less speech time so that you could have a little bit more of that back and forth that the member talks about? I think he was on a good track there, and I just want to hear his thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think that would be beneficial. Somebody else mentioned earlier, well, what if you had the option of doing a 5-minute speech and 10 minutes Q&A? And I know a member from across the way earlier talked about, yielding your time and bringing it back. I totally agree. If I only have 2 minutes of material, why do I need to stand here for 10 minutes to fill an additional 8 minutes of time? Why can't I let discussion happen during that time otherwise? So, I mean, obviously the devil is in the details and you'd want to look into the particulars of it, but to his point, yeah, I would totally be I'm totally open to the idea of changing that in order to be more flexible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And this is more of a comment because he didn't mention it during his speech, but I just wanted to amplify what the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith and the member from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke said about elimination of Fridays. I think there's a misconception among members, especially from Ontario and Quebec who are close to Ottawa, that getting rid of Friday sittings would help those of us who represent far-flung ridings, and it's really quite the opposite. If we got rid of Fridays, I was working in Ottawa Thursday, I wouldn't get home until Friday afternoon. I would have a Saturday in the riding, and then I have to leave Sunday morning to come back for Monday. So if I'm going to stay in Ottawa for the weekend, I would rather have Fridays as a full working day where we could get something done, and especially not extend sittings during the week.
I remember Kingston and the Islands.
I totally agree. My father was in the provincial legislature in Ontario, and he did not sit at home on Fridays and do nothing. I mean, he was in his constituency office meeting with stakeholders, doing, important work, preparing. I don't see the benefit, I totally see the benefit from what this member is suggesting. And he's absolutely right. My seatmate in the previous session of Parliament was from Kelowna. And, the stories he would tell me about how long it would take him to get home, your whole weekend in order to do these things is totally blown. So I'm, and especially in the idea of being family friendly, I don't have any problem with that personally.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a brief question, please.
I'll be as brief as I can, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. I know he's very concerned with climate and our carbon footprints. I've been advancing for some years the idea that our Parliament should work 3 weeks on, 3 weeks off. I call it the Fort Mac work schedule. We would be able to work right through Friday and half a day Saturday, so none of our constituents or Canadians would think we were working less hours, but we could get a lot more done, and our constituents would reliably know we'd be home for 3 weeks working in the constituency. I ask for his comments.
A brief answer from the member for Kingston and the Islands.
I certainly appreciate where the member is going, Madam Speaker. I drove here in an electric car. I'll drive home. I hope that that's minimizing my footprint as much as possible. I'm reluctant to weigh in on 3 weeks of being away from my 2-year-old and 4-year-old and my 15-year-old. But I know where she's going with this, and I think that looking for solutions like that could definitely benefit our environment, and anything that we can do, I think, warrants discussion.
Questions? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be talking about the standing orders. This is always a debate that I very much enjoy. The rules of the House govern how we do our work in the House of Commons. And so before we talk about the rules and how we might want to change them, I think it's important to talk about why do we have these rules and what are we hoping to achieve with the rules. And so I would offer that the rules are there to help us create an environment where we have a professional, respectful discourse that promotes efficient work. The bills, all of the statements, the petitions, all of the work that the House does, and represents our ridings from across the country. That's why we've come here. And so why should you listen to me talk about what I think we ought to do in the House? Well, I mean, I'm a valued member of the House, so that's one reason. But I would say I have a few credentials that you might want to consider. First one is, twice in the last 6 years, I've been voted the most collegial parliamentarian. So I think I know something about being professional and respectful and working cooperatively. The other thing you might want to consider is that I'm the first female engineer in the House of Commons, and engineers are all about efficiency. And in my 32-year career, I spent a lot of time talking about work processes and the efficiency of work processes and how to change work processes. In fact, when we had the last debate on SO 51s, and I gave my speech with all my ideas, the late Arnold Chan actually came across the aisle and said to me, "Wow, you have a lot of really good ideas. Can I have a copy of your speech?" And Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say that a couple of the ideas I offered have actually started to happen in reality. One of them was that in order to be family friendly, we should be doing most of our votes after question period. And I see that in most cases, that's what we're doing. I also had suggested we should be doing electronic voting. I suggested that, in 2015. So I think here we are, and it's happening. And so I would offer the rest of my suggestions to you. Not in any particular order of priority, but all as different ideas that I think might help improve the work here. The first one has to do with our SO 31s. So, I really enjoy to hear from members when they honor members in their community, or they pay tribute to someone who's passed away, or even when they do party infomercials for their party. I think these are all good, but I notice that not everybody really gets a chance to do them as often as they should. And so I think we should apply the same kind of lottery that we do for private members' business. Let it be a second lottery, so that if you lose out and you're late in the game on private members' business, that maybe you can be earlier in the game on SO 31s, and then just continue to roll over in that order, so that everybody from ridings across the country has a chance to make their statements and make an impact. The second change is that I've noticed when we come to second reading and we have unanimous consent on a bill, why do we send it to committee and then come back and get it at report stage and then get it at third reading, etc.? If we are unanimously agreeing at second reading, let's send it off to the Senate. Call it a day. We all agree. Let's shorten the time to get some of this legislation in place. And I think that would be beneficial. Then we could do more discussion of new bills. One point on dress code in the House. There was some discussion earlier about the dress code. One of the things as a woman that I've appreciated, as a menopausal woman, if I could say, is that we are able to bear our arms in the House. We have the right to bear arms, one might say. But, for my male colleagues, I've seen them when it's hot in the House and they're forced to wear their jackets, and it's quite uncomfortable. So perhaps we should be setting a dress code in the summer that allows, them to wear short sleeves but a tie. So we're still maintaining decorum, but we can all be comfortable so that we can endure and participate in the discussion. In terms of hours, so private members' bills are very important. As somebody who passed a private members' bill on palliative care to get consistent access for all Canadians, I can tell you that, it was a real thrill, and I think it was something that was valuable to the country. And I see that there are a lot of great ideas out there from all parties on private members' business, but not everybody really will get a chance to do that. But we could alter the way that we do hours in the House to try to double up the amount of time that we have for private members' business. For example, if we decided to start from Monday to Friday at 9 o'clock, this is something that regular business does, and devote that extra time to private members' business, we'd have a few extra hours on Monday and an extra hour on Tuesday, and we could maybe start at 1 o'clock on Wednesday and have another hour there, and another hour on Thursday, and another hour on Friday, and you'd actually double the time for private members' business, which would help everybody in a parliamentary session to be able to get through and contribute their private members' bill. I think that would be a great improvement for the House. We talked about having votes after QP whenever possible. One thing to consider is the elimination of the all-night voting. I know that there's nothing better. Whoops, have to jump around, hang on. That's another recommendation, is to change the House of Commons annoying power. I know, Elizabeth May, the member from Saanich Gulf Island will love it. But anyway, so I think that we should be eliminating the all-night voting, especially for members that have medical issues or are senior or are families. Extending till 10 or 11 at night gets the point across for the media to pick it up that there is an issue that the opposition wants to bring, but we really don't need to torture ourselves all night. In terms of time for speeches in the House, there was some commentary about how maybe 10 or 20 minutes is not the right time frame. I would tell you, when I first got elected, I was asked if I could speak for some time on the withdrawal of the CF-18s from the ISIS fight. And I said, well, I think I can do a couple minutes on that. And they said, oh, no, you have 10 minutes or 20 minutes. And I said, no, I think I can say everything I have to say in 2 minutes. And I was told that's not the way we do things. So I ended up putting 8 minutes of filler into my 2 minutes of what I really wanted to say. And as I sit in the House and I listen to other members, I think there's a lot of filler happening that doesn't need to happen. So I would encourage breaking up in some way so that either we would have 2 5-minute speeches with the 5 minutes of questions to either one of them, or allow the flexibility. I really enjoyed when we had the COVID sessions this summer and we had 5 minutes of questions in question period. I thought the quality of the questions was better in terms of getting very specific, and I thought the answers were better. And so I thought that was a good thing for our discourse. I would like to see answering of the questions. I think, the standard talking points is a disservice to Canadians, especially when people don't answer the questions at all and move on to a different topic. I think that's not good. I think that for each bill, there's a lot of issues going on and time is short. And a lot of people don't even hear one speech on the issue before it shows up at their committee for consideration. I would rather see each party come with 2 or 3 speakers that have the diversity of thought from their caucus, and everybody sit in the House and listen to all of that so that we all understand the issues and everything that's been brought before it shows up at committee. I think that would really help with the debate. I think we also want to have better respect for one another. We talked about heckling. I'm not a fan of heckling, although intelligent heckling in the written comments, I was liking that idea. But in general, we shouldn't be talking when other people are talking. We should be treating our colleagues with respect. There should not be bullying and piling on and insulting going on. This is not helpful to the discourse of the House, and it's not helpful to any of us. I think every day the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader gets up and he asks that the questions be allowed to stand. And I've only been here for 6 years, but I've never heard the answer be no. So I think that's an inefficiency that we should strike. We should quit asking that question. The questions should always be allowed to stand to the end. I liked the idea of the late show answered by parliamentary secretaries. And I would say we should include all the rules from the pandemic in the standing orders. I have more, but my time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Language, who happens to be from the Yukon. I'm hoping that we're not going to lose him this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me this time. Congratulations to the member for a very thoughtful speech. She mentioned private members' bills, and I first have a comment and a question. The comment is, as I've said earlier, if we had a parallel house, the second House of Commons, like they do in Britain and Australia, we could get a lot more private members' bills. But my question is, a lot of private members' bills don't go very far because they haven't been one of the reasons is they haven't been scrutinized by the experts in the bureaucracy. No matter who's in government, a lot of government bills are fixed or not go forward because of the experts who have spent their entire life on that topic weighing in and at least giving their opinion. Does the member think that would be a good way to help getting private members' bills through? Not just to give an opinion or some further information on the bill from whatever department is relevant to the topic from the experts in that department that have spent their life studying the issue around the world.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I do think that when it comes to private members' business, I was surprised to find that less than 300 people had ever passed one in the House when mine passed. So I think there's not enough training, especially for new members, to understand that the legislative clerks have to go through and check all the other bills and acts that exist in the House in order to make sure that it's allowable, that you've got everything in there that needs to be in there. So I think maybe some lessons for the newbies on how to do a private member's bill might be very good.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member, during her first initial speech, also showed to us that if we're speaking from our offices, to always have our hands moving and speak with our hands to set off the motion sensors, lest the lights go off in our offices. But she brought up a lot of really good points, a lot of things that should be considered. I was wondering, because she spoke a lot to the culture of Parliament and how we do our business here. And I want to hear her thoughts on this. There used to be a practice in this House that during an opposition supply day, that the minister responsible for the file will actually sit through the whole debate and participate sometimes in the debate. I actually know of one Harper-era minister who did this consistently on immigration issues, and it actually convinced the opposition parties not to do it as often on his particular files. I wonder what she thinks of that. It doesn't need to be a standing order change, but perhaps to bring back a tradition that's kind of fallen by the wayside over the years.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I do think that if we really respect the work that's being done here in the House, that if there is an opposition day motion that's brought up on a subject that is under the minister's control, that minister should want to hear about the issue. Do they have to be here the whole day? Well, some representative, either themselves or their parliamentary secretary, should definitely be there to hear the fulsome comments that are made so that they can go back and take action to address the concerns raised. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to offer up to the member, I know there's been a little bit of talk about heckling today and how we might be able to do that better or get rid of it or replace it. In some other legislatures, they do have a procedure by which members can indicate that they'd like to interject with a brief question or comment, and it's the speaker's choice, not the speaker in the chair, but the person speaking, whether they accept that person stand up briefly during their time and offer that question or a comment, or whether they're not ready for that. If they're in kind of full rhetorical swing, they might decline that option. But there are ways that even on the floor of their House, we could do a better job of fulfilling that kind of important function that heckling does sometimes play without the kind of negative consequences. I wonder if she might have some comments on that, Madam.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, a brief answer, please.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. When it comes to heckling, intelligent heckling, an intelligent point would be good, and especially when we've seen over time that the practice of the House, which was not to mislead Canadians, not to lie, that's why it's improper to ask in parliamentary procedure. You can't say that a member is lying. Well, that was built on the premise that they weren't gonna. I see a big departure from that. I see intelligent heckling as calling people to account when they are misleading Canadians or not presenting the facts. And I'd love to have a fact checker in the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be able to take the floor today to speak to an issue, many issues about which I'm very passionate. The Honourable Member for Coast Bays mentioned earlier, we are on something called a Democracy Caucus, and there are a number of us who are very passionate, member for Elmwood-Transcona, among others, want to see our rules reflect what Canadians most want. And I believe that Canadians most want a parliament where we show respect for each other, as we do in real life, when we're not fomenting a lot of rage for the cameras. I think we are as a group, and I thank the Honourable Member for Sarnia for her role as being the most congenial over and over again. We are actually quite congenial, and I think Canadians would like to see more of that. I reflect very much on the reality of our principles. Westminster parliamentary democracy is based on the principle that all members of Parliament are equal, each of us equal to the other, and that the Prime Minister is merely first among equals. And I set those principles against a finding, it's now from a 2008 report from Queen's University in Kingston, the Centre for the Study of Democracy, which concluded that our Parliament has, quote, become executive-centred, party-dominated, and adversarial, unquote. I don't think that's what Canadians want, and it's not our parliamentary tradition. It comes from a number of trends which are disturbing, and I think our standing orders can be used to reverse those trends. So first, I want to focus on a couple of the big issues, and then I hope I'll have enough time to get to some of the other ones. The first big issue I think is before us is it's quite obvious, I'm speaking to you on Zoom. Who would have thought it a year ago? Our Parliament is assembling virtually, and our Speaker is in the chair wearing her mask. These are all new innovations in response to a pandemic. I would like to propose that when our recommendations from today's debate go to the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, that they give serious consideration to creating a set of standing orders for use in public health emergencies, whether a pandemic or some other form of event that means we should not be meeting in person, we are meeting virtually. We should preserve the standing orders that worked best through this period and continue to use them. In relation to distance voting, I think we should not have distance voting except under particular circumstances, because I've seen it too often that colleagues have come literally from their deathbeds to a vote in the House. And I know some members have suggested vote pairing would do it. That wouldn't have worked in the case of the Honourable Member, the late Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier, Mauriel Bélanger. If he hadn't personally come into the House in order to vote, his private member's bill would have died because of procedural shenanigans. I think of the Conservative member from Orleans, the late Royal Gallipo. I think if we could keep in specific circumstances very, very narrowly related to people dealing with illness that requires them to be hospitalized, at their option, they should be able to vote virtually. Otherwise, I think we should be in Parliament, whether we do electronic voting from our desks to speed things up. That's a possibility the Honourable Member for the Yukon has proposed, and so has the member from Sarnia. But I don't think it should be the normal thing that we vote at distance. Being together in the House really matters to the business of democracy. And it does definitely help us to be more collegial when we can have hallway conversations and not just chatting over Zoom. The second big change in our standing orders that I would like to see, and it's a strong concern of the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona, is the question of the confidence convention, or when we prorogue, when the House is able to end. And I think we ought to look at the advice from two strong political scientists in this country, Professor Hugo Cyr from Laval and Professor Emeritus Peter Russell from the University of Toronto, both of whom have forcefully suggested to this House on different occasions that no Prime Minister should be able to go to the Governor General to ask to dissolve the House without first obtaining approval from the House of Commons by a vote of the House. As well, there's something I hope that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will look into, which is called the constructive non-confidence vote, advanced by both Professors Hugo Cyr and Peter Russell. And this would allow, as is possible in Germany, Spain, and Sweden, for example, to actually put forward this government is defeated, but this government is put in its place, so that every confidence vote that is lost does not lead automatically to an election if a combination of parties in the House can put together a functional government in the view of a Governor General. Now, some of the issues that we deal with relating to decorum and respect for each other in the House, we actually don't need to change standing orders. So I just want to flag some of the issues we've discussed today are actually amenable to being resolved without changing the standing orders. Our standing orders actually still say that no member of Parliament can read a speech. So this notion of canned speeches, a 10-minute speech and 5 minutes questions and answer, and we're not really engaging in debate with each other. If, as some members have agreed, we should actually be able to speak, maybe from a handful of notes, but not a prepared speech word for word, that actually engages members in a discussion. And it keeps the list of speakers who are available to keep speaking to legislation about which we may all be in violent agreement, it keeps it to a very low number. If the party back room can't decide we're just going to put up an endless number of speeches and we're going to keep the government off balance and not telling them how much time they'll need for this. Another area which does not require a change in the standing orders, is the practice in Canada, which is unique in all of the Commonwealth nations that use this system of Westminster parliamentary democracy. Uniquely in Canada, has the Speaker surrendered his or her ability to choose who speaks next during question period to the party whip. And there's an interesting history. I won't get into it now. It all goes back to a former speaker, Jean Sauvé, saying she had trouble seeing people at the end of the chamber. But the balance of power in that situation shifts from members of Parliament wanting to make the Speaker pleased with how they behave in the House to making their party whip pleased with how they behave in the House. This tends to increase partisanship, increase party control, and reduce decorum. I did think it was a very good point. A number of members have mentioned it. I noted the member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge, among others, said, look what they do in the Parliament in the UK, in London, where a member can cede the floor to another member who's rising. This is a really good practice, but it wouldn't work under our current standing orders. We'd actually have to change the standing orders to make this work, because right now nobody can speak unless our speaker has said, the honourable member for, and then name the riding. What they do in the Parliament of Westminster, number one, the Speaker decides who asks questions of the Prime Minister through a process of letters that are sent into the Speaker's office. But as well, once the Speaker has given the floor to the honourable member for wherever, I'll use the example of, any member will do. That Speaker then has, I'll say Brighton Pavilion because she's the only green. Then she has a chunk of 20 minutes or however long. And within that period of time, she can yield the floor to someone else who's rising. The Speaker in the chamber, and I've observed this, and it can be chatting with someone else off to the side because the time is allotted to that Speaker. They're engaged in actual discussion and debate. And quite often, since they're speaking without a canned speech, because the reading of speech is, of course, prohibited in the Parliament in the UK, they cede the floor to a friendly question or an unfriendly question. It gives them a chance to have a sip of water. The discussion is interesting, it's engaging, and the citizens of the UK, I think, get to experience a more engaged, informed, and interesting parliamentary exchange than that which we have with canned speeches, and you can't yield the floor to anyone else until your time is up. There are a lot of other concerns that I've raised briefly today in the House. It is an unanswerable question, Madam Speaker. How do we organize ourselves such that in a country as vast as Canada, some of us who have, as the honourable member for the Yukon, and full praise to the honourable member for the Yukon, he has the world's worst schedule. But I have at least 2 flights, and when we're not in COVID, every week I'm traveling back and forth. So I live in a state of perpetual exhaustion and jet lag. How do we fix this such that those people who have young children can be home with their children? Can we reduce greenhouse gases? Well, we've saved the people of Canada millions of dollars this year by working on Zoom. Can we figure out a way to change our schedule to better accommodate our carbon footprint and the livability of the schedule of an MP who also has a family? And with that, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Saanich Gulf Islands, also the chair of our Democracy Caucus. I wholeheartedly agree with the vast majority of what she's saying. Even to the point where I've accepted this notion of this Fort McMurray turnaround for parliamentarians that goes 3 weeks on, 3 weeks off. I was not in the beginning until we struck up a conversation and realized she speaks quite a bit of truth there. But I do want to get her opinion on what we've discussed earlier about a parallel chamber. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame. It is increasingly attractive because of the structural changes that have been made in this place, right? When we finally re-enter Centre Block, and I certainly support members who have said we need updates, and the members of Parliament sitting currently should know something about what's going on with the changes they're making over there. But we will, in fact, have 2 chambers. And the possibility of accelerating debates, hearing more private members' business, and having 2 physical chambers within about 10 years has an increased attraction over when it was merely hypothetical. Sorry, I note that the former member, well, we can say his name now, Frank Baylis, did a lot of work in promoting this, and many of us signed on to that proposal at that time in the previous Parliament.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech. Out of deference to her interpretation of the rules, I didn't heckle at all while she was speaking. And I very much agree with her comments about the Speaker retaining control over recognition, although, of course, that is the rules. It's just an issue of the issue of party lists. It's not so much an issue of the rules as it is the practices of the House. I agree with her about the issue of interjection. I recall after one long day in Parliament going home and watching Jacob Rees-Mogg and Rory Stewart debate back and forth the nature of human rights. I thought this is what Parliament should be. 2 members of the same party actually intervening, having a very deep back and forth about substantive questions of the origin and nature of human rights. I wanted to ask her just about issues around prorogation, which are that, she proposes a procedure around prorogation, and some of that may come from the coalition crisis we had late 2008 to early 2009. But I would observe that in that time, the reason we didn't have a different government wasn't so much prorogation. It was because at the end of the day, the Liberals backed down. Michael Ignatieff decided not to proceed. And a lot of that was because of strong public pressure to not proceed. So it wasn't really, the fundamental issue wasn't really.
Good question, please, so that our members could the member ask a question so the other members could also have an opportunity?
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yes, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. To my honourable friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I really appreciate the question. The confidence conventions, and I actually am not making this recommendation based on any one episode, but the question remains, when should the Prime Minister be able to put forward a vote for prorogation? We could make the same argument for this summer as we would 4 years ago. The idea that it's time for a reset, which is why we prorogue. There are normal prorogations that are completely part of our parliamentary convention, and I would never object to them. But if you can't carry the confidence of the House to say, we need a restart, we've done the work that we outlined in the speech from the throne, then I don't believe a Prime Minister should be able to go to the Governor General to prorogue without that confidence.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated in my colleague's presentation. In her speech, she's pointed out that too often, unfortunately, some of her colleagues will read speeches. Now, it's not a fault, it's just an observation of fact. We're supposed to be experts in everything. Natural resources one day, international affairs the next. We're more like a mile wide and an inch deep. I think that we would benefit from going more in depth if we got more information from ministers than when they're simply reading something off a page. What does she think of that?
Oui, je suis d'accord avec.
Yes, I do agree with my colleague, and I'd like to thank him. Clearly, we debate so many issues. I myself always read my own speeches. I don't write something someone else has written for me. I always read my own notes. It's a false debate when you're reading something somebody else has written.
A bad high school play. It really ought to end.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I certainly hope no member will feel I'm playing the role in a bad high school play. As somebody who's not in the habit of reading canned speeches anyway, and I am really grateful for the opportunity to participate in some debate on the standing orders today in the House. I think often these things are dismissed too quickly as being kind of the wheelhouse of procedural wonks. And I think we often fail to recognize the extent to which these rules really do affect outcomes in the House of Commons. Sometimes those things, kind of flare up, and we have moments where people are more appreciative of how the rules of the House affect the business of the nation. But in between, we often don't pay them very much regard. I know, Madam Chair, you'll appreciate some of that, having been a part of the studies of the estimates process we undertook at the Government Operations and Estimates Committee in the last Parliament. So the thing that I really want to zero in, and of course 10 minutes isn't a very long time, and there's a lot to discuss, but I do think, partly because it's very germane to this Parliament and any minority Parliament, I do want to take a little bit of time to talk about the Confidence Convention and what I think are some opportunities for us to make a difference when it comes to the Confidence Convention. So it's a long-standing prerogative of the Crown to be able to dissolve Parliament whenever he or she sees fit. But of course, in Canada, that's really come to mean that the Prime Minister gets to dissolve Parliament when he, and it's pretty much always with one short exception, being a he, sees fit. And I think when we talk about the different roles that the different aspects of our government play, this is really a place where the legislature ought to have, and by which I mean the House of Commons particularly. I'm not talking about the unelected other place in this instance, but I'm talking about Canadians' elected representatives ought to have a lot more say about when a parliament ceases to work. I don't think that is a decision of the Prime Minister, and I also think that if you were to ask a lot of Canadians whether that's something that should be up to the Prime Minister willy-nilly to decide whether he enjoys the confidence of the House of Commons, as opposed to having the House of Commons decide whether the Prime Minister enjoys the House of Commons, the confidence of the House of Commons, I think you'd find that a lot of Canadians agree that it makes more sense that the House would decide that question. But that's not the way that our system works. And so I've done a bit of work on this. Some members may know that the NDP tabled a supply motion in my name in November in order to try and come up with a solution to this problem, at least for now, short of amending legislation. But there is the opportunity to try and do some of that work in the standing orders. And I think that as it stands, a no confidence motion could come either, or a confidence motion, depending on how you want to frame it, can come either from the government as a motion, or it could come any day from opposition parties. But as it is, the other thing that I think doesn't quite make sense is that, you know, an opposition party can put a no confidence motion on the notice paper along with any number of motions, and you wouldn't know until the day of whether you were debating a motion of confidence or not. Or as we saw in the fall, you could have what appears to be a pretty simple matter of establishing a committee, and the Prime Minister could decide the same day that that's a confidence motion. So I think it really makes sense both for democratically elected members of Parliament to have a lot more say on whether or not the House of Commons has confidence in the government. But I also think that instead of the kind of gamesmanship that the current rules allow, I think if there is going to be a confidence vote, I think that members from more than one political party ought to be movers of that motion. I think there should be some agreement across party lines. I think that members should know days out whether or not there's going to be a question of confidence voted on by the House of Commons. So everybody has time to prepare and show up. I don't think these are things that should be done flying by the seat of our pants, as it were. So I encourage members to take a look at the proposal that was tabled then, and I hope that by virtue of this interjection, along with that of the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, this will be sufficient for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to be able to take up this issue as part of their study. Along with it, I would hope that they'd look at the similar prerogative of the Crown whereby the Prime Minister is able to prorogue Parliament, and there's been some discussion on that point. Again, I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for having raised that as well, because I think it's something that we really ought to be looking at. And she's quite right to say that there are uses of prorogation. We haven't seen any in a long time of just kind of rote prorogation where the government is updating the agenda for a parliamentary session. But what we're all concerned about are the instances of political abuse of that power. And one of the ways to prevent that is not by discussing the reasons after it's already done, but by implicating legislators up front so that they have some say about the appropriateness of a prorogation before it transpires. And I think there are ways to do that. Hugo Cyr was already mentioned in this debate, but of course he talks about having a rule that deems the Prime Minister to have lost the confidence of the House if he seeks a prorogation without its permission. And what that means is that because the Governor General is only obligated to follow the advice of a Prime Minister who enjoys the confidence of the House, if he's deemed to have lost that confidence, it doesn't tie the Governor General's hand in the same way. So I think that's something that certainly bears consideration. I do also want to say, because I mentioned the estimates before, that I think PROC either itself or should be consulting another committee, particularly the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, on how to take up the project of estimates reform. There were some things that were tried in the last Parliament. Some of it went well, some of it really didn't, I have to say, and that's no secret that I hold that view for members who were here in the last Parliament. But I think that the project was a good project, and we should be endeavoring to learn whatever lessons we can from that experiment. I do think that we just saw, despite the fact that there are very concrete timelines for when the estimates have to be brought to the House, we saw the country in crisis, and those estimates were deferred, and Parliament agreed with that deferral. Now, one of the reasons that the government presented consistently in the last Parliament for not having a fixed budget date, which would allow a proper alignment between the budget and the estimates, was that sometimes crises happen and you don't know, so you can't tie the hands of the government to present a budget just any time. And I think what we saw is that in a crisis, Parliament is quite prepared to work collaboratively with government to bend some of those rules when it's in the country's interest. And I think we can reasonably expect that parliaments in the future would be, and that this Parliament would have been willing to do that for a budget, at least to a point. And there are some legitimate arguments to be made about whether the government ought to have presented an economic statement or budget sooner than it did. But certainly, I think Parliament has demonstrated that it is reasonable on this point, and that if the government doesn't make that deadline because there is a genuine crisis, that's something parliamentarians are willing to work with a government on. And so I really think that we should be coming back and asking that question about a fixed budget date again, because we need to do something to get the budget cycle and the estimate cycle into alignment so that parliamentarians have a better idea of what they're studying, what the financial implications of it really are. And in the current mode, even in the last Parliament, we weren't there. And now that we've gone back to the rules that obtained before the last Parliament, we are very far away from having a well-functioning estimates process that Canadians and their elected representatives can understand. On the question of the second chamber, I'd say only this, Madam Chair. I quite like the new chamber. I'd be happy to spend more time in it if folks in Elmwood-Transcona are gracious enough to give me the opportunity to continue serving them. But I'd much rather see, when we go back to center block, a second chamber established in the red chamber after the abolition of the Senate, which I think would be a wonderful thing to see and go a long way towards making Canada a true democracy in the 21st century. And of course, we can't speak to the rules of the Senate here, but what we can speak to is what I think has been a real travesty. We saw it in the last Parliament with the bill that would recognize and implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And we saw procedural shenanigans tie that bill up in a way that, as far as I'm concerned, was completely inappropriate, given that it had the blessing of Canada's elected representatives. And I do think that reform in the other place is required, and whatever we can do as a House to assert our will over theirs, being the House that actually represents Canadians by virtue of their choices and not by virtue of prime ministerial patronage. I think it's important that we undertake to do whatever we can in that regard. So with that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all my honourable colleagues for their very interesting comments and their ideas. I've heard a lot of good things and some things I would disagree with as well. And so I would like to ask the honourable colleague who is now speaking, I would like to ask him his opinion regarding making Parliament more family friendly for young people who do want to run for office, and in particular for women who have children, when it's so difficult to be far away from them if they don't live in the area around Parliament. I'd also like to know what his opinion is about keeping some of the virtual Parliament even after, hopefully, COVID-19 has passed, and also his opinions about the dress code regarding men, for instance, as the member from Sarnia mentioned, how in this day and age as well, even in business, men are somewhat less dressed with the ties and the suits when it's very hot and things like this.
Well, I'm sorry, but I have to allow the member. I have to allow the member to answer and have other members ask questions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much. I would say just quickly that I'm satisfied with the dress code for men, and would prefer to see us spend our time and energy on other kinds of reform. I think that the biggest thing that we could do, particularly for young mothers, but also for MPs with young families and in general. And this doesn't have to do with the standing orders. It has to do with having a proper daycare that's accessible to not just members, but also staff on the Hill who may well have young families, not just political staff, but House staff as well. And I don't think that the House of Commons is where it needs to be in terms of delivering reliable childcare for the people who work all sorts of hours in order to make Canada's democracy work. And that's something that I would like to see the House administration pursue with serious vigor until they succeed, because they have not succeeded yet. And I think that would do a lot, as I say, not just for MPs, but also for all the staff who animate our democracy here on the Hill.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's been a lot of talk today about things like scripting and non-answers and attire, and even decorum I would put in that category to some extent. One of the questions I always have when we're talking about these things is, who's the arbiter of these things? It's pretty difficult to police a lot of those things. And I would make an argument that with our House of Commons broadcast, everything is available for constituents to see, and we can all share what we see on social media, that when possible, I'd like to leave it up to up to the public to watch, hopefully get more engaged and watch, and then make their make their assessment at election time. Wondering, I'm already getting the time. I wish I had more time to debate this with everybody, but wondering if you could give your thoughts on that.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you. I would tend to echo there some remarks that we've heard before about the fact that I really don't know that we need to change the rules that much as we need to change the culture. And so I would like to see a more activist speaker who has a better conception of how debate should be unfolding in the House, who really takes unto themselves the powers that are already conferred to the speaker under the standing orders. And I think that can make a real difference. I wasn't in the House at the time, but I have it on good authority from a number of members and former members that from 2006 to 2008, we had a deputy speaker, sometimes in the chair, who was pretty good at bringing things to heel when the need arose. And I think with the right attitude, a speaker can do a lot under the existing rules.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. Madam Speaker, in his speech, he referred to the Senate, and it would be no surprise to know what our opinion is about that chamber. But I won't dwell on that. Now, my colleague talked about the role of the Senate, which we might need to rethink. Maybe we should even abolish it. But what does he think the role the Senate should play in the current context? I'd like to hear him on that.
Transcona, 10 seconds.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think there is a great role for an entire chamber of persons who are unelected in a democracy. It's as simple as that. In the very idea of the Senate, there is supposed to be regional representation, and we should think about how to preserve that aspect in an elected chamber.
And resume debate with the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it really is a great pleasure to be joining today's debate. And I have been listening with interest to the contributions from colleagues from all parties. And it is a refreshing change from the debate that we're used to. It's great to see the ideas that are coming forth, and the fact that so many people are engaged in this shows the level of interest that we have. So I can remember when I was first elected in 2015, when I first received a copy of our gigantic book on House of Commons procedure and practice. And, you know, I really enjoyed going through that. I admit I was a bit of a geek trying to discover all of the different rules and procedures that we operate by, and which are very much rooted in centuries of use, much of which we have inherited from the United Kingdom. And, you know, I'm going to be approaching today's debate more from the perspective of a member of the opposition. And you know, I'm really drawn to a quote from the great Stanley Knowles when he gave a speech to the Empire Club in 1957. He said, and I quote, "It is the opposition's right to insist at all times on the full protection of the rules of debate. The government is entitled to that same protection, but in addition, it has its majority with which to establish its will. The opposition has only the rules for its protection. Hence, the authorities on parliamentary procedure emphasize greater importance to the opposition of the only protection it has, the protection of the rules." Now, we, of course, are in a minority situation, but, you know, in the last 4 years during the previous parliament, the protection of those rules was very important to the members who sat in the opposing benches. I think one of the things I would like to look at as the first part of my remarks on this debate is looking at the amount of time that we devote to private members' business. So we have a private members' hour scheduled for 1 hour of each day of the week. And, you know, introducing a piece of legislation for a member of parliament is indeed a huge honor. And I don't think that, you know, the government of the day has a monopoly on good ideas. But most of the time in the House, of course, is devoted to government orders. And I think if we were to allocate more time for private members' business to allow the pace of legislation to come through at a much faster pace, I think that would go to giving a lot more equality to how many great ideas there are out there. Like, just to give you an example, Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, I drew in the lottery position 159 or 160, somewhere around that spot. It took 4 whole years for the lottery to come up to my turn, and the House adjourned right before I was scheduled for my first hour of debate. So it took us 4 years in the 42nd Parliament to cover 158 positions. And I think that pace of legislative examining is far too slow, and I think we could really benefit by devoting more time to the consideration of private members' business, be they bills or motions. I believe every one of the MPs sitting in our House, not just members of the Cabinet, have good ideas to share, and they should be given a full airing. One other thing I'd like to see the House examine, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee examine, is I'd like to see MPs given the opportunity to launch a take note debate based on petitions that they bring. Now, former speakers have agreed that the right of petitioning a parliament for redress of grievances is certainly one of the fundamental principles of our Constitution. I mean, petitioning the Crown and later Parliament for redress of a grievance, it originated in 13th century England. That is how old this practice is. And, as it stands now, MPs are allowed to have a short introduction where they table the petition, and then the government has 45 days with which to respond. Now, many of the times when we get that government response, members of the opposition may not find it to be a very satisfactory response. So what if we had a mechanism that would allow MPs, after they had received the government response, to launch some kind of a take note debate, especially for petitions that had a minimum threshold of signatures. In other words, signatures that exceeded a certain threshold, had shown they had great interest right across the country. Maybe we could allocate spots based on the individual sittings or standings of the parties, a certain amount of time for people to bring a petition that is of great national importance for further debate, to explore why this issue needs to be part of the government's agenda. I think that's something that could also give members of the opposition a lot more airtime to really bring forth their constituents' concerns. I also want to spend some time, Madam Speaker, talking about how we improve question period and debate in general. I often tell my constituents that question period is an hour of my life I'll never get back each day. And, trying to put forward a thoughtful question in 35 seconds and to get a thoughtful response in 35 seconds, I mean, it really, if we're honest with ourselves, it basically is theater. And I found it so refreshing over the summer when we as a collective body were sitting as part of the special committee on COVID-19, and we had those 5-minute spots where we could have that back and forth with a minister. So, you could have maybe a little bit of a longer introduction to your question and then ask it. And then, of course, you would get the minister's response. But it also 5 minutes allows you enough time to launch a rebuttal on the minister's response. This would do two things. It would force ministers to go more into depth because they couldn't just give the same canned answer, but also it forced members of the opposition, if they actually did get an answer to their question, to change tact and to really go with the flow of debate. So I would love to see the Procedure and House Affairs Committee expand on that 5 minutes. I think that we could either do that, or we also need to look at making the number of spots during the adjournment proceedings debate. We need, I think, to increase that. It would allow a mechanism for MPs to follow up on a question that was asked during QP. We currently only get 3 at a time, and they of course follow that 4-minute debate and then 4-minute reply, and then a 1-minute rebuttal, and then a 1-minute closing by the parliamentary secretary. So expanding a little bit more. So I think there are 2 examples for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to examine in our debate structure. First, reforming question period to allow for that 5-minute exchange, and maybe looking at whether that 4-4-1-1 debate format can fit into other areas of the House. Another aspect I would really like to see, our standing orders as they're currently written, they allow each year for the leader of the opposition to select, during the main estimates, they allow the leader to select two particular ministries for which the committee of the whole can question. I would like to see that mechanism expanded. I really enjoy that committee of the whole format where a member has 15 minutes that they can use in any way they choose. They can make part of it their speech. They can have a back and forth question period, but it's 15 minutes, and it really allows members during that 4 hours that's scheduled to have that in-depth back and forth. So either we expand the number that are allowed during the main estimates, or we expand the number of times that happens each year. So I really think that's going to do more justice. It's going to allow members of Parliament who are not members of the governing party to have that more interaction, to hold the government to account. I think, Madam Speaker, maybe in the closing minute and a half that I have left, I have heard a lot of comments on how we make Parliament more family friendly. I would agree with some of my NDP colleagues who said no to eliminating a Friday sitting. I still believe that Friday sitting is important, and I'm speaking as an MP who resides in a riding that is about as far away from Ottawa as you can get. For me, it's a 9-hour journey door to door. What I think we should be looking at is, number one, making sure that those childcare spaces are available to staff and MPs on the Hill so that parents see politics as a worthwhile enterprise. But I would also like to see, for example, in May and June, we've got 2 5-week blocks separated by 1 constituency week. Why are we negotiating and scheduling 5-week blocks of sittings? Couldn't we have a structure in place for our calendar where we have 2-week blocks of sittings interspersed by 1-week constituency weeks? And that way MPs wouldn't need to feel the pressure traveling back to their riding every weekend, because you would be in Ottawa for a maximum of 2 weeks. So I see my time's running out, Madam Speaker. This is a great debate. I'm really privileged to have been able to take part in it, and I'll conclude there, and I welcome any questions or comments my colleagues have. Thanks so much.
Unfortunately, we'll have less than a minute for questions and comments. If the member from Yukon can do that in 30 seconds or less so that the honourable member can answer, please.
Sure. The member wanted to expand debate, 3 types of debate, to take note on petitions, private member business, and expand the adjournment debates. But there's already not enough time for government business. What does the member think about the solution that Britain and Australia have of having a second chamber where we can have much more of all 3 of the items that he wants? Okay,
a very brief answer from the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, I'm certainly willing to consider that, and I think that conversation needs to take place when we move back into Centre Block. What are we going to do with the current chamber that's in West Block? And perhaps rather than converting it into committee rooms, we can see it stay as it is. So I think that's absolutely something that we could consider. Thank you.
Well, comme il est 18h30, conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui, il est mon devoir de faire savoir à la Chambre que les délibérations relatives à la motion sont terminées. Conformément à l'article 51.2 du règlement, la question est réputée renvoyée en permanence au comité permanent de la procédure et des affaires de la Chambre. Yes. Est-ce qu'on peut essayer? Est-ce qu'il y a de la traduction maintenant? Est-ce que vous...
Can you hear me now? Is the interpretation working now? Should I repeat what I said? Okay. Seeing as it is 6:30, in accordance with the motion adopted earlier today, it is my duty to inform the House that the debate on the motion has now ended. And pursuant to Section 51(2) of the Standing Orders, the question is now sent to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Order. In accordance to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Before the Christmas break, I asked the Minister of Veterans Affairs to explain why Veterans Affairs Canada was calling veterans across the country who were already deemed eligible and were already receiving the diminished earning capacity determination and telling them that suddenly they were no longer eligible. In a specific case, the veteran was told that the office had lost the information that provided the proof of his eligibility and wanted the veteran to find the paperwork the department couldn't find. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, that is not the problem of that is the problem of the government, not the veterans. I hear from veterans across Canada about how frustrated they are when they experience having to reprove again and again serious health issues or concerns. It seems to me that we should do better for them. After my question, the minister responded. He said that he appreciated my question and would look into the situation. He promised to address it promptly. I followed up with a letter, and the veterans and I are still waiting. Fairness should be at the very core of our supports for veterans after they served us so well. So we see the reality, though, and the reality is that right now in Canada, veterans are having a huge wait list for disability supports for tens of thousands of veterans here. We see still that veterans are pointing out that the pension system is not fair in our country. With different streams, we see some veterans eligible for certain access to programs while others are not. It's not based on the need that the veteran has, but when you applied for your application. We also see in Canada that veterans who have had significant timelines missed because the workers at Veterans Affairs Canada are burning out faster than they can be replaced. I think it is absolutely appalling that in this country we see veterans who did the work on time, did not get the supports when they needed it, and now are left out of certain programs simply because timelines were missed because service providers weren't there. And most recently, Madam Speaker, we've heard from the Veterans Ombudsman report on the serious concerns around restrictions on mental health supports for families. That is seriously shocking for me. We know that veterans need a stable family. And if you have not got the supports there for that family can break down, and that's not good for veterans in this country. Veterans have fought for our country. We saw them just recently walk into horrific situations in seniors' long-term care homes in Canada during COVID. I represent Comox 19 Wing and amazed by the service that I see in our communities across Canada. For example, last year, serving members from 19 Wing went to Shamattawa First Nation to help out during the COVID outbreak. And our search and rescue folks, I cannot say enough good things about them. They help people in situations I can't even imagine walking into. Madam Speaker, when will Canada get it right and serve our men and women in uniform correctly? Why do we have service people that served our country, veterans now, who are being told you were eligible, you were receiving the benefit, but now you're not? It doesn't make sense. When will this government fix it? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was looking for my sound bar here. Apologize for that. I'll get started now. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada takes very seriously any claim made by a veteran that they have been treated unjustly. We ask so much of our military members, and we know that the trauma some have suffered has severely affected their ability to earn a living after they are released.
As the department that is devoted to the well-being of veterans and their families, Veterans Affairs Canada is doing its best to ensure that the men and women who have worn the uniform and whose efforts have helped shape our country obtain proper assistance once they are no longer in service. The diminished earning capacity determination is a mechanism that Veterans Affairs uses to make sure that eligible veterans, that means that even those who after rehabilitation cannot go back to the workforce and have a job that enables them to meet their needs and their families' needs, obtain financial assistance through an income replacement benefit. A group of case managers and healthcare professionals who are very competent and highly qualified are involved in the decision-making process and make sure that veterans receive the most support possible. Veterans Affairs has the absolute priority to provide veterans with the support they need when they need it, including financial assistance, Madam Speaker.
Confirm that VAC staff was given no direction to contact veterans who have been determined to have a diminished earning capacity or to abruptly adjust eligibility and remove benefits. If an individual veteran has concerns with the diminished earning capacity determination, they should absolutely reach out to the department so any questions can be properly addressed. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for West Highland, for North Island Powell River. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madame.
Sorry.
I got muted there. Thank you to the Madame Speaker, and I thank the member for his response. When I hear that response, though, my concern here is that what we're seeing is a process problem within the department where veterans are being told you are eligible, now you're not eligible, you might be eligible, we can't find the proper paperwork, can you send that in? And I also want to remind the member that the minister said directly to me that he would respond, that he would let us know, and we are still waiting. We are now weeks, almost 2 months waiting for a response. So if this parliamentary secretary through you, Madam Speaker, could take that back, we need to make it right. Veterans serve us. It's important that we get it right for them, and I am calling on the government to finally do that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Ministre, encore une fois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I would like to state clearly that no one at Veterans Affairs Canada was directed to communicate with veterans with regard to a decision with regard to the diminished earning capacity determination.
Mechanism exists testifies to the many risks that members of our military must face throughout the course of their military career. We are extremely grateful for all the veterans for their sacrifices that they have made, particularly to those who have suffered debilitating injuries in the line of duty. Comme toujours, le gouvernement du Canada.
As always, the Government of Canada will do everything in its power to ensure that these veterans and all other veterans benefit from proper support after they have served. Thank you.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, at the start of this pandemic, almost a year ago, many Canadian workers suddenly lost their work. Millions found themselves without an income, with no way to pay for rent or food. The Liberal government suggested that we could fix that with tweaks to the employment insurance system. The NDP pointed out that most Canadian workers don't even qualify for EI. They're self-employed. They are artists, musicians, contract workers, workers in the gig economy. Most of them make modest incomes, but are proud that they can work and make enough to get by. The NDP suggested that all these workers should receive $2,000 per month to keep their lives together so they could keep their homes, keep food on the table. And thankfully, the government ended up agreeing with us and CERB was born. The Prime Minister said repeatedly that the government would always be there for these workers. So when 9 million workers applied for CERB, they had to attest that they had made more than $5,000 in total income in the last 12 months. Now we hear that 400,000 of these workers who applied for CERB in good faith, who met those criteria, who have received letters demanding that they repay thousands of dollars in CERB payments. They received those letters just before Christmas. And many of them simply don't have the money to repay, and they shouldn't have to. They followed the rules. Madam Speaker, the bill that this House voted on to create CERB defined those eligible for support as a person who, for 2019 or in the 12-month period preceding the day on which they make an application under Section 5, has a total income of at least $5,000. And the CRA website listed the eligible sources of income to include income from self-employment. And that is the bill that I and other members of the House voted for. It clearly stated total income, not net income, not taxable income. Now the government has changed the rules to say that the $5,000 should be net income. One of my constituents, Carol, made just under $10,000 in that previous year. But the CRA now says she made just under $5,000, a few dollars less than the limit. So she was one of the ones who got a letter asking her to repay her CERB supports. And it was Carol I was talking about in the question to the Prime Minister, and it was his unhelpful answer that triggered this adjournment debate. Carol was so disappointed with the Prime Minister's reply that she wrote him a long, desperate letter outlining why she had applied for CERB, why she was qualified to receive it, and why she can't possibly pay the money back without losing everything, including her business. And Carol is not alone. I heard from Jai, who also qualified under the total income provisions, but is now being asked to repay $6,000. Jai is living with disabilities and a low income, and for her, $6,000 is an impossible sum to repay. We're hearing from thousands of Canadians, Madam Speaker, people with home-based aesthetics salons who closed their doors to protect public health, who reopened when they were allowed to, but now face greatly reduced business. These business owners had small incomes to help them get by. Those incomes are largely gone because of COVID. They can't repay these supports that they thought the government was giving to them to make sure they and their businesses survived. They are angry, disappointed, and frankly, they're scared. When will this government admit that they made the mistake here, not these hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from South Okanagan, Wes Kootenay, for his question. His constituents are well served by his advocacy. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been there for Canadian workers and continue to be there for them. Of all the programs and benefits, the CERB was the main support piece. We listened to Canadians. It helped nearly 9 million workers and their families avoid hardship. When businesses were first shuttered last spring, our aim was to get income support into the hands of workers, including the self-employed, as quickly as possible. From the start, we used the same definition of self-employment income that we use for entitlement to every Government of Canada benefit. And that is, you look at your revenue, you take off your expenses, and then you have your next pre-tax income. Your net pre-tax income. But as the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion stated, we know that some people misunderstood that definition. Before I go on, I would like to recognize the work of call center employees from CRA and Service Canada. They've done an outstanding job of supporting Canadians through this ongoing pandemic, and they deserve our praise. We also know now that in the initial weeks after the CERB was launched, some of the information provided was at times unclear. We are actively looking at options to respond to the concerns raised from some self-employed Canadians about the eligibility criteria and the information they received. We know very well that for some individuals, repaying the CERB could represent significant financial hardship. And I again want to be very clear about the fact that no one is being asked to make a repayment at this time. First things first, what we need to do is confirm people's eligibility of the CERB. Of the nearly 9 million people who got the CERB, we reached out to about 5% of applicants with our education letters. If an individual chooses to restart repaying amounts for which they were not eligible, flexible repayment options are available based on their individual financial situation. We know that for some this could be difficult, and that's why there is going to be a compassionate, case-by-case approach to repayment. We're still in a pandemic crisis, That's the reality. And during this difficult time, we will continue to stand by Canadian workers and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, these hardworking Canadians are not asking for more time to pay back these benefits. They did nothing wrong. For them, the CERB payments did exactly what they were designed to do. It allowed them to keep living in dignity while working as much as they could under the circumstances. On the other side of the coin, many large corporations receive millions in wage subsidies to keep workers on the payroll. That's exactly what the wage subsidies were meant to do. What they were not meant to do was to enrich shareholders with generous dividends. And unfortunately, at least 68 companies did just that. Imperial Oil, for instance, received $120 million in government wage subsidies while paying out $324 million in dividends. There is very clearly a double standard here. The government is demanding that low-income workers who struggled through the pandemic repay the money they received, even though they followed all the rules. They aren't, however, asking the same of big corporations that use taxpayers' money to pay massive dividends to their shareholders.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as Minister Qualtrough has said, it's unfair to say that we're going after workers. The entire intention of the CERB was to protect people from potentially catastrophic income loss, and it worked. I want to reassure those Canadians who got a letter from the CRA that it doesn't mean they were ineligible for the CERB. It just means that the CRA needs more information from them. One way to provide the information CRA needs is for Canadians to file their tax returns for both 2019 and 2020. It's too soon to talk about repayment. Repayment plans, if needed, will be worked out on a case-by-case basis. I'd like to thank the member once again for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of his constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased that the government has allowed this reduced version of democracy to continue in these difficult times. Many of my constituents would believe that our work here is fundamental, even in these times, to ensure our democratic traditions of responsible government and accountability of this House are upheld. As with so many matters, much water has passed under the bridge in these past months, particularly respecting Canadian energy and pipeline infrastructure. Keystone XL was cancelled with the stroke of a new U.S. president's pen, with barely a shrug of the shoulders from Canada's Prime Minister. Disappointed is the official response from the Prime Minister's office. Disappointed represents the weakest response available from a multiple-choice list and barely registers in comparison to the shock and anger felt throughout Canada's resource industry. Keystone XL was a piece of vital energy infrastructure that would have linked a world-class resource with a market that needs it and values it highly. Its sudden cancellation merits more than a shrug of the shoulders and a desire to just move on. We know the government's focus by where it spends its time and its efforts. Evidently, not on world-leading net zero infrastructure that would have reduced the environmental footprint of the final product by 20%. So, not on real environmental outcomes. Not on going to bat for infrastructure in which 5 First Nations held an equity stake. So, not on Indigenous reconciliation. Not for the thousands of workers dismissed from their jobs. So, not for workers. And not for the economic benefits built into this world-class Canadian project, projected to be assessed $30 billion of taxes paid to government over its life. So not for the Canadian services and benefits, the social safety net, the health care, all the government services that we enjoy. This is a government unconcerned about the ability to provide care for Canadians in the next several years. Call it what it is, absolute failure on energy in every area that matters to Canadians. Environmental advancement, fail. Indigenous reconciliation, fail. Canadian jobs, fail. Economic benefits, fail. continued ability to deliver government services fail. I hear the protests of the Minister of Natural Resources about how hard he tried, and I have to remind him here that this trying and failing is becoming repetitive with his cabinet colleagues. His cheerleading is falling on deaf ears with his leadership, who are all saying, once again, just like on Tech Frontiers withdrawal, let's move on. Enbridge Line 5. I've heard the Minister, the Prime Minister, and their proxies neglect to respond to the real issue facing the potential closure of Line 5. Supplying 540,000 barrels of oil per day to refineries in Ontario and Quebec, this is an essential part of our national infrastructure since 1953. It's a link between Canada and the United States that has provided much to our shared prosperity. And its importance was recognized by the signing of the Transit Pipelines Treaty in 1977, supported at that time by Senator Joe Biden. There is a deadline to respond to this threat of closure from the Governor of Michigan.
Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais remercier le député de Calgary Centre pour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for this opportunity to discuss this important matter. First, I would like to remind the House that our government has always supported Canada's energy sector and will continue to do so, in addition to supporting workers in the sector as well as communities that benefit from it. We prioritize occupational health and safety as well as the health of the environment in all parts of the energy sector, all while protecting Indigenous rights and working towards reconciliation. It's important to be clear on this. Now, in the current context, oil prices are dropping. In the current context, the government has taken many measures. For instance, in the spring, we announced many measures in succession, including the Business Credit Program, which gives Albertan businesses and all Canadian businesses liquidity if they qualify. We also implemented the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy to help all businesses affected by COVID-19 to rehire their employees or keep them on the payroll to prevent job losses. The government has also spent $750 million for an emission reduction fund, as well as an investment of $1.7 million to clean up orphan and abandoned wells. 1.7 billion, pardon. We have also announced investment for the offshore industry in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Comprehensive set of supports. All of this, Madam Speaker, is in addition to our government's proven track record of approval of and support for major oil and gas projects, from TMX to LNG Canada to the Nova Gas expansion and Line 3 extension, which we know will create thousands of jobs and drive billions in investments, and which complement our initiatives to reach our Paris climate commitments. Madam Speaker, we also vigorously supported the KXL project and at the highest levels. So like our government of Alberta partners, with whom we worked closely, we are disappointed in the President's decision. We have been clear that we'll help the affected Canadian workers. However, Madam Speaker, we must also focus our relationship with Canada's #1 energy customer and on the areas of mutual Canada-U.S. interest, like firm climate action, enhanced North American energy security, and cooperation to rebuild our economies. Madam Speaker, Canada's energy sector will be a big part of the North American recovery. It's a source of well-paying, good jobs in Canada. And our government will continue to stand with the sector and the thousands of hardworking Canadians and employees. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the response. And I've heard that response several times about how much this government has done for the energy industry over the pandemic period and the price war we received from our other oil suppliers around the world. Nevertheless, going forward, we keep failing in all these energy files. We talk about Keystone XL. We talk about Tech Frontier. We're talking now about Enbridge Line 5, and we're failing on delivering on success on every one of these files. Looking back and saying, well, we'll take care of the workers that are bleeding off through this industry because of the inaction from this government is not a response. We need to build this country going forward, including with world-leading infrastructure. However, with Line 5, we've got to make sure world-leading infrastructure is not destroyed in the process. Undoing that piece of infrastructure, like the governor of Michigan is proposing to do at this point in time, will end what has been a 60-year benefit to both our nations as far as providing prosperity. So this government needs to elevate the urgency of this file now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The record is clear and self-evident. We are approving major projects and providing support to the oil and gas sector when and where it's needed. Nous avons été et nous resterons présents.
We have supported and will continue to support the energy sector during these difficult times.
To ensure that good and sustainable projects go forward with the full confidence of Canadians. Notre gouvernement demeure convaincu.
Our government strongly believes that we can move forward and have economic prosperity, all while ensuring that we keep our climate commitments for a low-carbon future.
Adjourned, the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.